On behalf of HCL Foundation and CSR Box, I, Lakshna Asthana, extend a very warm welcome to one and all present here today. Thank you so much for joining us. After having witnessed 2 unforeseen years in this global pandemic, we are excited to regroup at this scale and be back at our very own Delhi for the 8th edition of the HCL Grant Pan India Symposium. Let's have a huge round of applause for ourselves to have resilient powered through as we culminate the last of the symposiums. COVID-19 is still trying to make its way into our lives, so I request everyone to kindly please wear the masks provided to you within the welcome kits at the registration desk. In case any of you don't have the masks, we can also provide you with some more from the registration desk. As we move on, I would like to share and inform you all that the HCL Grant Pan India Symposiums are an effort by the HCL Foundation, CSR Box and academia to bring together NGOs, experts, government, corporates and policy makers on one platform across India so that they can interact, develop regional as well as sectoral understandings of CSR and deliberate on how it can contribute to the wider nation building. I am happy to share with you that since 2017, HCL Grant has hosted 43 physical symposiums covering the length and breadth of the country and 22 e-symposiums during the pandemic, witnessing the participation of over 40,000 plus NGO participants. This year, we had the opportunity to meet and host wonderful NGOs in and around multiple locations pan-India, including Bangalore, Vijayawada, Bhubaneswar, Bhopal, Udaipur, Patna, Kolkata, Dehradun, Pune, and now our very own Delhi. This is the 8th edition of the HCL Grant, where the total committed fund is INR 16.5 crores, and with a commitment of INR 5 crores being awarded to the winning project in each thematic category of education, health, and environment for a 3-year project. The grant also rewards 2 finalists in each category with INR 25 lakhs for a 1-year project. To elaborate a little more on the work of HCL Foundation and to set the context for the day, I would now like to invite upon the stage Ms. Nidhi Pundhir, Director, HCL Foundation, to address us all. Ms. Nidhi Pundhir, while she's coming up on the stage, I would like to briefly introduce her as well. And let's welcome her with a huge round of applause as we culminate the last of the series. Please come. Nidhi is the Global Head of CSR for HCL. She heads the HCL Foundation, which is the CSR arm of HCL Technologies. With more than 23 years of experience in actualizing human rights at national and global level, Nidhi shapes and executes programmatic frameworks that are aligned to the SDGs for the most disadvantaged and isolated communities, including environmental targets. She has a deep understanding of poverty issues and delivers realistic approaches towards poverty alleviation. Welcome.
Thank you so much, and it's such a pleasure to be here in this hall once again. I think in 2017 we had held our partners meet in this very place, and after that maybe 2017 or 2018, and after that I think we had to go to bigger venues because the number of partners actually increased, and that is, those fond memories are coming by, and many of I can notice amongst our audience are our partners as well. So a very warm welcome to all friends from NGO fraternity, non-government organization fraternity. We noticed on the registration that lots of our friends from government sector have also registered for the symposium today. Very warm welcome to all of you as well, individuals, philanthropists, friends from media, all of you in this symposium. And thank you so much for making advance registrations. In fact, we had to change the venue of this because earlier we thought being Delhi and kind of events that Delhi keeps having, maximum, especially in this post-COVID era, maximum 200, 250 people may turn up. But till yesterday, registrations were not stopping. And when we crossed 800, we were like, let's request IHC. So thank you so much to IHC administration as well for considering our request last moment and giving us a bigger place to host this. With that, let me quickly take you through and the purpose of purpose of these symposiums, as well as a little bit about HCL Foundation. The fundamental purpose of these symposiums when we started, when we launched HCL Grant as one of the flagship rural development programs under the banner of HCL Foundation, which is the CSR arm of HCL Technologies, was mainly to take the message, especially when we traveled to very far-flung belts such as Northeast, some of the districts there. We realized that just by launching and making an announcement online, it may not be possible for NGOs to understand that why a corporate is launching a grant of this size, why would they work in all states of India, what is it they really want to achieve. So there were a lot of questions that colleagues from NGOs had around the grant. And that's when we kind of thought that why not convert it into something where we can share, exchange knowledge, we can understand the regional realities, we can also bring together the regional networks to be able to exchange notes, because what we realized was that there weren't enough opportunities, unlike olden times when a lot of foreign funding used to flow in India, where NGOs are coming together and discussing on sectoral issues. And with that, we launched this entire series of, something we framed around the theme of nation building. And we said, okay, fine, HCL grant is one award-winning grant, and of course there is a highly methodical process that backs it, but let us at least have these series where we physically go as a team, and we physically kind of roll out a very rich agenda through the day, where we can understand the regional issues, where we can bring together the experts. We can also look at the nuances of whichever is the theme that particular year, whatever is the unmet need in terms of understanding the space. And with that, we make very rich agenda for each of these symposiums. These symposiums are also live streamed, and our observation has been that from each state, wherever we've live streamed these symposiums, there has been a huge following from NGO fraternity, because lots of topics that we have covered perhaps are not otherwise being discussed. I must congratulate the HCL grant and the NGO box team, and I would please request them to stand up wherever they are. If they're inside the room, I think Robin is standing there right behind with a tie. They are culminating the series today. This is the 10th in the row, and having traveled from so having started in Karnataka to Orissa to Uttarakhand and Bihar, Northeast, this year we had to cancel only because of certain logistical reasons, which normally we always go to Northeast for these symposiums. I think there's a little symposium journey 2022. So let me first show you that, which will also help us, all of us in this room, to connect with so many other friends from this fraternity who are a part of this journey. So let's take a look at this first.
I'm proud to speak with
here we are, the team, and big round of applause for the team which has been constantly traveling with their bags, and I don't think they have been back to their homes in this duration. And I must tell you that, of course, you must have seen a lot of fun over there, but nothing is possible unless you enjoy these journeys. And India is such a beautiful subcontinent. You saw a lot of pictures of food there, and that is from the, perspective that India is also about diversity. India is also about various cultures, celebrations, regional context, and that's what HCL Grant is all about, where we are open in terms of receiving applications from any district, any village of India, and this is a pan-India grant, and that was also to show you that it is truly pan-India in all its aspects. Just to give you a quick overview on HCL Foundation, completely aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and that's where we've been recommending and requesting all NGOs who are applying to please study, and this is the Delhi audience, I need not say it, repeat it, but then it's important that we go through what SDGs have in store and how our national priorities, especially all the documents, if you are applying in the category of education, health or environment, how are these aligned to the SDGs? There are national indicators in place, there are state level indicators in place, there are district level plans which are also aligned to the SDGs. It's important not only for HCL Grant, but if you're preparing any proposal for that matter or any program strategy for that matter, it is a very important reference. You can see the footprints. I am again saying that it's open, pan-India, and you can see the dot number 3 there in pink, that's spread across for HCL Foundation across the country, starting from Jammu Kashmir to the regions, remote regions of Northeast, and those are HCL grant projects as they are operational. So again, it's the due diligence process that decides where the grant for that particular year will go. Thanks to a very dedicated and a committed team behind HCL Grant, that the process has been very consistent despite 2 very rough years of the pandemic. The team was very much on ground, meeting people, discussing. Only 1 year we had when we had to do maybe e-symposiums. The next year we got into hybrid mode. But so far the due diligence is concerned, it has been very factual, and the travels never stopped. In sessions to come, they will even share the data on the number of kilometers that they have traveled across this vast country. And those are operational projects as we see in India. Going next. There is this little timeline. HCL Foundation is also celebrating a decade of stewardship and impact in this space. Started way before the law came in India, and we have a very enriching session on CSR law today, so stay tuned for that. But then we have my colleague Simi sitting in the audience. They started a little fund called Power of One, and we are very proud of this fund, where HCL Technologies employees donate a rupee or 2 rupees or 5 rupees, per day from their salaries. And we are a proud group of 200,000 employees across the globe. The campaign runs in various currencies across various countries, but in India it is a rupee or 5, or depending upon even open contributions. We have examples of employees who have donated their first salaries to this fund. So that's the level of credibility this fund has. Backed by more than 45,000 people in India. The fund continues, and it is now supporting scholarships for academically talented and sports talented students, and we've introduced art there, and the journey continues. And then you see introduction of various flagship initiatives, such as, in fact, HCL Foundation was registered after Power of One started, so it itself came later in the journey. Highly employee led. Then we introduced something known as Samuday, a flagship program, which is backed by the vision from Mr. Shiv Nadar himself. who is the founder, chairperson emeritus for HCL Technologies and HCL Group. And that program covers essentially, or I would say has a huge vision of converting rural areas into socially, economically self-reliant communities, currently functional in Hardoi district of Uttar Pradesh. We get a lot of inquiries around Samudai as well. This is a mainly directly implemented program, but we do seek some partnerships under that program as well. Now we may be expanding it to a couple of more states, and you'll hear those announcements soon. Going ahead, we launched something known as HCLFoundation Academy. You'll also hear some announcements on Academy, very interesting courses such as ARSH, Adolescent Reproductive Sexual Health, course on CSR law and its applied aspects, Bounce Back, Bounce Forward. Very interesting courses are going on, and these courses I am announcing again, they're completely free of cost and they're open to friends from the development fraternity. They are basically meant to empower all of us with current knowledge. Then we launched something very interesting to address the urban poverty in the cities where HCL has a presence. We also receive a lot of inquiries around urban poverty. We receive, why don't you really work and address immediate poverty in urban areas? I would re-announce the scope in terms of geography is the cities where HCL has a presence, and that is only because of our capacities to be able to deliver and monitor. Not that other cities don't need this program, but that's a board level decision. And this program also is a very, very big program. In fact, a lot of our Uday partners are sitting in the room. If they can please raise their hands so that others can reach out to you. Sanjay ji and others, if you could please, I don't know. Okay. So please reach out to them, and if you need further information. But this is also an opportunity, I would say, for a lot of NGOs write to us that we don't have presence in rural areas, whereas HCL grant is just for rural areas. We highly encourage them to register when the HCL grant process opens, because the same database is used not only by us, but we share with certain other credible donors. Government at times, when they reach out to us, being a listed company, we are liable to provide data. Basis your consent, we take your registration details, and at times we get geography specific requests, and then we share the same database, but we also use it for sharing the request for proposals for our Uday program. Very interesting, Sports for Change, another special initiative, Pan-India. It's working at grassroots level to promote Olympic sport and mainstream children who are otherwise left out because of mainly economic reasons. Has a reach of almost, I would say, 60,000 plus children. We have results like Jerlin, who has just won 3 consecutive gold medals in the Deaf Olympics. Recently, she has returned and brought glory home. So we are so happy that now the impact is visible. In fact, not one, but at least 5 players are representing us internationally already from this segment. And the HCL grant, which is the day about. So I'm not going to speak much. Teams are going to give you further introduction, but predominantly a rural development program with the ambition of nation building. With the aspiration to set up a benchmark for how do we keep our cities clean, we chose Noida because that's where HCL started its journey from, and the project is called Clean Noida. Many of our NGO partners also partner there. It's predominantly a solid waste management program and is setting up source codes in this particular domain. Many used to come and tell us that your HCL grant kind of works in environment, but it is not doing enough. And we also realize that we kind of really need to do more in terms of climate action. We saw the ministry's data, and the percentage on, percentage dedicated to environment by corporate sector was also not very impressive. given that we framed a beautiful program called HCL Harit, the Green Spaces Initiative by HCL Foundation. This is spanning into 7 states of India without any rural or urban boundaries. Also a partnership, or I would say partner-led program initiative. We also implement directly depending upon what exactly we are doing. Recent study, and we do have Harit colleagues also in the room, and some of the partners who are partnering already. We were so glad to see that even with 1.5 years of work, our water conservation data is like making even our, I mean, we are going to have ESG discussion soon, but just to throw some data that HCL is 21 times water positive, even with just about 1.5 years of work. Carbon sequestration data is being collected. Solid waste management and the circular economy data is being collected. Lots is happening both in the community space as well as internal space of the industry, but we'll understand more from the eminent panel what do we mean by ESG. But so far Harit is concerned, it's our initiative towards planet and its conservation. Those are a few numbers. 900 crores invested over 10 years in CSR space by HCL Foundation. Going next. I kind of have covered, so I'll not go much deeper into this. And let me leave you with a message by our chairperson, Mrs. Roshni Narar Malhotra, who is also the chairperson of chair of the CSR committee, followed by the CEO of HCL Technologies, Mr. C. Vijay Kumar. And then we'll continue with the rest of the day. Thank you.
I'm proud to speak with you all as HCL Foundation turns a decade old. And we do this 2 years before the 10th year anniversary of the formalization of the CSR law in our country. We start our journey with the ambitious vision of creating pilot solutions. We call them source codes. These solutions, if applied at a large scale, have the potential to create a huge socio-economic and environmental impact. Our approach is anchored in being exclusive. We work with NGOs, government, and independent agencies to drive efforts that are aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals to help towards nation building. I am thrilled to say that the journey has been truly exciting and fulfilling. Over the last decade, our programs or solutions have been refined to deliver transformational and sustainable impact for communities where they are implemented. Today, HCL Foundation drives 5 flagship programs, including Samuday for Integral Rural Development, Uday to address urban poverty, Clean Noida to transform Noida into one of the cleanest cities in India, Harit for environmental action, and HCL Grant to empower nonprofits for community-led rural upliftment. Over the last decade, these programs have helped transform close to 3 million lives. HCL Foundation has created meaningful partnerships with over 200 NGOs to deliver impact in 122 districts across 21 states and 3 union territories. Today, we are celebrating the winners of the 7th edition of HCL Grant, a program that empowers some of India's most innovative nonprofits to transform rural ecosystems. HCL Grant has actively supported 32 NGOs to not only enhance their work, but also strengthen their organization and institute governance structures to make them future-ready and attract financial aid from a larger group of partners. These NGOs have collectively improved 840,000 lives spread across the length and breadth of the country. This is truly deep impact. However, we have also created a pool of over 35,000 NGOs who have applied to the grant through the years. The rigorous grant process allows us to identify some of the best NGOs who are featured in an annual compendium that serves as a guide for organizations looking to find the right NGO partners for their CSR or philanthropic efforts. The first decade of HCL Foundation required us to make major investments in creating pilots or source codes like HCL Grant. The next decade will see us scale these and transform many more lives across many new geographies. We also aim to create strategic programs for climate action to contribute to our country's goal of becoming carbon neutral by 2070 and help enhance the Government of India's National Action Plan for Climate Change. I am confident that our collective actions will help ensure a brighter future for all in our country. Thank you.
Dear friends, we are meeting today at a time when the world stands at the crossroads of crisis and humanity. As we strive to enable harmony between people, planet, and prosperity, corporate social responsibility has taken a whole new significance in this context. 10 years ago, when HCLFoundation was established, we set out with a vision to create templates or source codes for sustainable socio-economic and environmental development. The cornerstone on which it was built was the Power of One, an employee-led program based on the belief that even a small contribution can make significant difference in that society. 7 years ago, we made a paradigm shift, expanding our ambit from the power of one to the power of many with the HCL grant, the flagship program built on invaluable partnerships with the Fifth Estate. The HCL grant has helped us to go beyond the limits of our capacities to extend our CSR work to the remotest corners of the country. Focused on our core priorities of environment, health, and education, it has expanded our footprint from sustainable waste management in Karnataka to reviving primary health centers in Nagaland, from improving maternal, newborn, and child health in the tribal areas of Madhya Pradesh, to increasing water storage capacity in Rajasthan, to enabling digital literacy, financial literacy, and wholesome education for children across India. And as we push forward, we keep a close watch on quality and governance. HCL Grant Program is the prime example of HCLFoundation's advocacy for accountability and transparency in the development sector through institutionalized processes and governance structures. Our governance standards are indeed amongst the best in the world. This is core to HCL Technologies' CSR policy, which binds us to the highest standards of environmental sustainability and holistic integrated development. In the last decade, we focused on creating templates and source codes. In the next decade, we plan to implement and scale these source codes globally. As I extend a hearty congratulations to the winners of the grant this year, I do believe this is just the beginning. We have miles to travel together, and I have no doubt that with a collective passion and diligence, we will carry forward this mission to help create a better world. Thank you and all the best.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much, Nidhi. In the last 1.5 months of having done these symposiums, it wouldn't have been possible without your support, and we really sincerely thank you for your leadership. And I hope the messages were as invigorating as it was intended to be. Today, we have a very special panel discussion on the role of NGOs in shaping the emerging ESG narrative in India with esteemed panelists. Before I invite them upon the stage, I would like to introduce them. We have with us Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee, CEO, Anil Agarwal Foundation and Chairman, DLC Global CSR and Philanthropy Committee. Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee is widely acclaimed as the father of CSR in our country. He was instrumental in framing and issuing the CSR guidelines for public sector enterprises and played a major role in the inclusion of Section 135 in the Companies Act of 2013 and framing of the rules thereafter. As DG and CEO of IICA, he spearheads the National Foundation for Corporate Social Responsibility and is also widely acclaimed as a management practitioner, theorist, and a teacher. He has written and lectured over many years on issues of social and sustainable development, corporate responsibility, and human resources across multiple forums. And we are very, very lucky to have Dr. Chatterjee with us today. Joining Dr. Chatterjee, we've got with us Rituj Sahu, who is an independent consultant, former German Chancellor Fellow, and is an independent business and sustainability researcher with 10 years of experience in the fields of financial risk advisory, not-for-profit management, public policy, and impact investing. In the past, he was a part of the founding team of an agricultural policy advisory firm for governments and ag-tech firms in India. Most recently, he was awarded the German Chancellor Fellowship for Emerging Leaders in 2021 to study innovations in the impact investing ecosystem in Germany, and he holds a bachelor's degree in economics from Delhi University and an executive certificate in social finance from Oxford University. Welcome you, Rituj. Additionally, we've got two more very esteemed panelists. Joining both of them is Parul Soni, founder and global managing partner of Think Through Consulting. He is a consummate professional with over 25 years of experience and expertise in international investment, bilateral and multilateral trade, cross-border policies, regional trade agreements, and negotiations at national and international levels. Parul has worked in over 54 countries with Fortune 500 companies, global alliances, industry associations, and development organizations, along with knowledge institutions. Along with them, we have our very own Ms. Nidhi Pundhir joining them for the panel. I'd like to welcome you on the stage, please. Our moderator for today is a very special one again, indeed. We've got Mr. Rahul Rishi joining in, who leads the social sector practice at Nishit Desai Associates. He is a graduate in law from Gujarat National Law University with Masters in Development Studies from TIS, Mumbai. He has been an avid speaker on various domestic and international forums on philanthropy, impact investing, blended finance, and social businesses. Rahul, the stage is all yours. Let's have a huge round of applause for a very esteemed panel today.
Along with that, we have a list of panelists and who are quite expert in their own fields, and I thank all of them to give us time to discuss their thoughts with us. Before we begin, I just wanted to give a brief of what this issue is about and how do we want to take this forward. So I think we are at a very interesting stage of convergence between CSR and ESG. When we look at different jurisdictions, even outside of India, we see a lot of ESG activism happening, particularly in Europe. There have been ESG activism in North American countries. Few countries are not very aggressive on the CSR front, at least from a policy perspective. In terms of business behaviors, they've been quite active, but India is one such unique jurisdiction where we have CSR mandated laws, and that actually has allowed a lot of companies to come at the forefront and bring in a lot of social changes. This law also has been appreciated by different countries, and in some form or the other, it has been integrated into their own ecosystems. We also have now moved slightly ahead of CSR, where we have started to see integration between CSR and ESG. And with recent health crisis or climate change, we have seen a lot of these conversations happening around ESG and how do companies try to integrate their CSR into ESGs. ESG in itself is not a new phenomenon. However, its institutional acceptance is something, and its institutional integration is something which we have started to see happening in a big way. If we look at it from an investor's perspective, institutional investors have started to go big on ESG. There are also a lot of shareholder activism that's happening around. So I think institutionally there's a lot of acceptance. At the same time, NGO sector also has a very important role to play. In a lot of jurisdictions, we have seen NGO activism actually nudging shareholders to put more pressure on institutional investors to bring in reforms within the board, to bring in reforms within the way the company operates and with the way company interacts with its shareholders. So I think the overall idea for us and with our esteemed panel guests is to discuss how these convergences have been taking place and to understand what their thoughts are on this subject as a whole. I would like to begin our interaction with our panelists here, sorry. And I think my first question would be to Miss Nidhi. Ma'am, first of all, thank you so much for taking us through to HCL's initiatives around CSR and around philanthropy. At the same time, we also, I think on behalf of the audience, I would like to understand how does the foundation see integration between CSR and ESG, one, at a philanthropic level, two, at an institutional level, and how do you see this convergence 10 years from now in terms of companies being more prepared to face issues that present itself before us, particularly in the field of climate change and sustainability?
Thanks, Rahul. And I was hoping that you'll first engage other panelists and then ask me, because we are pretty much hosting the symposium. And we're here actually to learn also on this very important subject from all of you present in the room. But I must say that, and first of all, let me be very transparent here in terms of announcing that so far HCL is concerned and HCL Technologies is concerned, we have very much segregated the CSR and the ESG agenda. We complement each other, but we kind of are very clear that what is to be done outside the company, and with Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee sharing the stage, I should be very clear on that there is an internal control environment within the company, or let's say internal enabler environment within the company, and there is something to be done for planet and people. So I think when it comes to outside the horizons of the company, the CSR comes into play, and the data that I showed in the morning, that's what, but that essentially contributes to the larger ESG framework, and I think Parul is going to give us more insights into these frameworks. But just to kind of maybe open the forum and not take too much time, I would say whichever framework we use and whichever kind of matrices that we apply, eventually this is the need of the hour, that we all got to conserve the environment, and we all got to be working towards a larger realization of human rights. And when we say environment, it's everyone included, and humans are just a part of that. So I think that's what ESG agenda is all about. As far as HCL Foundation's contribution to the larger group's ESG goals are concerned, I'll cover that as we move ahead. But I'm also eager to listen from other experts,
Sure.
on this question.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your insights on this. So, just as a follow-up to what you said, I think we would, it would be great to have Dr. Chatterjee's views on how, sir, how do you see integration of CSR and ESG, particularly in light of 135 and the fact that CSR law as a whole has also evolved from where it was in 2013. Companies have now started to institutionally integrate themselves into CSR framework. Do you see a step ahead onto this, sir, in terms of further development of this law, or it diversifying into something more holistic? And how do we see the ecosystem shaping up in near future? And what role you essentially see of intermediaries or service providers in shaping this space and transitioning from CSR into a broader theme, sir?
Well, let me first thank HCL Foundation for giving me the opportunity to be with all of you here today. Some of the NGOs represented here have been encouraged by the HCL Foundation over many years, and the helping hand that you've given to so many of them has become almost legendary in the CSR practice. So kudos to you, Nidhi. You've been doing it with so much passion and so much commitment. It warms the cockles of my heart as someone who was part of the framing of the legislation to see how much of a distance we have covered since the law became operational on the 1st of April 2014. Rahul's question is a multifaceted question. It has many aspects to it, so I, at this stage at least, don't want to give a long monologue. I'll only say that when we were writing the law, and this writing of the law took place between 2011 and 12, it went through many, many drafts. What did we have before us? We didn't even have the SDGs. We had no idea that anything like ESG would ever, pop up on the horizon of any landscape. We had only the MDGs with us. And I still remember that when we were writing Schedule 7, a large part of it was drawn from the Millennium Development Goals of that time. And it is, I must say, prescient of us to now, in the year 2022, to literally not change Schedule 7 at all, except for adding one or two important Prime Minister's programs. But it has stood the test of time. Because in Schedule 7, you will also see that environmental issues are taken care of. Most companies, right now I'm the CEO of the Anil Agarwal Foundation, which is the entire give back of Vedanta. We are at number 5, I think, in terms of the quantum of CSR budget. It's about 541 crores. If you take our ESG part also in terms of what we do for conservation, which Nidhi rightly pointed out, internal and external, so we too are very technically clear that what is CSR and what is not. But if you include that, another 100 crores at least, so about 640 to 700 crores is what one company spends in 1 year for CSR and for conservation. So in this journey between 2014 and 2022, many developments have taken place. But most companies, Vedanta included, we put CSR and we put ESG in one common vertical. Because there are a lot of commonalities, a lot of similarities, and the teams that were working in CSR are moving seamlessly into the concept of ESG, because it is in a way a step forward. What ESG has become is more umbrella, it's become more overarching, and CSR is a pretty large part of it. What's the difference? There is no law on ESG so far, but there is a law on CSR. The law on CSR has become stricter and stricter and stricter, but we are yet to see even the signs remotely of any law ever happening on ESG anywhere. right? I'll just finish this first initial comment by saying we are here to see what NGOs can do for ESG. And many times the mindset of NGOs are of two kinds. One is, what can we do? This is about corporates. ESG is basically what corporates are supposed to do. Period. If they do it, fine. If they don't, what does it matter to us? Is one attitude. Second attitude to take from you is activism. So can we go out, raise placards, show our voice, use social media, compel or coerce or pressurize companies to do ESG? That's the second. But to me, the third and most important role is to actually do environmental projects under CSR for companies and demonstrate to companies, look, we're not about just placards and shouting. We can actually do for you what you should be doing and make us partners. That's what I'd like to say at the first round. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insights on this. I would like now, I think, hi, Parul, sir, we are meeting after so long. Thanks for lockdown, yeah. So, Parul, sir, and we have known each other for quite a long time now, and we keep bumping into each other on, during conferences and for other client-related work. So, I think my question to you, sir, is going to be a little more on the industry side in terms of what your sectoral observation has been so far in terms of you seeing this space emerging, and do you see NGOs' role changing in terms of how NGOs were when the law was first enacted and how NGOs currently are in terms of their interaction with CSR and corporate houses, and what role can NGO be potentially playing in terms of expanding this space? I mean, over and above the intermediary role that they already execute. And one last question on that too, sir. And what sort of, because a lot of companies basis are in when we interact with foundations, a lot of their focus also is on impact, and they talk about a lot of corporate houses have now started to focus on new forms of financing models. So how do they integrate that with NGOs, or are NGOs prepared to explore this part of the area, particularly in light of ESG ecosystem that's growing now?
Good. Thank you, Rahul. This is really good that we're all here, and thank you for HCL Foundation to not only invite us, but also throwing light on the whole perspective of ESG. Dr. Chatterjee has said about the CSR and the thinking about CSR as such, the law, the Section 135, the rules, and then also the Schedule 7 as such. Definitely everybody, I think after 8 or 9 years, everybody is aware of the entire momentum and the law, the act, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs coming back and giving clarification and all that. Now the time has come when we are talking about the whole aspect about ESG. And ESG is not new. I'm sorry, a lot of people are now coining up the whole thinking about it's new theory, new thinking, all that's not new. Lot of companies, I want to reiterate, and I want to be very, very forefront in that, is we're doing a lot of work on environment. And what is E in ESG was the entire your environment ecosystem. The energy that you use, water do you use, whatever you are using as material, which is coming to the company. It's like any production company, any software company, any company which is bringing any material from either their vendors, producers, or from anyone, is basically comes into the whole thinking about what are they emitting, what are the emission levels, what are the water levels, what are they thinking about these kind of energy mix. As you know, 47% of global warming is happening because of our use of electricity. The lights which we are using, all those thermal. So that's the E part of ESG, that the E. The S, you're all aware, and it's quite simple, but it's not simple in the whole strategy of schemes of S in the ESG is talking about the pay parity. The pay parity between the lowest rank of your employee to the highest rank, the CEO. It cannot be 5,000% change. The person who's your support staff taking maybe 15,000 and your CEO is taking 15 million or maybe $50 million per month. The thinking is, how will we harmonize the whole structure of social benefit? So it starts from there. There is the entire diversity, inclusion, equity, and the thinking about what are you contributing as a civil society organization. Why ESG? A lot of people are asking about the whole demystification of ESG. We are bringing the tri-sector approach in global economy. Means government, civil society, and businesses are working now together to have the challenge which has been posed by pandemics like 2020 and also the global warming, the temperature rising to 2% and all those things. So that's the S part of it. And the G part is where the CEOs, the board have to discuss what is happening on the whole environment part. You must have heard so much stories about that there was a threat to the company. What is your business continuity planning? All discussion has to roll up to that level, which is at the governance level, at the board level. Why this discussion will happen? What kind of notings they are having? What kind of discussions they're having? Are they documenting those discussions or not? That's the G part of ESG. I'm telling you, Dr. Chatterjee, I agree with you that there is no Parliament Act on ESG, but there is today in the morning, European Union financial reporting standard has just brought the draft report today in terms of standards and also looking at the entire thinking about wherever there is money flow. I want to be very candid about it, where the investors are looking at the entire mapping and the norms, how you work on the E, S, and G as such, and are you discussing those aspects? That is the thinking about the investor. Where the money flows, people change. I'm telling you, I'm sorry, I've been with you from last now 27 years. We're working with not-for-profit organization as a donor, as an implementer. When a donor, brings the standard, the not-for-profit changes. Here the situation is, investors are bringing those values, and then the companies are changing because they have to adhere to those standards, because if money will shrink, companies will start shrinking. So this is a law which will stay. There is business sense of ESG, and there is a business sense to see, because business of business is to do business, and philanthropy, social development is all good part of the S as such. So that's the whole framework we are looking at. There are the European Union standards. There is a standard which is coming in from the New York Stock Exchange. SEBI has brought in the standards on ESG. Lot of standards coming in, and the time is now right to see that how we move on partnerships and how we will be working together as civil society, business, and not-for-profit and government together to see we are bringing that value, and that value has to stay, because companies have to be sustainable, because companies are also run by people, and that's the people-centric approach to ESG.
Thank you, Parul sir. That was lovely to hear those comments from you. My next question would be to Rituj. Rituj, as you are an investment professional who's been into impact space and blended space, we would like to understand, how do you see impact and blended finance space vis-a-vis non-profits, and what role do they specifically have to play, given the fact that there are certain inherent restrictions in the way capital can flow into them and flow out of it, given the fact that they are non-profits and there are certain inherent restrictions that they continue to face from a business point of view. How do you see we can possibly channelize impact and blended finance to further support this sector, specifically in the context of NGOs?
Thank you for the question, Rahul. Also, thank you to HCL Foundation for inviting me to be a part of such an esteemed panel. It's an honor to be here. To answer your question, Rahul, I think so. There's of course greater convergence between not-for-profits, the way not-for-profits are thinking about impact, and the way investors are thinking about impact. And like there are a bunch of reasons for that. So I think like the biggest reason is that now the conversation is not about one versus the other, but about how do we increase the size of the pie to be able to reach a greater audience, uh, to make larger impact. So that is one. I think that there is, with the range of issues rising, with the impact of, for example, climate change being felt by so many of us, with the advent of pandemics like COVID-19 and the impact of that being felt by marginalized groups and more sections of the society, there is definitely a greater need for the pool of capital available to make impact more. So that's one. The second thing is that, so there are a bunch of angles to look at this from. One is that there needs to be preventative action. Then the second is that there needs to be affirmative action. And the third thing is that there needs to be a whole compliance around it. So I think like there's enough been already spoken about the compliance angle of it. So I'll probably like touch upon the other angles. I think where CSR comes into the picture is where affirmative action lies. That we need to not only look at what businesses do to run their businesses, but also to be able to give back to the society to fulfill their responsibilities, right? And that is, I think, pretty widely understood. Where ESG comes into the picture is to look inwards and reflect on our own value chains. And that is where ESG, as I think Parul Soni sir very rightly pointed out, that we need to be cognizant of the way we govern our companies, which includes a range of issues from how we hire people, how much of a diverse talent pool do we attract, what are our practices with respect to the laborers that we engage with, what kind of negative externalities would we generate for the environment that is related to that which relates to the E. With related to the S, what kind of impact, what kind of social equity are we creating for the environment? Now, I think, so to go back to the original question, that while, like from an investor's point of view, I think like when we talk about investors, we only not need to look at the institutional investors, but people like you and me who are also shareholders, in a bunch of companies. And when there is greater demand from civil society and larger audience like us, and which is thankfully like also being reinforced by greater use of data and analytics and the availability of information, that is sort of leading towards more and more convergence towards what more can you do as a society, as a section of the society that has a responsibility towards the society but is also affected by the actions of it, to contribute to this whole impact narrative. So yeah, that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ritesh, for your comments on that. My next question is for Dr. Chatterjee here. Sir, human rights is a very integral component of ESG. There have been instances where this specific element has been of great importance in the context of European laws, specifically EU and other tertiary countries around it. How do you see this element shaping up in the context of NGOs' presence in India, with the way charity is done, with the way companies interact with them, and the fact that we are trying to be going big on the manufacturing side right now? From an economic perspective, we are big on the services industry side. So do you see more of convergence between human rights and supply chain, or do you see there are going to be few potential conflicts that ESG could help us resolve? And how do you foresee this subtext sector to be emerging in near future, sir?
Yeah, Rahul, I wasn't answering immediately in a knee-jerk kind of fashion, because your question needs some amount of reflection. Human rights is a very vast topic, and it has many facets to it. But I think central to the whole concept of human rights is basically this: the dignity of the individual. That's all it is. So, when Parul was talking about all the aspects, the three elements of ESG, particularly the social part, and to some extent the governance part, because I sit on at least 4 or 5 boards where we discuss issues of ESG in considerable detail. And in the social part, ESG is basically about deep diving into the company's own practices, its own conscience, its own purpose. So when you talk about ESG in a boardroom, you introspect a great deal. And we do this sometimes in camera, sometimes off camera. Because introspection is actually a very harsh process. You don't want to talk badly about yourselves, but you know there are things you're not doing, things you should be doing, things that haven't happened. You haven't even brought them on the agenda.
Right.
And much of that relates to the way we treat our employees,
Right.
the way we look at our vendors, the way we look at the supply chain, the way we do stakeholder management. Are we really respecting, example, supply chain? People are providing you with materials, which is what Parul said. What do we call them? Vendors. What do we do with them? At least 3 quotations, 4 quotations. They are just a name, a number, faceless, what shall I say, humanless in terms of the way we treat them. NGOs, या ये काम फलाने NGO को दे दो भाई. No. They are our partners. In CSR, we, suited, booted, sitting in our fancy offices, are not there on the ground where the action is happening, where our beneficiaries are. The money we're giving is for them there. I say this repeatedly, and I've started this practice. We do not start a CSR program without bringing our partners on board and asking them, should we do this? How should we do this? How can we do better? Sit at the table and tell us, what do we know about the real India? It's you who are there, dirting your hands, soiling your shoes, staying with the beneficiaries day after day after day in inhuman conditions. Tell us, how can we do this better? How can we create real impact? It's not about Vedanta, it's not about Anil Agarwal Foundation. It's about what we can do out there. So, the respect for human dignity is to me the centrality of human rights. And if we bring some of this that I said into the practice of what we do, human rights would have been really well served.
Thank you, sir, for that.
Rahul, can I add on what
Please.
he said? He very aptly said that. You know what has happened if you look at the global West, the global North, the Northern Americas. You know, the whole thinking of the ethical supply chain, the cleaning of supply chain, the greener supply chain started way back in 1980s and 90s. The thinking was, how will we bring that kind of optimism and more honest supply chain as such? What is happening in this context, what we are now drawing from ESG, was the standards of European Union and the Northern, global North as such. We have not brought Indianization on the ESG in India.
Right.
We are aping it, because what question you are asking about business and human rights, in India, that's a banned question, sorry to say. If you ask a question to a board of a company saying that, what are your views on human rights? Because it's very, very Western connotation. The thinking here is, I'm just trying to,
Right.
Demystification on this is, the whole thinking about the treatment of our people. In US, there is a whole law which says that 5% of procurement has to be done from diverse group. Their diverse group means ethnicity, minority, people black in color. I'm sorry to use the word. The thinking is that diversity in India is more as women, looking at diverse groups like disabled group, looking at the whole thinking about LGBTQ, the transgenders, all that. The connotation is changing. I think the time has come here. I think we have to start the whole thinking about how will we look at those 10 commandments of S and looking at the whole thinking about it. Because as you talk about human rights, it's not that the companies are killing people or putting them in the furnaces. It's pay parity, thinking about the social viability of this entire thing, how you recruit people, as Dr. Chatterjee said, how do you treat people at your gate level, at the floor shop floor level, at the whole thinking about the whole variety of things. I think that is the conversation we have to have, because the investors will ape those commandments and say that what have you done on this, but I think not many companies in this country have done anything on human rights because there is no violation as such.
Just to re-clarify, see, the question that I had was not, in the context of looking at human rights in black and white.
It's a ninth quadrant.
It was
in the
something
S part,
of a, bundled set of elements. But I think essentially what I wanted to come at was, look, like for example, you interact
Rahul,
a lot.
not your fault. But I'm just clarifying. The thing is, you are not at fault. Sorry, I'm not portraying that way. My thinking is human rights as in country, because when in all the press briefings from the US, a person from the State Department says that there are violations happening in India on the human rights perspective, and that's what it is. I'm trying to clarify that the human rights have to be looked at more human level or human level than looking at the violations or the thinking about it. We don't have slaves in this country today. The context has changed.
Right.
The context has changed. We have to change the entire context of the business. So our businesses are competing. As you see, today's report, from 35 we have gone up. The competitiveness of India is today really in those ranks where we are competing with the global West. We are very passionate about this country. So ESG from that perspective has to be also tailored toward demystification, has to be more Indianization ESG than the aping of the West. So that's the clarification I want to put.
Fair enough. So I think just to declutter that question of mine a little more, I think the intent behind the question was to understand in what institutional ways are companies looking at this sector, right? And from a Western perspective, yes, human rights is a very prescriptive issue, and I think it's a very loaded term. But when we look at our laws, when we look at our interactions, and the fact that as a lawyer, we do see a lot of activism happening on the ESG space in other jurisdictions, while we do not foresee that happening in India in the context of Companies Act. But at an institutional level, what sort of conversations are happening between relevant stakeholders? I think that's the larger
that's
context.
correct. I totally agree. I think consultation and conversation have to happen more. We have to have more dialogue with the real stakeholders. That's it. So I agree with you.
We've got to move that device for, but very interesting, and we must compliment Rahul for really preparing the questions quite well. The topic today, when we were looking at, and I must, I can notice that maybe amongst the audience, especially representing the NGOs, you must be wondering, why are we discussing ESG here? In this context of HCL grant and so on. But let me tell you that when we started this series of symposiums in Bangalore this earlier just about 35 days ago, we started with this topic of partnership and compliance. And when we said, is it compliance or is it impact? And we were like there's no choice, we have to make an impact while being compliant. It's something, it's essential. And compliance not only from the point of view of CSR law and so on. But if we look at, and our experience, especially with HCL Grant and other partnerships that we have, even as NGOs, I mean, if I look at HCL Foundation, we are also a trust. You know, even as NGOs, the entire ESG framework very much applies to us. And that's something, and I see many leaders sitting here in amongst the audience today, that is, that if the business, or let's say the profit-making group is discussing the ESG framework in the boardrooms, NGOs also need to make it into their board agenda, because it is about the environmental practices. I mean, we still see non-environmental friendly practices in the NGO space as much as we see in the corporate space. Also, the social part of it, measuring impact, for example. I mean, we could be doing mass afforestation, we could be doing pond rejuvenation, we could be doing, you know, whole lot of work with people living with disabilities, various communities which are left out. But are we measuring the impact in such a manner that it really contributes? So it's basically ensuring that our frameworks are in place. But I would really want to pay, draw our attention to the G part of it and the governance. And we often in the NGO space, you know, we kind of, you know, and we find it extremely difficult even after award of grants. I don't want to quote it, but no harm in saying that, because we are one group here and it's a transparent forum. Out of 170 odd or 180 odd CA certificates we just collected in our partnerships, 53 had mistakes. CA certificates. Now, we can ignore it or we take it very seriously. But I think the later part we have to do, because it is investors' money at the end of the day. And if, you know, things like this are happening, I think as leadership we got to pay attention. Then, you know, coming to policies, as much as the human rights framework would apply to our communities and to our programs, they very much apply to the internal institutional framework within the NGO also. Be it policies around workplace, be it policies around child protection, you know, all those which become a part of, and you'll hear that later in the day, why they've been made a part of a process like HCL Grant. And we receive those questions that, why are you asking so many documents? Why are you doing such a high level of due diligence? Because we are also partners in ESG. You know, when we are partnering in the larger framework. So I think it's critical, it's important that and it's not a jargon. I mean, if we look at ESG and unpack it, everything comes into it. Everything that anybody does comes into it. So it's not a huge jargon. But it was the idea of having this panel was also to set the discourse open, that this is the present and going to be the future, that we'll start measuring things in a more comprehensive way rather than just the program impact or just the capacity to deliver, etc., etc. So what we are looking at is totality. I just want to give you maybe few figures here, and we were also quite happy when we were doing our own water credit studies, etc. recently, and I gave you one figure, but 14.7 billion liters of water conserved. We are calculating carbon sequestration. So all the environment applications that come to us, how each indicator is then converted into us being able to measure some of these credits. And you soon have requests from even government to share carbon credits. We are getting that. It is a part of our MOU now that we'll share the credits 50%. So the future is not about funds, dollars and rupees. Future is about these credits being shared and owned. So I just wanted to little bit, you know, bring that from human rights to the rights of everyone living on this planet,
Right.
you know, will be critical now.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Yes, we can take questions. I had one last question for Rituj, and then we'll pass on. Rituj, you know, we typically see NGOs as identifiers of emerging trends, be it health, be it sustainability or environment. We also know that there's a lot of capacity building that needs to be done at that end. So how do you, as you know, sitting on this side of the aisle, see the role of NGO sector in terms of strengthening them to continue to identify these growing trends and then integrate them into ESG? Because a lot of times when we do support them from a capacity building perspective, we did not actually go down the activist path. Those transitions can happen seamlessly. How do you see industry taking a role forward in shaping up this capacity building measures so that such integrations can be more seamless?
Thank you for that question, Rahul. So I think from the perspective of the role of not-for-profits in shaping the ESG narrative, I think it has a strong role. That's the short answer. And now in what ways? So I think like first and foremost, as you rightly pointed out, that the not-for-profit sector has been pioneer in identifying some of the key trends, emerging trends related to environment, related to social equity, related to governance issues. So I think advancing those and continuing to build evidence is going to be first and foremost very important. Secondly, I think an important role that the not-for-profit sector plays is how do you use that evidence to shape the agenda, right? And that's where like common platforms where not-for-profits as well as industries, including civil society organizations and shareholders and investors, how do you give or how do you create space for the not-for-profit sector to raise its voice, to have a seat at the table at such common platforms? For example, COP27, COP28. For example, at G20, because a lot of the agenda that drives what we as a society ought to do, what different groups, including industry associations, including civil societies ought to do, are decided or in some sense driven through like these common platforms. So it's important to make greater space for the not-for-profit sector there. The third thing, and I think a very important thing, is that I heard the comments of our esteemed panelists. At the end of the day, everything relates to this common theme of value creation, right? That businesses have been creating value since as long as they have existed. How we define value, however, has become more nuanced now. And it's not that that's all of a sudden a new concept. It has already existed. It's simply that there is greater demand, there is greater need, and with the advent of data and more reporting, it has become also more possible for the narrative to have more and more convergence towards what value can mean. So I think the role for not-for-profit sector there, in consonance with the industries, is to show the industry what ESG and what participating in this process can do for value creation for businesses.
Right.
So essentially, I think we need to be partners in this entire process of value creation and creating more harmonization in terms of what value means to all sections. And value is, and I think at this point it's important to mention that a lot of ESG narrative is centered around something called financial materiality, which means that what companies do, in terms of what matters and what does not matter to companies, it all comes down to financial materiality, which is, will it impact my balance sheet or not? Right. Will it impact my profit and loss statement or not? If we want, as a not-for-profit space, as a not-for-profit association, what we need to do to work with industry is to be a part of that conversation and to show what it means for the profit and loss statement, what it means for the balance sheet, and beyond that, trying to also redefine what value means to businesses. So I think unless that happens, we will continue to operate in silos. There will be these, some people will always think of ESG as jargon. And social impact vis-a-vis ESG, there will always be, there will always continue to be a binary between them, as opposed to them moving towards more and more convergence.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ritesh, for your views on this. We can now pass the mic to the audience and we can take a few questions, if any.
Green greetings to all the people who are in the panel and or in the audience. So my name is Shrey Saxena. My NGO's name is Grow Diesel Climate Care Council. I'm a Dyna Award recipient of this year. And my question to you is that whenever the CSR professionals are shortlisting a particular project, what is the priority? If the number of people that are being impacted versus the environmental impact that is being done. So whenever we are submitting an ESG project, what is given more priority?
Yeah, that's not an easy question to answer. I don't even know when we are actually allocating work to our implementation partners, whether these two questions are questions we ask ourselves. One is we want to impact the community or that part of the community or the beneficiaries. And so we tend to introspect and ask, if we're going to spend this kind of money on this CSR project, how many beneficiaries, how much do we impact, and will that impact be lasting? You know, this one shot, one thing, you know, hit and run doesn't work anymore. So principally the way we try to look at projects is that for the money that we are putting in, what is the impact we're going to create in terms of the numbers of beneficiaries, in terms of the lastingness or sustainability of that project? That is our principal priority, generally speaking. What kind of an environmental impact it will have, negative or positive, is, yes, you're right, a secondary question. Here, the attitude is, are we doing any harm to the environment by this project? And if we feel that we are not, then we're okay with it. We don't really think, are we actually benefiting the environment in any way? That would be going one stage more. But if we applied both of these parameters to every single project, maybe we would end up doing no projects. It's hard to do both. But yes, to answer your question, first priority is impact. Second is we should do no harm to the environment. If we can go further and say, are we doing benefit to the environment, we'd love to.
And you know, just to kind of add, first of all, I don't know whether you apply for an ESG project under CSR. I mean, there is, so while ESG is more of, I would say, an overarching framework to assess the kind of environment or the processes through which you will implement, right? Something like, for example, what would be the travel credit of, even we do that for HCL grant, you know, we've measured the kilometers and everything, and are we doing enough in our projects to make that negative, or rather have enough positive credits to our end? So I think that's something that one really needs to internally assess, and that would definitely be a part of the CSR projects that you are applying, a kind of assessment. A very clear example is agriculture projects. I mean, we get under environment category in HCL grant many agriculture projects, and there is a sudden elimination, and they come back asking us, because the impact of the project is to enhance productivity in agriculture, and then we say that this is not. So our humble submission when we say people applying, especially for environment or people working with the Harit program and so on, that it is time now that we measure impact on planet specifically. There need to be biodiversity indicators. Everything cannot, eventually everything will benefit human population, but we really need to see how other species are getting benefited. And that's the planet indicator. So biodiversity indicators are critical, they are important. And the ESG is more of a framework in terms of your policy, in terms of, in order to achieve that impact, and as Dr. Chatterjee said, that it should be completely harmless. That's what it is. But eventually it is going to be a CSR project if you are applying for.
Apply. There's no such thing as an ESG project. As Parul very I think, in detail explained. ESG is about the internal things that a company does to achieve excellence in all of those three parameters. And investors today particularly, you were right about one thing I have to say. If the money shrinks, people will comply. You know, if investors, and this is Rituj's point, he's the specialist on investing. If the attitude of investors is, give me the 360-degree picture on your ESG, have you ticked the boxes or not? If you have, we'll give you the money. If not, correct yourselves in the next 1 year or 1.5 years, then we'll give you the money. If you don't do that at all, forget the money. Then automatically what will happen is that in some ways, ESG is very investor driven also. Human beings do not normally do things voluntarily. There has to be some pressure of some kind, whether it's activism, whether it's the money itself, whether it's a compliance, whether it's a law. So something pushes, nudges, pressurizes, and then you have the framework.
You know, if today, if you look at from the global investor scenario, if your ESG is not in terms of mapping is not right and all, your basically debt market, you know, your interest rates increases by 50 basis points, which means if you're borrowing at 8.5%, you will be borrow at 9%. And if you look at companies which are borrowing maybe 20,000 crores, 50 basis points is like, you know, it's like the whole company will start rattling. So the thinking is that we have to be very focused on our approach. And as he said, it's very, very business-like. And that's the business focus we want to bring in with the whole thinking of social impact.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah, I'm Jaya. I'm the program head of North for CRY, Child Rights in Youth. And really thankful for bringing in the importance of ESG once again in our minds. Just wanted to say that like CRY is an organization working essentially for child rights. And we understand that ESG nowadays is a cross-cutting issue across human race and across the other species as well. Like when we submit proposals, what we are doing is that we have also of late understood that while we analyze the root causes, we see that we are working in the most vulnerable villages, and there the water resources have depleted. The wells, the ponds, they are absolutely gone. So what we have done in our some of our projects right now is that we are reviving those water resources. And we have seen that it has not only very deeply impacted the population over there, but has also changed the agricultural pattern, the entire sustainability of that entire area. But these things are something which we have actually understood by doing. There are certain things in the market like the ESG, like the things like the carbon credits which you were saying, which we generally are not aware of being on the ground, being with the vulnerable communities. So I would like to request first to all of you sitting that it would be really helpful for NGOs to have such more platforms where we can understand the nuances, the more upcoming things which are there. And secondly, when we talk about values, as Ritu said, or about the ESG, how do we integrate the entire thing in a proposal? How do we actually move forward and put in a more comprehensive, sustainable model to the corporates? Though we are trying to understand, to learn from our root cause analysis and other things, yet there are many things which we need to explore, we need to learn. So if we can get certain tips and pointers on that, that would be really helpful with to the entire audience, I think.
So
thanks a lot.
Can I comment on this? Yeah, this is, you know, what is happening is that as Dr. Chatterjee and we did a campaign on Section 135, he will remember we were in various parts of India, including Singapore and all over the world, touring about the whole, thinking about the whole 135, the new Companies Act, the policies and all that. What is the need? And my colleague Parvati is sitting here, we discussed recently that we are starting a basically demystification awareness and the entire knowledge series on ESG, where we want to get focus on not-for-profit organization so that they understand the value they will drive from ESG with companies, partnerships and all. That's one. The second is we are starting a dialogue series with TTC as Think Through Consulting, starting a dialogue series with leaders like Nidhi, leaders like others of companies who are basically either the CEOs of the foundations and the CEOs or the strategy heads of the companies to talk about what are their strategy changing. Because if you look at 2014, strategy of the board started changing with the whole act. Sir, you will agree on that. Because this, from a manager CSR, it became a dialogue of the boardroom. Again, the ESG has now started rattling the boardrooms. I am getting at least 15 to 20 calls every day to see that, how I can enable the boards to see that, what is this all about, Because if you look at the SMEs, because all companies are not HCL, sorry, because they are big. There are small companies also. There are SMEs which are basically 50 to 100 crores, 100 to 500 crores, 500 to maybe 2,000, 300 crores. The thinking is there are different connotation of ESG to all. As you are facing this problem, they are also facing this problem as such. So definitely there is a solution. We are very happy to partner with our fellow colleagues here, and with Parvati, please meet. She is here for the day. And I will be more than happy to have a kind of a campaign led on this so that our civil society organizations, because I'm telling you, when I joined civil society organization in 1998, not many youngsters were joining this sector. So I am very closely, I associate with you all to see that whatever new things are happening, I think we have to come to that level to bring them to you to add speed. And that speed will help you understand companies like HCL and companies like others who are basically now will be working with you as partners in progress.
Thanks again, Parul, and our esteemed speakers for sharing their thoughts. I think this was our last question that we would take, and we would like to close the session.
Just make one statement. I see a lot of silence and seriousness in the room, but I just want to say that, and when you said 1998, we pretty much started from the same office. We were colleagues. There'll be something or the other in the room, always. Sometimes it would be MDGs and the SDGs and CSR and ESG now and one human rights framework and the Child Rights Convention and so on and so forth. But I must tell you that so long the ethics, and ethics is a very important word and value system. Ethics is in place, and the basic value system is in place in terms of an organizational ethos. I think everything does fall in space. We just got to upskill ourselves. That's all. That's all we need to do. We need not be, terrified as civil society or NGOs, or now this new framework, are our proposals going to be accepted or not? Just look at whether basics, be it your procurement processes, be it, saying no to child labor and so on, are they being kind of fundamentally followed? Rest will fall in place. Any new framework your organization would be, can readily accept.
Thanks, ma'am. I think those were great words of wisdom. We would like to end this session in the interest of time, but a huge round of applause for our speakers and lovely interacting with you all, and we look forward to such more interactions in coming days and months. Thank you so much.
I am so sorry to do this, to cut down the session, and I know for a fact that this was very enriching and it's a rarely spoken about topic, and we couldn't have had a better panel for the culmination of our last of the series. Thank you so much. I would request Nidhi to please felicitate our fellow panelists with a token of appreciation that we have for them. Let's have a huge round of applause for each. Do you want to?
Our fresh compendium is also sitting there pretty in green, and it's up for reads now, and electronic copy is available. So maybe, Shelley, why don't you show it, the latest. And I just want to say that there is a merit, and Shelley proudly unveils it. There's a merit in this, sitting in this compendium, because after 250 days of due diligence across 2,000 plus applications, this compendium is now being used, so many social development organizations, and it's on the list of donors. So heartiest congratulations, team, for bringing out yet another, a series of it.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. In the interest of time, moving on with a seeking spirit, and to begin with a session of a masterclass on CSR law and its new amendments, I would like to invite our two very dear facilitators, Mr. Nikhil Pant, former Chief Program Executive, National Foundation for CSR, IICA, Ministry of Corporate Affairs for Government of India. Nikhil has played a key role from the government side in the formulation of the nationwide rollout of CSR as per Section 135 Companies Act of 2013. He also specializes in CSR grant management, M&E frameworks, impact assessment, project management, and is currently involved in compliance to impact with sustainability, advising to governments, corporates, NGOs, and sustainable development. Accompanying him is Bhaumik Shah, CEO and founder at CSR Box and NGO Box. Bhaumik is a CSR and sustainability professional with over 9 years of experience in handling CSR projects and partnerships and social impact services. An alumnus of IIFM, he set up CSR Box in 2015 as an independent knowledge resource and networking platform for companies, social businesses, and CSR foundations, making it Asia's largest CSR data intelligence and collaboration hub, working with leadership teams at state industry departments and philanthropic groups. Bhaumik is a member of Bharat Digital Advisory Committee by the Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India. Over to you, Bhaumik and Nikhil.
थैंक यू सो मच लक्षणा. और मैं थोड़ा हिंदी में बोलूँगा तो आप लोगों को बेहतर लगेगा कि इंग्लिश में बोलेंगे? हाउ मेनी वांट हिंदी एंड कितने अंग्रेजी चाहते हैं? क्योंकि हम लोग शायद हिंदी भाषी इलाके में तो हिंदी बोलेंगे तो बेहतर रहेगा शायद. थोड़ा इंग्लिश भी ले आऊँगा मैं, बट आई वुड प्रेफर कि मैं हिंदी में बोलूँ. और मैं थोड़ा मूव अराउंड भी करूँगा. इसको बहुत इंटरैक्टिव सेशन बनाएंगे. और आज हम लोगों का 10वां ये सेशन है. अराउंड द कंट्री हम लोग गए हैं पिछले 6 हफ्तों से. और बैंगलोर गए थे, फिर विजयवाड़ा गए, वहाँ से भुवनेश्वर गए, फिर भोपाल, उदयपुर, पटना, कोलकाता, देहरादून, पुणे और आज दिल्ली. और इस पूरी टूर में हम लोगों ने इन सिम्पोजियम्स के माध्यम से 2 चीज़ों को करने की कोशिश की है. वन इज टू टॉक अबाउट द CSR लॉ और उसमें जो परिवर्तन आए, जो चेंजेस आए हैं. और सेकेंड पार्ट में फिर हम लोग HCL ग्रांट के बारे में काफ़ी डिटेल में बताते हैं. एंड इनफैक्ट आज डॉक्टर चैटर्जी, ही इज माई गुरु ऑल्सो. और टुडे आई वुड लाइक टू टेक अ स्लाइटली सेकेंड सिचुएशन. और मैं सर से रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा कि क्योंकि ये सेशन जो है वो CSR लॉ के बारे में है, तो सर के पास अभी 10-15 मिनट का टाइम था, तो मैं सर से रिक्वेस्ट भी करूंगा कि एक थोड़ा सा कॉन्टेक्स्ट सेट करेंगे, बिकॉज जब हम मिनिस्ट्री में आए थे, मैं कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर में था अर्ली 2020 में, सॉरी 2012 में, जब सर थे वहाँ पर मिनिस्ट्री में, और 2012 से 17 के बीच में ये लॉ आया, और उसके बाद से जो चेंजेस आए हैं, आज हम लोग ऑलमोस्ट 10 साल का समय होने वाला है। जो प्रोग्रेशन हुआ है, जो स्पेंडिंग हुई है, उसके बाद हाई लेवल कमिटीज आई हैं, डेटा एनालिसिस हुआ है, उसके बेसिस पे कुछ अमेंडमेंट्स भी आए हैं। तो मैं एक क्वेश्चन हर जगह पे कर रहा था, वो मैं आज यहाँ भी करूँगा। जस्ट ए क्विक नीड असेसमेंट जिसको बोलते हैं, हम सब एनजीओ वाले हैं, हम लोग नीड असेसमेंट करते हैं। आप लोगों में से कितने लोग हैं जो सेक्शन 135 को जानते हैं? अपना हाथ उठा के बताएं। सेक्शन 135 को जानते हैं और उन्होंने पूरे 9 क्लॉज उसके पढ़े हैं, सब सेक्शंस 135 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9। पहले मैं इस साइड में आता हूँ, मैं नीड असेसमेंट कर रहा हूँ, आप लोग बेनिफिशियरीज के साथ भी करते हैं। इधर से किसी ने हाथ नहीं उठाया है। इधर मैं पूछता हूँ सर, आपको भी मैं, सर यू आर विटनेस सर, हम लोग का चैलेंज क्या है? इधर से किसी ने हाथ नहीं उठाया। ये दिल्ली का शहर है, दिस इज द कैपिटल ऑफ इंडिया। समवन राइट एट द बैक। ऑल 9 सेक्शंस में पूछ रहा हूँ, 9 सेक्शंस हैं उसमें, सब सेक्शंस। और नंबर 7वां जो है वो पेनल्टी वाला है, जो कि पहले क्रिमिनल ऑफेंस बोला गया था, फिर फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने उसको सिविल ऑफेंस बना दिया था। बहुत हल्ला हुआ था, इफ यू रिमेंबर। इधर से तो इस पूरे हॉल में 135 को जानने वाला 1% लोग भी नहीं है। उसके बाद जो 2021 में जो अमेंडमेंट हुए थे, उसको कितने लोग जानते हैं? नहीं, नॉट एचसीएल, सीएसआर एक है सर। वो अमेंडमेंट लॉ में था कि रूल में था? रूल में था, थैंक गॉड। ओके, सो यहाँ पर भी 1-2 लोगों ने हाथ उठाया। तो ये अक्रॉस द कंट्री हमने देखा है सर, एंड आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट यू व्हेन यू कम हियर फॉर 10 मिनट्स कि मैं खुद एक एनजीओ का पार्ट हूँ, और हम अगर कम्युनिटी को रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं और अगर हम कानून नहीं जानते हैं, तो और हम डोनर के पास जा रहे हैं फंड्स के लिए, हम किस मुंह से पैसा मांग रहे हैं? एम आई आस्किंग द रॉन्ग क्वेश्चन और द राइट क्वेश्चन है? तो हमें बहुत डीप इंट्रोस्पेक्शन करने की जरूरत है। हम लोग हल्ला कम मचाएं, थोड़ा सा पढ़ें और फिर आगे बढ़ने की बात करें। तो मैं सर से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, मे बी 5-7 मिनट्स, बिकॉज सर को शायद 12 बजे 12-12:10 तक निकलना है। एक क्विक कॉन्टेक्स्ट बता देंगे कि किस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में, परिपेक्ष में इस कानून को बनाया गया था, इस अधिनियम को, सेक्शन 135 अंडर द कंपनीज एक्ट ऑफ 2013। और सर आप 2 लाइन इस पर भी जरूर बताइएगा कि जो अमेंडमेंट अभी आया है 2021 में, उसके बाद में एक फॉर्म CSR 2 भी आया है फरवरी 2022 में। आपने फॉर्म CSR 2 देखा है? फॉर्म CSR 1 नहीं, फॉर्म CSR 2 जो फरवरी 2022 में आया है, किसी ने नहीं देखा है? तो उसके बारे में भी थोड़ा मैं आपको बताऊंगा। और जो भी मटेरियल हम लोग यहाँ पर शेयर करेंगे, ये पूरा HCL फाउंडेशन की जो ग्रांट की जो साइट है, उसकी वेबसाइट पे अपलोडेड है, आप लोग डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं उसको। सो ओवर टू यू सर, ये सर चैलेंज है हमारा सर।
थैंक यू निखिल, बहुत अहम बात को आपने छेड़ा है, और आज मैं समझता हूँ एक नॉलेज शेयरिंग प्लेटफॉर्म के तौर पर अगर हम इस मौके का पूरा फ़ायदा उठाएं तो बहुत अच्छा होगा। मुझे ये लगता है कि इम्प्लीमेंटेशन पार्टनर्स, NGOs, सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जो काम कर रहे हैं, वो ज़्यादातर अपने काम में इतने व्यस्त रहते हैं कि लॉज, रूल्स, रेगुलेशंस को पढ़ने में शायद उनको या तो इंटरेस्ट नहीं है या वक्त नहीं मिलता। लेकिन फैक्ट तो ये है कि कॉरपोरेट जब आपको काम देता है तो वो पूरी आशा रखता है कि आप लॉज और रेगुलेशंस के साथ पूरी तरह वाकिफ हैं। अगर आप ही नहीं हैं तो कॉरपोरेट क्या करेगा? कॉरपोरेट को ऑडिट फेस करना होता है। आज के दिन रिपोर्ट्स और रिटर्न्स जो MCA से हैं, वो तकरीबन 31 रिपोर्ट्स और रिटर्न CSR पे जाते हैं MCA को। अगर आपको उन चीज़ों से और इन चीज़ों के बारे में मालूमियत न हो तो कॉरपोरेट को आप फैसिलिटेट कैसे करोगे? आप अंत में हैं क्या? इम्प्लीमेंटेशन पार्टनर। पार्टनर होने की हैसियत आप में होनी चाहिए, काबूलियत आप में होनी चाहिए। अगर वही नहीं तो काम क्या करें? जब हमने लॉ को लिखा 2011-12 के अंतराल, और ये जो सेक्शन 135 के 9 सब सेक्शंस हम एक एक शब्द लिख रहे थे, तो आप सोचो कि पॉलिसी मेकर के दिमाग में क्या था कि ये सेक्शन 135 और इस 135 के 9 सब सेक्शंस कितने लोग पढ़ेंगे? हजार हजार लाख लाख लोग इसको न सिर्फ पढ़ेंगे, पर इसके हरेक शब्द पर अपने काम को इन शब्दों के दौरान आगे बढ़ाएंगे। एक शब्द भी अगर हम गलत लिखते तो काम नहीं चलता। उस दिन से आज तक तकरीबन 8 साल गुजर गए हैं। अब हम भी देख रहे हैं कि जो हमने वो टाइम में लिखा 11-12 में, और आज जो हम काम कर रहे हैं, काफी सारे परिवर्तन घट चुके हैं। उनमें क्या है? एक, और मैं आपको थोड़ा सा इसलिए ज्ञान दे रहा हूं क्योंकि 2021 जनवरी में जो नोटिफिकेशन आया रूल्स के चेंज में, वो क्या थे? फर्ज करो, आपको मैं सिर्फ उदाहरण स्वरूप बता रहा हूं। एक कॉरपोरेट ने अपने बजट, फर्ज करो उसके पास 100 करोड़ रुपए हैं CSR बजट में, और मार्च 31 तक उसने 80 करोड़ का ही एक्सपेंडिचर किया। इस 20 करोड़ को लेकर वो क्या करेगा? सीधा सीधा सवाल, क्या करेगा इस 20 करोड़ को लेकर? दरिया में डालेगा, राइट ऑफ कर देगा, ऑडिटर को बोलेगा नमस्कार करो भाई, आंखें बंद करो, पैसे लो, इसको छोड़ दो? क्या करेगा कॉर्पोरेट? इसका जवाब ना तो सेक्शन 135 में है, ना रूल के पहले हमने लिखा था। लेकिन कॉर्पोरेट बार बार ये सवाल हमसे पूछ रहा था कि क्या करें इस 20 करोड़ का। तो जनवरी 21 में क्या आया है क्लैरिफिकेशन? कोई बोले क्या? ना, गवर्नमेंट को लौटाना होगा। क्यों भाई? गवर्नमेंट के पास क्या पैसे नहीं है? यस मैम, करेक्ट। अब आपके पास एक सेपरेट एस्क्रो अकाउंट इसे कहते हैं, उसमें आप ये 20 करोड़ रख सकते हैं। अच्छा मैडम से मैं आप ये पूछता हूं, 20 करोड़ मैंने वहां रख दिए और सो गया, अब उस 20 करोड़ का क्या होगा बताइए? Spend in the current year, next 3 months, next 6 months? कोई जवाब ठीक तरह से नहीं दे पा रहा है। देखिए, ये वो FAQ नहीं है कि आप टिक मारते जाओ, हो सके को तुक्का लग जाए। मैं आपसे सवाल ये नहीं पूछ रहा कि बचा क्यों या नहीं, अक्सर होता है, अक्सर होता है। अब जब होता है, इट्स रियलिटी, तो क्या करें? आपके पास उसके बाद 3 साल की मोहलत है। नेक्स्ट 3 इयर्स में आप उसको स्पेंड कर सकते हो। दूसरा सवाल, अगर 100 करोड़ की जगह आपने 110 करोड़ खर्च कर दिए। भाई, जैसे कंपनियां होती हैं वो क्या होती हैं? हम और आप ही तो कंपनी बनाते हैं। हम मार्केट में जा रहे हैं भिंडी और सब्जी खरीदने के लिए, सोचा हमारे पास 100 रुपए का बजट है, वहां पहुंचकर क्या होता है, 120 रुपए खर्च हो गए। तो क्या करें? 100 करोड़ के बजाय हमने 120 करोड़ खर्च कर दिए। क्या करें उस 20 करोड़ का? बताओ, है किसी के पास जवाब? क्या बताएं? एडजस्टेड मीनिंग? एडजस्टेड मीनिंग क्या है? बताइए बताइए जरा, खड़े होकर सीना ताने बताओ। हाँ, so what is it called? Brilliant, the answer is correct. There's a word I'm looking for. Set off. Set off शब्द कहां है? 20-21 के रूल में। यही कुछ उदाहरण मैं आपको इसलिए दे रहा हूं कि कुछ ऐसी रिक्त स्थान पहले वाले रूल्स में थे जिसकी पूर्ति इस 2021 के जनवरी के जो नया नोटिफिकेशन आया है उसमें इन सारी चीज़ों की क्लैरिफिकेशन है। आज के दिन अगर कोई एनजीओ काम करना चाहता है तो सबसे अनिवार्य चीज क्या है? सबसे अहम, सबसे अनिवार्य, सबसे पहली चीज जो कॉर्पोरेट आपसे पूछेगा कि आपका एप्लीकेशन मिला, धन्यवाद। कौन बोला? ये तो सब पुरानी बातें हैं भाई। None of those answers are correct. The only correct answer has come from here. You have to have the CSR registration number of the MCA. अब कोई बोले क्यों MCA ने ये कहा या किया? नहीं, वो तो ठीक है, मैं दैट इज अ टैक्सेशन इशू। मैं आपको see, GST is not compulsory in that sense, but registration number of the MCA is a must. Why? Because corporates were always asking NGO पे हम कैसे ट्रस्ट करें? देखिए, बात सही हो या ना हो, बहुत सारे कॉर्पोरेट्स ये सोचते हैं कि एनजीओ तो सिर्फ एक बोर्ड होता है, आज यहां लगा दिया, कल वहां लगा दिया। जैसे आप भी सोचते हो कि बहुत सारे कॉर्पोरेट्स क्या हैं, सिर्फ चोर ही तो हैं और कुछ नहीं, मुनाफाखोरी हैं। तो दोनों तरफ से परसेप्शन जो है वो सस्पिशन का माहौल होता है, जिसे कहते हैं ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट। इस ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट को ब्रिज करने के लिए एमसीए ने ये रजिस्ट्रेशन किया, ताकि जब मैं किसी एनजीओ को काम देता हूं तो मैं जानता हूं कि इसकी पूरी ड्यू डिलिजेंस एमसीए ने कर रखी है, कोई आलतू फालतू इंसान ने नहीं किया, सरकार ने किया। तो ऑटोमेटिकली ट्रस्ट बन जाता है। वक्त सीमित है, सेशन मेरा नहीं है, सेशन निखिल पंत जी का है। इसलिए मैं अपनी वाणी को यहीं विराम देना चाहूँगा। निखिल, आपसे मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा और इस सेशन के लिए मेरी तरफ से।
नहीं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। मैं चाहता था बिकॉज आई एम योर स्टूडेंट कि एक बार आप अपनी खुद से भाषा में सबको बताएं, और एक बार बहुत जोर की तालियां सर के लिए। एंड आई कांट बी मोर ग्रेटफुल टू यू सर, बिकॉज सर ने जो पॉलिसी लेवल पे जो हमारी ट्रेनिंग की थी मिनिस्ट्री में जब हम थे, और आज जब 8 साल बीत गए और हम लोग देखते हैं कि एनजीओज़ में इतना काम हो रहा है, तो ये बहुत ज़रूरी है। और इनफैक्ट तभी ये जो पहल है HCL फाउंडेशन की, ये सिम्पोजियम्स कराने की, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करने की, प्लीज, उसमें हम लोग इसको बहुत ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंस देते हैं। और इसके पहले कि मैं स्टार्ट करूँ इस सेशन को, मैं थोड़ा सा टाइट होगा, टाइम लिमिटेड है, मैं 2 चीज़ें आपको बता देता हूँ। ये पूरे रिसोर्सेज जो अभी मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ ये अवेलेबल हैं। रॉबिन और आई थिंक शैली और उनकी टीम एक आपको वेबसाइट का लिंक देंगे, आप HCL ग्रांट में जाके अपने एनजीओ को रजिस्टर करें, कोई उसके लिए शुल्क नहीं है। रजिस्टर करके आप ये पूरा मटेरियल डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं। मैंने वहाँ पर ये 6 क्रिटिकल डॉक्यूमेंट्स अपलोड कर रखे हैं। ये इनकी हार्ड कॉपी हमेशा मेरे पास रहती है, क्योंकि अगर मुझे कानून जानना है तो मैं उसमें शैल एंड कैन में भी फ़र्क हो जाता है। आपको जानना ज़रूरी है हर शब्द। तो इसके मैं आपको ये सब डॉक्यूमेंट्स के नाम बता देता हूँ। पहला डॉक्यूमेंट है कानून का, लॉ, जिसमें कि 9 सब सेक्शंस हैं जो मैंने आपको बताया, ये आप डाउनलोड कर लीजिएगा वहाँ से। नंबर 2 है शेड्यूल 7, उसमें वो सब एक्टिविटीज़ लिस्टेड हैं जो आप कर सकते हैं या जो आप लोग कर रहे हैं आजकल, और आपके जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है एनजीओज़ के, वो कहीं ना कहीं इससे मेल खाते होंगे, नहीं तो आपको CSR की फंड्स नहीं मिलेंगी। तीसरा डॉक्यूमेंट है जो कि 2014 में जब पहला जो रूल्स बने थे वो क्या थे, उनको भी ज़रूर पढ़िए आप, क्योंकि कानून जब शुरू हुआ था तब सरकार की सोच क्या थी और आज सोच क्या है। जब आप उसका रुझान देखेंगे, यही हमारे टॉपिक का नाम भी है, एनालिसिस। अगर हम कंप्लायंस के बदलते हुए भाव को समझ सके, उसके बहाव को समझ सकेंगे, तो हमें यह भी दिखेगा कि अगला बहाव किस तरफ ले जाएगा हमें। हम 5 कदम आगे सोच सकते हैं, हम फिर सडनली हम जर्क देते हैं कि अरे ये क्या कर दिया सरकार ने। सरकार तो बड़े एक पर्टिकुलर सोच के हिसाब से चल रही है, हम उस धार को नहीं समझ पाते हैं क्योंकि हम अपना दिमाग ही नहीं लगा रहे हैं। तो ये भी आपको डॉक्यूमेंट मिलेगा। उसके बाद चौथा डॉक्यूमेंट है ये 2021 का जो अमेंडमेंट है, जो अभी सर बता रहे थे, ये मेजर अमेंडमेंट है जनवरी 2021 का, जिसमें कि ये फॉर्म CSR 1 की भी बात आई थी। आई एम श्योर कि आप सबके पास फॉर्म CSR 1 होगा 1 अप्रैल ऑनवर्ड्स। किन किन के पास है अपना हाथ उठाएं। आई एम श्योर अगर आपको HCL के आप पार्टनर होंगे तो विदाउट दैट, बल्कि किसी भी CSR के आप पार्टनर नहीं हो सकते हैं। पांचवा जो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट डॉक्यूमेंट है वो अगस्त 2021 का डॉक्यूमेंट है, फ्रीक्वेंटली आस्क्ड क्वेश्चंस। ये 30-40 पन्नों का एक डॉक्यूमेंट है, इसको एक एक लाइन को पढ़िएगा आप आज प्लीज़ घर जाके अपने, और अपनी पूरी टीम को भी पढ़ाइएगा। मैं खुद एक NGO का पार्ट हूँ, मेरे NGO में जितने भी लोग हैं, मैं सबको CSR का एक कोर्स भी करा रहा हूँ, और उस कोर्स को HCL फाउंडेशन ही रन करती है। तमाम बहुत से NGOs उसमें पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं। आज हमारा 5वां बैच चल रहा है उसका। आप लोग अगर उस कोर्स को ज्वाइन करना चाहते हैं 3 महीने के, निःशुल्क है, आप अपना नाम दे सकते हैं रजिस्ट्रेशन डेस्क पे। जब अगला बैच शुरू होगा तो आपको इत्तला दे दी जाएगी। छठा डॉक्यूमेंट है फॉर्म CSR 2, ये फरवरी 2022 में आया है, अमेंडमेंट ऑफ द अकाउंट्स रूल्स ऑफ कॉर्पोरेट्स। आप जब इसको देखेंगे तो आप ये देखेंगे कि कॉर्पोरेट को अगर HCL फाउंडेशन आपको अगर फंड्स देती है तो कितनी गहराई से उनकी समीक्षा हो रही है ये सरकार के लेवल पे। अगर आप जब काम करेंगे और आप अगर अपने डोनर की मदद नहीं करेंगे तो डोनर आपसे घबरा जाएगा, उसके अंदर कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं आएगा कि मैं इसको अगर पैसा दूंगा या दूंगी तो ये सुरक्षित है कि नहीं है। तो ये ज़रूरी है कि नहीं जानना हमें, तो ये भी आपको डॉक्यूमेंट डाउनलोड होगा। तो ये 6 डॉक्यूमेंट्स आप ले लीजिएगा। टाइम बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं है मेरे पास बिकॉज भौमिक का भी सेशन होगा, बट वेरी क्विकली भौमिक, आई विल गो थ्रू द नेक्स्ट 15 मिनट्स बिकॉज 12-20 तक मैंने समय लिया है आपसे। तो पहले के कुछ जो स्लाइड्स हैं वो क्विक रिकैप है CSR के कानून का। वो ये कहता है कानून, और कानून जब बना था तब ये सोच थी, दैट वाज द थॉट, द इंटेंट ऑफ द लॉ। एक और चीज़ मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा, आधार। हमारे पास सबके पास आधार कार्ड है। आधार कार्ड क्यों नाम दिया गया उसका? बिकॉज वो कहीं से हमारे को जोड़ता है हमारे कोर लेवल से। तो जो इंटेंट है कानून का, जो नियत है, अगर हम समझ जाएंगे तो हम ये समझ जाएंगे कि जब हम कोई प्रोजेक्ट बना रहे हैं तो वो सही बना रहे हैं कि गलत, वो कंप्लायंट है कि नहीं। हर एक एनजीओ को अपना कंसल्टेंट बनने की क्षमता है। आज आप जब यहाँ से जाएंगे तो आपको आज के बाद कंसल्टेंट हायर करने की जरूरत नहीं होनी चाहिए, प्रोवाइडेड आप पढ़ें थोड़ा सा और थोड़ा माइंडफुली पढ़ेंगे सही डॉक्यूमेंट्स को। उस कानून में यह कहा गया कि अगर कॉरपोरेट आप हैं और आप कंपनीज एक्ट में आप रजिस्टर्ड हैं, पहले 1954 का एक्ट होता था, उसके बाद 1919 से लिबरलाइजेशन आया, जब नरसिम्हा राव ने लिबरलाइजेशन किया था, आई एम श्योर आप लोग अवेयर होंगे उससे, इंस्पेक्टर राज खत्म हुआ था, तो कंपनीज एक्ट को नए रूप में बनाया गया। पहले कंपनीज अमेंडमेंट बिल था 2012 का, जो कि 2013 का एक्ट बन गया। आप में से कितने लोग हैं जो जानते हैं कि देयर इज अ कंपनीज एक्ट 2013? हाथ उठा के बताएं, 2013 के नाम से। आप में से कितने लोग हैं जो ये जानते हैं कि एक एनजीओ का टाइप होता है सेक्शन 8? और अब हाथ नीचे करें। आप में से कितने लोग हैं जो जानते हैं कि सेक्शन 8 का पुराना नाम क्या था? नहीं, सेक्शन कौन सा? सेक्शन 25। 1954 के एक्ट में वो सेक्शन 25 कंपनी जो थी वो इस लॉ के चेंज होने के बाद में सेक्शन 8 कंपनी बन गई है। ये सब अगर आप नहीं समझेंगे तो आप गेम के बाहर हैं। तो उसमें ये 3 अगर पैरामीटर्स में से किसी एक में अगर आप आते हैं, आपका 500 से ज़्यादा नेट वर्थ है और 1000 करोड़ और मोर से ज़्यादा आपका टर्नओवर है, एंड नेट प्रॉफिट ऑफ 5 करोड़ और मोर, जो रेड में ऊपर लिखा है, इन एनी ऑफ द इमीडिएटली प्रीसीडिंग फाइनेंशियल ईयर। अभी कौन सा फाइनेंशियल ईयर चल रहा है? 22-23। तो अगर 21-22 में जो 15 से 20 हज़ार कंपनियां जो सीएसआर कर रही हैं, वो इसलिए कर रही हैं कि वो इन तीनों में से किसी में आते होंगे पिछले 1 साल के अकाउंट्स को लेके। तो हमें ये भी समझना जरूरी है कि जो हमें पैसा दे रहा है वो किस दायरे में है, वो किस कानून के अंडर में काम करके हमें फंड्स दे रहा है, इसको समझना बहुत जरूरी है। क्विकली नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। अगर हम एलिजिबल हैं, ये जो 15 से 20 हज़ार कंपनियां जो एलिजिबल हैं, इनके ऊपर ये फॉर्मूला लगता है 2% का, और इसका बजट और इसका ब्रेकअप, इसका स्प्रेड ऑफ स्पेंडिंग कैसी है, ये भौमिक बताएंगे अपने सेशन में। और वो बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ आपको समझना होगा कि वो जो पैसा है वो पूरे देश में कैसे खर्च हो रहा है, किन सेक्टर्स में खर्च हो रहा है, थीमेटिक एरियाज हम उनको कहते हैं, शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में, स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में, पर्यावरण के क्षेत्र में, संस्कृति के क्षेत्र में। अगर हम उनको समझेंगे तो हमें यह भी समझ में आएगा, अच्छा मेरी कितनी क्षमता है एज एन एनजीओ, मेरा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन इससे जुड़ा है कि नहीं, मेरी जो कम्युनिटी है जहां मैंने नीड असेसमेंट किया है वो इससे मेल खाता है कि नहीं, क्या वो मेल खाता है सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स। एसडीजीज के बारे में आपने सुना है सबने, एसडीजीज सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स, उनको कैसे हम पूरा कर सकते हैं सीएसआर से, वो भी आपके प्रपोजल्स में बात होती है, तो वो मजबूती प्रदान करती है। आगे बढ़ते हैं। 1 अप्रैल 2014 से जब से ये कानून आया है, सीएसआर इज अ बोर्ड लेवल एक्टिविटी, इट इज नॉट एन एचआर एक्टिविटी एनी मोर, it is a central activity of the board. So today we are here in HCLFoundation program, which is the CSR arm of HCL Technologies. तो HCL टेक्नोलॉजी भी उन 15 से 20 हज़ार कंपनियों में से एक कंपनी है जिसमें कि जो बोर्ड है उसके अंदर एक कमेटी होगी, इसको CSR कमेटी ऑफ द बोर्ड कहते हैं। वो हम अगले स्लाइड में देखते हैं। वो कमेटी जो है वो 4 चीज़ें करती है, और उन 10 लोगों में से अगर 3 लोग उस कमेटी के सदस्य हैं तो वो ये क्या करेंगे, उनके उसमें 2 डायरेक्टर होने चाहिए और एक इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर होता है। इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर कौन होता है? जो कि एक थर्ड अंपायर है। क्रिकेट का थर्ड अंपायर क्या करता है? न्यूट्रल, क्योंकि वो कुछ पिक्यूनरी बेनिफिट, मनी का बेनिफिट नहीं ले रहा है कंपनी से। जो थर्ड अंपायर होता है वो टिपिकली किसी उन दोनों कंट्रीज का नहीं होता है, बट अगर आज टेक्नोलॉजी है तो वो तो न्यूट्रल है, तो उसको वो यूज़ करता है। उसका कॉम्पोजिशन जो है वो डिस्क्लोज करना ज़रूरी है कि वो कौन 3 लोग हैं जो इस कमेटी में है। फिर वो मिलके एक पॉलिसी बनाते हैं जिसमें पैसा और एक्टिविटी दोनों चीज़ें लिखी होती हैं। और मैं आप सबको आज बोलूँगा कि आप HCL टेक की CSR पॉलिसी ज़रूर जाके पढ़िए। वो बड़ी मेहनत से पिछले साल हम सब लोगों ने मिलके बनाई थी, निधि की लीडरशिप में HCL टेक के लोग जुड़े थे, HCL फाउंडेशन के लोग जुड़े थे, और आई वुड से इट इज़ अ गोल्ड स्टैंडर्ड CSR पॉलिसी इस नए अमेंडमेंट के बाद। आप में से कितने लोग हैं आज जो यहाँ आए हैं CSR की फंडिंग लेने HCL से? फॉर एग्जांपल उन्होंने HCL की CSR पॉलिसी पढ़ी है? मेरे हिसाब से एक ने भी नहीं पढ़ी होगी, मुझे एक भी हाथ नहीं दिख रहा है। आपको जो भी मिलेगा या नहीं मिलेगा वो इस पॉलिसी के तत्वावधान में है। तो अगर हम कानून भी नहीं पढ़ेंगे और अगर हम पॉलिसी भी नहीं पढ़ेंगे कंपनीज की, और हम कहेंगे कि हमें फंड्स नहीं मिल रही हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं इंटरनल रिफ्लेक्शन की ज़रूरत है। ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। और कोई रॉकेट साइंस नहीं है, इसीलिए आप कंसल्टेंट के पास भटकते हुए जाते हैं कि हमारा प्रोजेक्ट बना दीजिए आप। अगर हम खुद से पढ़ेंगे तो हमें बहुत लॉजिकल चीज़ें दिखेंगी। और जो लास्ट पॉइंट है वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, ये जो कमिटी है ये मॉनिटर करती है कि वो जो पॉलिसी है वो इम्प्लीमेंट हो रही है कि नहीं। वेरी क्विकली टू द नेक्स्ट वन। अब ये कमिटी क्या करती है, ये कागज़ को, दस्तावेज को, पॉलिसी को बोर्ड के समक्ष रखती है, बोर्ड के सामने रखती है, वो उसको अप्रूव करता है, इंश्योर करता है कि वो पॉलिसी की एक्टिविटीज़ पूरी हों। उसकी पॉलिसी को पूरा होने में अगर 100 रुपये बजट है तो 100 रुपये का जो खर्चा है, यूसी, यूटिलाइजेशन सर्टिफिकेट, आप सब लोग अपने चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स के संग काम करते होंगे, तो जो यूसी है वो कंप्लीट हो रहा है कि नहीं उस 100 रुपये का, और डायरेक्टर्स रिपोर्ट में सब चीज़ें आनी चाहिए। और जो अभी सर बोल के गए, 2021 के अमेंडमेंट ने क्या किया, उसके पहले तक स्पेंडिंग वॉज नॉट मैंडेटरी बट रिपोर्टिंग वॉज मैंडेटरी। 2021 जनवरी के बाद स्पेंडिंग भी मैंडेटरी हो गई है। सरकार ये कह रही है या तो आप खर्च करो 3 साल में या हमें दे दो 6 महीने में। ये बदलाव आया है कानून में। तो अगर हम एक एनजीओ हैं और हम उस क्षेत्र की नीड जानते हैं और हमने ये देखा कि इस कंपनी की 100 रुपये बजट है और ग्राउंड पे रिक्वायरमेंट है और मुझ में एक क्षमता है, तो क्या मैं अगर अच्छा प्रपोजल लेके जाऊंगा तो मेरी प्रोबेबिलिटी बढ़ेगी कि घटेगी पैसा मिलने की फंड्स? सिंपल लॉजिक है कि नहीं है? इसमें हमें कोई फंड रेजिंग कंसल्टेंट लेने की ज़रूरत नहीं है इस चीज़ के लिए। तो नेक्स्ट स्लाइड पे जाते हैं। ये एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट स्लाइड है जो कि शो करता है कि कौन 3 तरह की एंटिटीज़ हैं जो CSR करती हैं। अगर आप देखेंगे रजिस्टर्ड ट्रस्ट, आप में से कितने लोग ट्रस्ट हैं? 1860 सोसाइटी वाले होंगे यहाँ पर, तो हाथ उठा सकते हैं। बहुत से लोग होंगे ट्रस्ट होंगे, ट्रस्ट। और तीसरा है सेक्शन 8 कंपनी। अब ये 5 तरह के खर्चे हो सकते हैं। एक नंबर 1 पे है जो कंपनी की अपनी व्हीकल है, कंपनी का अपना CSR है और उस CSR की एक फाउंडेशन है, जैसे कि HCL फाउंडेशन है। आप जाएंगे तो टाटा पावर की फाउंडेशन है, कहीं आपको महिंद्रा फाउंडेशन दिखेगी, कहीं आपको बहुत सारी कंपनी की, केडेंस की फाउंडेशन है। तो वहाँ पर एक मदर डॉटर रिलेशनशिप है, तो उसको 3 साल पुराना होना ज़रूरी नहीं है। नंबर 2 वाले पे आप जैसे सब एनजीओज आते हैं जो कि एक्सटर्नल एनजीओज हैं, जो इन तीनों तरह में से कोई से भी हो सकते हैं, ट्रस्ट, 1860 या सेक्शन 8 कंपनी। आपको 3 साल डेमोन्स्ट्रेट करके काम दिखाना पड़ेगा और उसका मतलब है कि आपके पास फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजैक्शंस होने चाहिए, आपकी एनुअल अकाउंटिंग होनी चाहिए, इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न फाइलिंग्स होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि तभी वो कंपनी इवैल्यूएट करके देखेगी कि अगर मैं 100 रुपये देता हूँ इसको तो ये खर्चा कर पाएंगे कि नहीं समय पे। हाउ मच टाइम डू आई हैव भौमिक? I'll have to go really fast. I know that. थोड़ा सा मुझे तुम रियायत दोगे डॉक्टर चैटर्जी की वजह से 5 मिनट में भी। नंबर 3 पे कुछ ऐसे एनजीओज हैं जो गवर्नमेंट द्वारा बनाए गए हैं। जैसे स्टेट गवर्नमेंट में अगर आप देखो, एक गोवा CSR अथॉरिटी है, एक है गुजरात CSR अथॉरिटी, तो इनको भी 3 साल होना ज़रूरी नहीं है। चौथे में एक्ट ऑफ पार्लियामेंट से बनाई गई एंटिटीज़ हैं, जैसे कि राजीव गांधी इंस्टीट्यूट एक यूनिवर्सिटी है, राजीव गांधी यूनिवर्सिटी चेन्नई, मोहाली में भी उनका एक कैंपस है, या इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स ऑफ इंडिया सेटअप बाय एन एक्ट ऑफ पार्लियामेंट, इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज ऑफ इंडिया ICSI, इन सबको डायरेक्ट फंडिंग मिल सकती है CSR की और इनको 3 साल पुराना नहीं होने की ज़रूरत है। एंड लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट, PM केयर और कुछ शेड्यूल 7 की फंड्स हैं जिन पे कि डायरेक्ट पैसा जा सकता है। इन सब के अलावा कंपनी जो पैसा जिसको खर्च करना है वो डायरेक्ट स्पेंडिंग भी कर सकती है, they can do direct spending also. Now very quickly I'll do couple of more slides in the next 5 minutes. Next we go. अब ये क्या हुआ है 2021 में? मैंने तो पहले आपको क्या किया है कि मैंने क्विकली एक रिकैप दिया है और इसकी डिटेल्स को आप प्लीज इन डॉक्यूमेंट्स को डाउनलोड करके पढ़ लीजिएगा प्लीज, और अपनी पूरी टीम को भी पढ़ाइएगा। जब आप इसको समझेंगे तब आप इसको समझेंगे कि बदलाव तो हम तब समझेंगे जब हम शुरुआत को जानेंगे। ये क्या कहता है कि अब देखिए, वही हमने नंबर 1 और 2 हम ऑलरेडी बोल चुके हैं। आपको पैसा खर्च जरूर होना है CSR का, या तो आप करेंगे या तो NGO यानी कि कंपनी के थ्रू, कंपनी टू NGO, या डायरेक्ट, या आप गवर्नमेंट को दे दीजिए। और सीमित समय भी दे रखा है उन्होंने। अगर आप खुद खर्च करेंगे तो आपको उस साल के अलावा 3 साल और का समय मिलेगा, और नहीं तो आपको 6 महीने में सरकार को देना है। नंबर 3 पे है कि NGOs जो हैं वो भी अब पार्टनर हैं कंप्लायंस में और ज़्यादा, क्योंकि अगर कानून बदलता है, रूल्स बदलते हैं, तो हमें 2 खंभों का ध्यान रखना है, 2 पिलर्स का, कंप्लायंस और इम्पैक्ट, मतलब नियम कानून और नतीजा, दोनों पे हमें नज़र रखनी है। और फिर हमें प्रोजेक्ट प्रपोजल बनाना है। और 4 और 5 में क्या लिखा है कि सरकार बहुत क्लोजली मॉनिटर भी कर रही है और सरकार बहुत क्लोजली पार्टिसिपेट भी कर रही है CSR में। आप सब लोगों ने कहीं ना कहीं कोविड में ज़रूर काम किया होगा और काफ़ी लोगों को फंड्स भी मिली हैं कोविड में। बहुत जगहों पे हमने ये भी देखा है कि जो अगर आपको एजुकेशन का फंड्स मिल रहा था किसी डोनर से, तो उसी ने आपको कोविड के लिए भी पैसा दिया है, क्योंकि पार्टनरशिप पहले से चल रही थी, एक भरोसा पहले से था। नेक्स्ट 2 स्लाइड्स में मैं इसका क्विक एक समरी दे रहा हूँ कि इन 5, ये जो 5 मैंने आपको बताया, कैन यू जस्ट गो बैक, ये 5 मेगा ट्रेंड्स थे, जो एक रुझान है पिछले 8 साल का। अगर आप इन 5 को समझोगे तो आपको ये स्ट्रेटेजिकली समझ में आ जाएगा कि अगर मैं एक NGO में हूँ, एक प्रोग्राम मैनेजर लेवल पे या सीनियर लेवल पे या उसका फाउंडर या उसका बोर्ड मेंबर, तो मुझे वो बहाव दिखना चाहिए कि गंगा जो है वो हिमालय से समुद्र में जा रही, समुद्र से हिमालय को नहीं जाएगी। वी हैव टू सी एंड देन वी कैन सी कि अगर आज एक इलाहाबाद है तो फिर अगला उसके डाउनस्ट्रीम ही होगा। तो नेक्स्ट अमेंडमेंट क्या होगा हम पहले से देख सकते हैं। और अगर हम ये जान जाते हैं थोड़ा, अगर फॉर्म CSR 1 में आज सरकार ने हमें कहा है भरने के लिए, तो कल सरकार ये भी कह सकती है कि NGOs जो हैं अपने फॉर्म CSR के नंबर के अगेंस्ट अपना डेटा भी सबमिट करें, कि मुझे लग रहा है अगले 2 साल में होने वाला है। और जो डेटा जो कंपनीज जमा कर रही हैं MCA को, उस डेटा को वो कंपेयर करेंगे NGO के डेटा से, और फिर वो ये भी तब देखेंगे कि उसमें FCRA का कितना पार्ट है। अभी इस समय FCRA को लेके बहुत चीज़ चल रही है, बहुतों के अभी FCRA नहीं आए हैं बिकॉज ऑफ जून एंड तक। सो ये सब चीज़ें इंटर रिलेटेड हैं। नेक्स्ट क्विकली, तो इसकी बेसिस पे इन 5 मेजर जो रुझान है, इनके बेसिस पे कॉर्पोरेट्स पे क्या असर है और NGOs पे क्या असर है, ये मैं आपको संक्षेप में बताऊंगा और फिर मैं हमें को एक एक्सेल शीट दिखा के फिर पास ऑन कर दूंगा। ब्रॉडली अगर आप इसको देखो तो ये कॉर्पोरेट्स को जो भी चीज़ें करनी हैं, इनमें मैंने आपको ये सब चीज़ें बता दी हैं। कंप्लायन, एक्सप्लेन, इनकी अकाउंटेबिलिटी बहुत बढ़ गई है। खर्चे का मतलब है केवल पैसा देना नहीं। आपका जो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट वो यूडिन नंबर लिख के देता होगा, यूडिन नंबर देते होंगे, यूनिक डॉक्यूमेंट आइडेंटिफिकेशन नंबर। अगर CA गलत देगा, UC यूटिलाइजेशन सर्टिफिकेट, तो उसका लाइसेंस जब्त हो सकता है। तो उधर से भी एक पकड़ है। तो ट्रांसपेरेंसी, अकाउंटेबिलिटी बोर्ड लेवल पे, ये भी मैंने बता दिया। ऑनगोइंग प्रोजेक्ट हमने ऑलरेडी बता दिया, क्योंकि खर्चा करना अनिवार्य है। ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है। एक एनुअल साल में कैसे क्या क्या खर्च करेंगे, और जो कंपनीज अप्रैल से इस प्लान को लागू करती हैं वही मार्च तक पहुंचते पहुंचते सही हालत में होती, नहीं तो फिर वो अनस्पेंडिंग की हालत में आ जाएंगे। जो सर बता रहे थे कि किसी ने पूछा था कि खर्चा क्यों, कि आपका ग्रांट साइकिल जो है वो फाइनेंशियल साइकिल से अलग है। आप इसलिए गड़बड़ होती है वो। और ये सेट ऑफ और एडमिन ओवरहेड्स के बारे में सर ने डिस्कस किया था, सरप्लस और सेट ऑफ बोला था। एडमिन ओवरहेड्स का एक मैं शीट दिखा दूंगा आपको। रोल ऑफ CFO बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है, क्योंकि जो फाइनेंस ऑफिसर है, आई नो रॉबिन, यू विल हैव टू गिव मी जस्ट 1-2 मिनट्स, जस्ट क्विक। सो CFO और कंपनी का हेड CSR और चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट और कंपनी सेक्रेटरी, इन चारों का रोल बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि ये पैसा एलोकेट करता है और यूटिलाइजेशन को जस्टिफाई करता है। हेड CSR खर्च करता है, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट खर्चे को ऑडिट करता है और कंपनी सेक्रेटरी उसकी रिपोर्टिंग जमा करता है गवर्नमेंट में। इन चारों का अगर सहयोग होगा और अगर हम NGO की तरफ से इसको समझेंगे तो मे बी हम भी अपनी बेहतर प्लानिंग करेंगे। और ये लास्ट 2 पॉइंट्स तो बहुत क्लियर हैं कि बिजनेस से लिंक नहीं होना चाहिए। नॉन कंप्लायंस में सेक्शन 135(7) आ जाता है, जिसमें कि काफ़ी पेनल्टी है पैसों की। वेरी क्विकली टू द लास्ट वन, NGOs के ऊपर क्या असर है ये आप जरा देख लीजिए। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। ये हमने आपको ऑलरेडी बता दिया है, आप लोग रजिस्टर्ड ऑलरेडी हैं। फॉर्म 10BD आप लोगों ने भरा होगा 80G के डोनेशन को लेके। प्लीज़ रेज योर हैंड्स, किस किस ने भरा है। गुड। उसमें आपको फिर डोनर को उसका सर्टिफिकेट भी देना है 10BE का, जो डाउनलोड करेंगे आप। वेरी गुड। और लीडर की बहुत अहम, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। अगर लीडर कंफ्यूज है तो पूरा डाउन द लाइन सब कंफ्यूज हालत में रहेंगे। फॉर्म CSR 1 हो गया। एक अंग्रेजी की किताब थी, हु मूव्ड माई चीज़। अगर आप नहीं करेंगे तो आपके फंडर भी चले जाएंगे, फंडिंग भी चली जाएगी। सो आई वुड लाइक टू एंड ओवर हियर, दो आई वुड हैव लव टू टेक सम क्वेश्चंस मे बी। एक हम क्विकली एक एक्सेल शीट दिखा देते हैं ताकि आप उसको फिर डाउनलोड कर लीजिएगा। 2-3 स्लाइड्स आगे कर दें, तुमको दिखा देना चाह रहा हूँ रोम में। ये एक एक्सेल शीट है जो आप डाउनलोड करिएगा, जो रिसोर्सेज अपलोड कर रखे हैं। इसमें पूरे 100 रुपये का खर्चा दिखा रखा है। अगर 5 रुपये एडमिन खर्चों में क्या क्या आ सकता है, बाकी में एक इम्पैक्ट असेसमेंट में खर्चे में कैसे डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन है, फिर उसके बाद डिजाइनिंग में, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में और M&E में कैसे खर्चा ब्रेकअप है 95%। ये आप सब डाउनलोड कर सकेंगे। इसको एक बार आप इसलिए समझिएगा क्योंकि अगर आप ये समझते हैं कि डोनर किस हिसाब से पैसा दे रहा है, तो अगर ये मुझे समझ में आ जाएगी और तब मैं प्रपोजल बनाऊंगा तो शायद मेरे को फंडिंग के बेटर चांसेस हो जाएंगे। आपको समझना है कि वो कैसे सोच रहा है। थैंक यू ऑल वेरी मच।
थैंक यू निखिल।
वो अभी मिल जाएगा आपको, रॉबिन देंगे। आई थिंक शैली विल गिव दैट, आपको मिल जाएगा अभी।
Program is everything about HCL grant, its process part, all of those will be explained to you post lunch in 60-70 minute session by Robin and team. So just look at whatever I'm going to talk about from the sector perspective, from the perspective that how this entire CSR ecosystem is evolving, and where Nikhil has left this entire forum in terms of compliance part, where does the next level of thinking about compliance to making social impact goes in terms of CSR policy to action plan. Someone was asking, I think 5 minutes, half an hour back, that how do companies prioritize on their projects and program? So I will slightly address that in my presentation. My slides will not have much of the content. Those are just pointers to connect you with what I'm trying to say. So try to focus on next 15, 20 minutes, 16 minutes with me and walk with me. Before that, it's a courtesy call from my side. So I would request everyone to just stand up for 2 seconds. This is very important. Why I'm doing that? One, some of you are really sleeping, so I need to break that. Thank you. I represent all of you. I have been in this sector for last 10, 12 years. Have worked with many of you. Many of my partners are here. This is a big thank you to HCLFoundation on behalf of entire non-profit community. And why so? We all know that there are more than 60-70 companies which fall under the umbrella of more than 200 crore or 150 crore of CSR fund every year. HCLFoundation, or I would say HCL Tech, is the only company which reaches out to NGOs every year, almost 3,000 to 4,000 NGOs at 10 different locations, spending almost 40-50 lakh rupees or more, just to build capacity of non-profit partners, so that you are at par with the CSR compliance requirement, the way law is evolving, the way different CSR partnership opportunities are available to you. So on behalf of you, a big thank you to HCLFoundation and HCL Technology, and to Nidhi for the leadership that she has been driving. Thank you very much. You can take your seat. Next one. Dr. Chatterjee was mentioning that, and he pointed all these 4 points which I have in the box when he was talking about CSR compliance, and then what was the intent, and then he was responding to what is the priority metrics that companies try to look at when they decide about CSR project. Once compliance part is sorted in terms of that a partner whom they have identified or a project that they are going to work on is going to be CSR compliant as per the rules, the 3 major narratives or 3 major pillars on which companies start thinking about are the other 3 dots which you are seeing here. How does the project is going to bring social impact? How does the project is going to deliver social impact on ground? And this is also sometimes relative, because when you are doing comparison between 6-7 projects and you're trying to identify which one better fits in terms of social impact on ground, so sometimes it's a comparison between what they are getting as part of the different RFPs and different proposals. Sometimes it's directly requirement and understanding from the sector perspective that whether this project fits into delivering social impact on ground, given the time frame and the resources which are being asked for. Now, one thing which has changed in last 6-7 years drastically is about the person who is looking at your proposal. Maybe in 2014, 15, 16, the team which was looking at your proposal was coming from largely corporate comm side, procurement side, HR side. Now you have sector professionals who are doing the first level assessment of your proposal. They come from us. They have been part and parcel of non-profit community, and they have now become CSR heads, foundation CEO. They are leading the CSR team. So they understand the sector very well. They understand that what we are talking about in the proposal. So that's where the shift of priorities is happening. Maybe 2015-16, your proposal which you have submitted might be going through to the top level and you are getting the funding. By in 1920, 2021 or 2022, that proposal is not equally good for the company or a foundation. So that shift is happening in terms of the way companies are looking at the proposal. Second one is about, can you go back to the previous slide? Previous slide. The other one was about government relation. Very important from the perspective that the way entire CSR law is evolving and the way there are many lenses which are looking at the way CSR fund is being utilized. The other part is that the way government is spending on social security scheme and different other kind of social infra building. So now there is a indirect understanding at the government level that if there is a sync between what companies are trying to do on ground on social impact, for social impact delivery, and if companies can leverage what really already exists from the government side, and there is a convergence of those programs to deliver impact. So that shift has really happened in last 2-3 years where companies have by default started looking at in the proposal that where is your government program convergence in the entire proposal. They are really looking at if you are giving them 3-year, 4-year proposal, 3 plus 1 year technically, which is the maximum time window that we have. If you are giving that kind of proposal, so are you talking about convergence of government program or government relation in the entire proposal? And that has really become crucial, and I will talk about with an example in next a couple of slides. Other part is sustainability, which again relates to how you are leveraging government schemes to give a good exit plan to the proposal or project, what you are trying to deliver. I agree with many sector professionals citing many times that in healthcare program or different other kind of program where continuous funding is required, sometimes it's very difficult to deliver an exit plan in the proposal or in the project. There are those kind of projects which really cannot be aligned with an exit plan without having continuous funding. But in many programs that we are currently delivering on livelihood side or skill development side or any other areas, there are avenues to create an exit plan with the government program convergence. And that's very crucial for you to look at from that lens. So these are the 3 crucial points on which a CSR head is generally looking at in terms of priority metrics when they are deciding about which proposal they have to pick up. Next one. You can skip this. I think this is a very delicate topic and I will try to address it in a different way. We spoke about this in the morning when we were talking about ESG, that different kind of terminology being used by companies in their agreement when they are signing an agreement with a non-profit partner. While sector has moved to the next level, many companies have realized when they are assessing their internal systems and processes that how to really give the due respect which non-profit deserve right now in terms of social impact they are delivering. It will take its own course of time to change this terminology in terms of where you see the agreements happening for the CSR partnership. Many of you must be signing agreement where you are cited as vendor, procurement partner, you are cited as social impact partner, or sometimes you are just a ESG partner or something else. Why I'm citing this very specifically that while it's easy to sit on the other side and talk about this, why they are saying that vendor or procurement partner rather than social impact or implementation partner, prima facie, the intent is not that they are treating you that way. This is more of an ERP system which has been designed for large-scale operational efficiency, where a company is dealing with different kind of partnership system, happening 10,000 to 20,000 suppliers. A company like HCL will have almost 20,000 suppliers sitting across the globe. So there is a common terminology which has to be defined in the legal framework. So because of that, they might use this kind of terminology, but don't feel offended. What is your metrics ultimately is about the MOU. What is the log frame that you are giving in your proposal? What is the theory of change that you are signing as part of the MOU? All those things are really going to matter a lot when you're delivering the project rather than this terminology. This is a gradual shift. It's going to take its own course of time to evolve and reach to the level where we all are defined as social impact partner. This will definitely happen. Many companies have started using those terminologies, but for others it will take some course of time. Next one. This most important slide, and I'll probably take 2 to 3 minutes to explain it. Nikhil has explained compliance. The other part is core competency. Very important for non-profit partners. You all are sitting in the national capital and you must be interacting with many companies and foundations for funding, even the philanthropic organizations. When you are reaching out to companies or we are scouting for a potential funder for a proposal, these 2 elements in terms of core competency, first one is your geographic competency, and second one is your thematic and sub-thematic competency is going to ultimately play 60-70% role in terms of first level screening. if you are applying for a proposal or for a location where you already exist, where you have already delivered some kind of program, definitely that's going to sell through easily. Second one, if you have already worked in that domain, if you are an organization who is known for education program, who is known for healthcare program, who is known for a very specific purpose or a cause, then it becomes very easy for a company to relate that particular proposal with your expertise and core program. But being a healthcare NGO, if you're applying for education program, the chances of you getting through that first level screening are very less, almost I would say 0.01%. And why so? Because we all know that sector, we all are dealing with social problem. We are trying to address social issues, which requires that kind of core competency, that requires that kind of demographic understanding. Because of that, now because there are CSR heads who come from us, who are part of non-profit ecosystem, they understand that these are the technical problems which needs to be solved with a technical expertise. The next level, communication, and I have been talking a lot about in all the forums for last couple of months, that after 2019-20, we are seeing this gradual shift happening in the company's requirement for core partnership, that how good my non-profit partner is in delivering communication about the projects that they are working on. This has really become one of the filter point or one of the parameters to identify potential partner. And why so? The entire shareholders metrics or the shareholders narrative about companies, when AGMs happens, when shareholders ask certain questions, those questions are very pertinent, very pinpointed about what company is doing and how they're investing fund on CSR. So I remember in one of the AGMs in 2019-20, I think, in the NCR region itself, one of the shareholders stood up in the AGM and asked the entire board sitting on the dais that how you are responding to pollution problem in Delhi while you're spending 150 crore on CSR. Tell me one single program or single penny that you are spending or investing towards pollution problem in Delhi. While your corporate office is in Delhi, your major plant location is in Delhi, your 67% revenue is coming from Delhi plant location. So how you are responding to that? So shareholders awareness is playing a critical role in terms of why companies are emphasizing now that my partner needs to have a proper communication plan about the work that they are doing, the work they're delivering on the ground. Because it's not about once you implemented the project you're communicating. It has to be in a live mode, technically. That when you are on ground, you are doing need assessment. When you're on ground and beginning the project, when you have reached to certain milestones, all those reporting and communication has to happen through different media channels, whether it's your own social media, your corporate partner social media. All those capacities are required, and this has really become one crucial point for companies to look at how my partner is talking about the impact that they are making. Government collaboration, very crucial, and I have been talking about this in first slide as well. Companies are now talking about, and in fact, when you are applying for HCL grant, they will also ask you how you are looking at government partnership or government convergence in the entire proposal. Last 2-3 years, the shift has happened in terms of the way government is used to think about non-profits. We might blame that FCR may change hua hai, it has become very tough thing. But the way we are talking to different government agencies at this point in time, especially in the last couple of months, government is very positive about the role that non-profits have played in COVID response. And that entire response from non-profit community in COVID response has changed the outlook from bottom to top, the way non-profits can work on social problem. And now the narrative is that internally, and most of the DM, if you meet any DM for project partnership, they will talk about it. They will talk about that how you are looking at convergence in the social security program, how you can create some assets at the district level which can be then leveraged by government programs or something. How you can work for women livelihood program which ultimately have convergence with the government schemes or program. So all those different kind of programs are being thought by DMs and other state level leadership, where they can use CSR fund as a catalytic fund. And then government can invest or co-invest in those kind of program, and there is a convergence. So this is a big area to look at for non-profits who are working in the block level, who are working at the district level, build that kind of rapport with the district administration, try to understand what they are thinking of, especially for the manufacturing companies. While service sector companies have other approach, for manufacturing companies it becomes very essential that they work very closely with DM office. And if DM office is designing some kind of program, if you can be part of that, you can align with those kind of program that does half of your work, because then DM is your fundraiser. And practically I'm sitting on this stage, I'm telling you tomorrow, on Monday I have a meeting with one DM for one of the client. and I have not raised single penny for myself. Entire fund has been raised by DM for the full project of the district. So DM has become fundraiser. They are doing. Only condition is that how genuine you are, what is your intent to deliver program on ground, and that really sells through. Convergence, we have spoken about CSR, SDG and ESG, and I will take 1 minute to explain while we had 45-60 minute discussion on ESG. Why I'm saying so, this is for you, for non-profit partners, that while the ESG will evolve on its own, the pace at which it evolves is going to be faster than CSR. Why? Net zero commitment from the Prime Minister's office, net zero commitment from the companies themselves. There is a competition between companies at a sector level that which company is going to achieve net zero target faster than their peer or competitor. In that context, while companies are keeping aside environmental responsibility projects from separate pool, they're also looking at how CSR can help them in environmental responsibility beyond the compliance, so that they can really set off that and get environmental projects which are helping them. I have many other things to tell, but really I will stop here with one line. SEBI has already formulated a committee which is looking at standardizing or optimizing different kind of reporting framework for ESG, which hints me as a professional that at some point in time in 2024, 2025, you will see some common metrics where CSR reporting and ESG reporting, not as a compliance, but more of a voluntary reporting might happen from the SEBI's level, that how your CSR projects are on the environment side and ESG environment, social and governance side, and how beyond this you are working on the compliance through for environmental responsibility. There is an 18-member committee. There are a lot many other developments happening. The best development which has happened in the last 6 months is that all the reporting frameworks authority across the globe, if you understand, ESG reporting has to happen in certain framework or certain different kind of accountability standards. So most of this standard authority or society which have ultimately begun this entire process, those have come together. And they have come to one forum and saying that rather than we all are having our separate templates, we are ready to become one platform, one type of reporting standard across the globe. So in India, there is already a talk about 14-point parameters across environment, social and governance. 14 parameters have already been commonly accepted by the authorities in terms of those who are deciding the principles, that this is going to be the common 14 indicators or principles on which we are going to report ESG work which companies are doing. So pace of these developments, which Parul was talking about, कि globally भी इतना जल्दी हो रहा है, this is really going to be fast. So this gives an opportunity to environmental NGOs that by in 2022 onwards, you will see more projects being accepted on environment side. Companies have started looking at scouting for non-profit partners, working on ground, delivering environment projects, especially water conservation, natural resource management, Miyawaki forest, renewable energy. All these are the avenues. If you're already working in these domains, strengthen your capacities, build a brand around what you are currently doing. Definitely, this is probably next 3 years are going to be your sunrise. This is a sunrise sector for social sector. Next 3 years, you will see a lot of funding going on these projects because this is helping on the multiple reporting framework for the company. This is helping companies to move towards net zero. I would have loved to take a couple of questions, and there are a lot many other slides, but I think we don't have time. Thanks a lot.
Bhaume, just one question. Here, I'm here. Because it's really important, and you mentioned ESG, and you mentioned how fast it's going to be very important and faster, growing faster than CSR. How do you
those through your processes and programs, probably you are the culprit. Because of that, entire ESG narrative has started, and every other investing firm, every other investor has started putting pressure on the companies that you need to have ESG framework in your corporate reporting, and you need to start working on that. That's why you are seeing that 2019 onwards, every MNC which is at a certain level has ESG reporting metrics separately. Thanks a lot. take one or two questions on CSR or CSR.
Any questions जो compliance को लेके किसी के अगर कोई questions हो, because already हम लोग late चल रहे हैं, Payal is waiting. Please आप बताएं. और अगर मैं आपसे सबसे ये भी रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा, आपके पास पैड और पेन है, अपना क्वेश्चन लिख के उधर डेस्क में भी दे दीजिए. बिफोर यू लीव वी विल मेक श्योर कि आपको आंसर्स मिल जाए, अगर हमें अभी समय नहीं मिला.
So first of all, really wonderful session, both of you. One question to you, sir, is that you talked about the state CSRs, like Abhamik talked about state CSRs. So do you think, is it a viable option to get collaborate with state CSRs where they are at the front, they deal with the CSR partners, they raise the funds, and we do all the work at the back? So I think it also solves a lot of administrative problems from an NGO's perspective. What are your take on it?
So when you say state CSR, what is your good name?
Shri Saxena.
Shri. When you say state CSR, are you meaning to say authorities like the Goa CSR authority and the Gujarat CSR authority?
Just like Haryana state CSR.
So those authorities can act like mother NGOs. वो कॉर्पोरेट से फंड्स ले सकते हैं, लेकिन उनको प्रोजेक्ट के रूप में लेनी पड़ेगी फंड्स. और फिर वो सपोज उन्होंने 100 करोड़ लिए, देन दे कुड डू एन RFP on that particular thematic area, which is on a basis of need assessment. And then NGOs like you can apply.
Okay.
And then you may get the funds from that authority.
So will it be like a traditional tendering?
Yes.
Or
And what is happening is a lot of these state NGOs, government NGOs or authorities are working in collaboration with the state departments. तो अगर कोई डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एजुकेशन है और उसको नई शिक्षा नीति इम्प्लीमेंट करनी है और बच्चों के लिए कोडिंग का प्रोजेक्ट कोई है, तो वो उसको उस मिनिस्ट्री के उस प्रोजेक्ट को अपने पोर्टल पे फ्लोट कर देते हैं और डोनर से फंड ले लेते हैं उस प्रोजेक्ट के अगेंस्ट, और फिर एनजीओज अप्लाई करते हैं. So that is how you can.
Sir, just one more question. So you talked about environmental projects. So now let's say there's.
I think we'll
Okay,
carry on.
sure,
One
sure.
last question, because Payal, you can please come on. We can just kind of, because we are already late. एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन अगर किसी का है, नहीं तो आप मुझे लिख के दे दीजिएगा. एक मैम आपका लास्ट क्वेश्चन ले लेते हैं.
So, मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है आपसे कि फाइनेंशियल ईयर अप्रैल टू मार्च हम लोग डील करते हैं, पर सारे कॉर्पोरेट्स जो हैं वो जून के बाद ही अपनी फंडिंग डिस्क्लोज करते हैं कि कितना प्रॉफिट हुआ, उनकी प्रॉफिट स्टेटमेंट बनती है, MOU साइन होता है.
आपको मुझे क्वेश्चन समझ में आ गया. ये एवरेज नेट प्रॉफिट 3 साल का होता है. तो जो कॉर्पोरेट के जो फाइनेंस के डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं वो ब्रॉड टेंटेटिव आगे का बजट प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं, और कॉर्पोरेट्स को टेक्निकली जल्दी करना चाहिए इसको अर्ली इन अप्रैल, लेकिन अगर वो जून तक करते हैं तो आप एज एन एनजीओ मान के चलिए कि आपके पास 9 महीना है 12 महीने का काम करने के लिए.
लेकिन
ये ग्राउंड रियलिटी है.
फंडिंग तो 9 महीने की आती है, बाकी 3 महीने क्या करें?
आप 9 महीने का भी प्रोजेक्ट ले सकते हैं, 12 महीने का भी हो सकता है वो.
पर वो कहते हैं कि कंप्लायंस MOU स्टार्ट होगा हमारा जिस डेट से, उसी से स्टार्ट करेंगे.
So we will on the sidelines discuss. मैं आपको तरीका बता दूंगा, don't worry. Thank you all everybody. Thank you. And sorry Payal. Unfortunately क्या होता है भौमिक और हम सब थोड़ा स्क्वीज हो जाता है सेशन.
स्टेज पे अपनी जगह रख लीजिए. ऊंट की कहानी. Yes, exactly. So my name is Payal. I represent an organization called VIII, Communication and Advisory Services. Really thrilled to see a full house. आप लोग काफ़ी देर से बैठे हुए हैं. So for storytelling, it is very necessary to have a whole body experience. So I'm going to request you all to stand up. भाग मत जाइएगा. I promise it's an interesting session. Yeah? Okay, so I'm just going to put the mic down. Whole body experience, मतलब की आवाज़, शरीर, सुनना, देखना, storytelling में ये बहुत ज़रूरी होता है. So, okay, so let's open our bodies. We are going to do okay? Let's hear you. Stretch. Go back. Yes. Okay. Now we are going to do this. Yes. And we are going to do E. Louder, please. Oh. Louder. Oh. Wonderful. So now shake yourself since you're standing. Take yourself. 5, 6. Let's some twisting. Come on, people, twist. Yes. All right, thank you. Let's twist. Wonderful. What a great audience. Okay, so the art and science of storytelling. स्टोरी में आर्ट भी है और साइंस भी है और मेरी प्रेजेंटेशन आपको ये दोनों दर्शाएंगी कि कैसे एज नॉन प्रॉफिट्स we have an absolutely wonderful story to tell. We know the art, but what about the science? So we will walk through this in this presentation, and I'll try to be quick. Okay. So, is it moving? Yeah. So when I was growing up, these were my most favorite words. Once upon a time. एक बारी जंगल में, एक रात को पहाड़ में. So these were words that were just so sentences that captivated me as a child and still continue to captivate me, and that is why I'm very taken in by storytelling. And my work with non-profits is how do I tell the story? Because they have such amazing, beautiful stories to tell, जिसमें सारे elements हैं. और उस कहानी को हम कैसे बता सकते हैं, moving away from the activity that we get so trapped in. So, once upon a time is what we are going to do today. All right, so I'm going to show you a short film, and I hope it works. वहाँ से चला देंगे please film? ना, पीछे जाइएगा.
Over 40 million girls in India miss 5 days of school every month because they can't afford proper sanitary protection. That's 2 months they miss every year. Now, there's finally an affordable sanitary solution that'll give her 5 of those days back. Just rupees 150 will keep her in school for 1 year.
If I am an NGO and I'm presenting my work to somebody, I will probably tell them menstrual hygiene. Is that a word familiar with everybody? Yeah, menstrual hygiene. Access to sanitary protection. The person sitting on the other side of the table may not be understanding what I'm saying. How can we make a language of storytelling as simple as this ad? It's really simple to tell a story if we think to ourselves, now the science comes in, are we explaining this to a 10-year-old child? I'm not saying dumb it down. Does the 10-year-old child, your 10-year-old child at home, understand your work? If they don't understand your work, you're doing a really big disservice to the work that you're doing, which is extraordinary. Yeah, so how are you going to explain it to a 10-year-old child is something, some learnings that we get from this video. What you're also fighting against is what is happening in 1 minute of your life. So since the morning in this room, very honestly, please answer, how many people check their WhatsApp messages and emails on phone? Very honestly answer. Everybody, right? That's what we are fighting against. As non-profits, we are fighting against that. So this is what you can see from 2020. I don't think you can read it, but you'll get the slide deck. From 2020 to 2021, how much things have changed, right? So if on Tinder, which you all know is a dating app, 1.6 million swipes were there. By the time we came into 2021, there were 2 million swipes. So this is what, as non-profits, we are fighting against. We are fighting to capture somebody's attention. And we have to do that only through storytelling. There is no other way we can get their attention. Because they're either on WhatsApp, they're either checking their emails, they're either on Facebook, they're either on Instagram. How do we get their attention? So we move forward. Yeah, so there's a very, very well-known person, very intelligent, very, very successful, who had this really simple but a very profound statement to make. And if you can come on, yeah. So he said, if you want to stand out from the crowd, give people a reason not to forget you. The science, right? So how do we work at that? So if I go to someone and say I'm working on women empowerment, thousands of NGOs are working on women empowerment. I'm working on water, thousands of NGOs are working on water. So what is that unique selling proposition जो advertising world में बोलते हैं, जो मेरे पास है, जो और किसी के पास नहीं है, which I can put on the table. And that is my story. So I remember ages ago, I was studying the model. I don't know how many of you know Selco, pioneer in solar, revolutionized the solar sector completely, the renewable energy sector. And when we were talking to Harish Hande, who's the founder, much celebrated social entrepreneur, he told us that I was doing my PhD in MIT. And वहाँ पर PhD मेरा कुछ ही और subject में था. And for some research, he went to the Dominican Republic. And वहाँ जाके he saw this application of solar for poor people. He said, I came back and I went to meet him in 2007. I'm standing here in 2022. And he told me, I threw my PhD into the Mississippi River. I still remember that sentence. And that was the beginning of Selco. Selco today is celebrated across the world. They won all kinds of awards. But that is his story. Yeah, so how that story has stayed with me for so many years, the visual of Harish just flinging his PhD into the Mississippi River and starting his PhD all over again. So those are some of the things that we need to bring up in our work. Make it personal because people connect through feelings. That's what my next section is. How do we bring our work alive? And I have another video to show you. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Chila denge aap, please? talk about women fetching water, the drudgery of it. How can we show it as simply and as powerfully as this video? Do you agree? Okay, so I don't want to say. Anybody, any thoughts on the video? Just reactions. How did it make you feel? Anybody? Yeah? So it makes you think and reflect. Okay, anyone else? Let's look at it from the lens of communication. Yeah, so the first thing we talk about is feeling. Anybody else? I'll just take one more reaction. Yes, please. Make it available, guilty, okay. Data, all right. Okay, thank you.
They have this kind of life, they are
okay, all right. No, I get your point, thanks. So the whole thing is, how can we put our words and images so simply across? And I'm not talking about videos, I'm also talking about how we talk, right? As simply as that we can easily bring other people, take other people along with us. All right, I'm going to now come to the science of it all. Yeah, that was the art. You saw the film on Aisha. I'm going to talk about the science of it. So, in all my work till date with nonprofits, I have come to the conclusion, and I have discussed this with many people, and we all agree, that there are 3 I's of communication that we need to take into consideration when we are doing any work for an external audience. Whether you're writing a report, whether you are creating a pamphlet, whether you're writing even an email inviting people to come to your event, as simple as that, designing a poster, doing a film, anything. There are 3 I's of communication. Your website, I forgot to mention the website, that is your first hello to an external world, your website. How does your website cater to the 3 I's of communication? And what are the 3 I's? The first one is information. Who are we? What do we do? Where do we work? How do we work? That's your first I. So I don't know, I don't think you can see it, but that's the first I, which is explaining what do I do, which are the areas I work in. What's the next I? It's influence. All right, I have told people what I do. Now what do I want people to do? I've told them what I do. After they know what I do, what are they going to do? Communication is response. I say something, you respond. You say something, I respond. Right? So communication is all about responding. But at the same time, our websites sometimes just get focused on the first I. So influence. Greenpeace. Greenpeace is telling you, play your role in creating a plastic-free world. So they're telling you, they've told you what they do, now they're telling you what you can do, or what you should do, how you can contribute. Somebody asks you for money, somebody asks you for action. But there is always something for you to do. As nonprofits, we have to be very clear in our communication. When we are communicating, what is it that we want the person sitting there, whether we can see him online, offline, in the cyberspace, what do we want them to do? That's your second I, that's influence. The third I is inspiration, is inspire. Now I've got you to do what you're doing. What about inspiration? I've influenced you, now I want you to move up. That's your third I, and that is inspiration. So what does Malala say? I believe I will see every girl in school in my lifetime. What is she doing? Anyone? Sorry? Inspiring? Yes, she's inspiring us, but how is she inspiring us? Sorry? She's making it personal, yes. What else? She's sharing her vision, she's sharing her dream. Somebody said dream, so thank you for that. She's sharing her dream with us. And she's saying, come on, be part of my dream. So it's not enough for you to influence the people, so okay, I will stop using plastic tomorrow. But if I have to create a plastic-free world, I have to now start becoming the ambassador for your work. I am now the ambassador. I have to go, I have to become an influencer. You know, on Facebook, TikTok, everything, they have influencers. Who are these influencers? Influencers are the ones who go and influence other people to do the same work that they are doing, right? To buy into that work. So what we are doing with inspiration is now we are talking about the dream. We want you to come in, be part of that dream, to own that dream and work with us. So you can work with us as ambassadors, you can work with us as volunteers, you can work with us as fundraisers. I'm not talking about internal staff, yeah? So the external world, how do I get you involved that you become my supporter? And not only my supporter, how do you start working with me? Because our work is so difficult. Our work is so difficult, right? It takes years for a person to change behavior. Years for a person to change behavior. You know that smoking is bad for you, yet you smoke. You can't change behavior. Right? So changing behavior is the root of all that we do as nonprofits, and it takes intense communication to make that change happen. Right? So how do we make that happen? The 3 I's. So information, influence, and inspiration. That's where we are with the 3 I's. Now, how do we as NGOs, how are we inspiring people? Right? So what do you think about this? Can you see these words on screen? Are these words familiar? Let's hear you. I did that sound exercise. Let's hear you. Are these words familiar? Yes, thank you for that. And do we use it in our everyday language? All right. I'm not so sure whether I use it or not. Do we use it in our everyday language? Mostly, yes. 90%, raise your hands. 50%? All right, everybody's more or less talking about 50%. Okay, but we use these. What do these words do? They alienate people. They become a barrier between us and the external world, because the external world has no clue what you mean by demand generation. They have no clue when you say fragile geographies. If I had more time, I would have taken you through a series of websites which are absolutely fabulous, really simply told stories by the nonprofits. But this is what we talk, which people don't understand. What people understand, this is the face of people who don't get it, right? That was my face when I joined this sector. Yeah, so people understand this. This is the basis of our humanity. We connect with each other on the basis of emotions. So that is what we need to do. So what is it that really speaks to all of us? Feelings. Do you agree that the first 2 videos were all about feelings? Yeah? Okay. So it's all about feeling and not about the words that we heard earlier. Okay, so now let's see. Recognize this film? Sholay. Okay, let's hear some people from this side also. Yeah, I want to use my left ear. Yeah. So, Sholay, one of the top grossing films of all times in this country. So what is it that Sholay is doing? They're using all our feelings. All our feelings. There's fighting. There's friendship. There's romance and humor. There is fear, right? There is dance, music, and at the end, there's sadness and sorrow. So you see how a film is completely constructing emotions, a sea of emotions around the viewer. So what are filmmakers doing very cleverly? They're looking at our hearts. They're not looking at our minds. They're looking at our hearts. A filmmaker will always start from the heart. A great communicator will always start from the heart. Yeah? So those, as communicators, we all are communicators sitting here. We need to start with the heart and not with the mind. Okay, so I spoke about the 3 I's of communication. So let's just refresh our memories. Yeah? But I missed out 1 I. And I wonder how I did that. There's the 4th I of communication. It is inclusion. when we are writing anything, are we being inclusive? Are we certain that it will be understood by our 10-year-old son or daughter? Or is it going to alienate them? I'm not saying, again, please, I'm not saying dumb down your content, but write your content in such a way that the one that is for the external audience, right? Write it in such a way that it has been understood. So the fourth one is inclusion. And how are people now really looking at inclusion? I think the next video will tell us that. Video, chala denge, please.
This is a story about Coleman Sweeney. Coleman, in short, was an asshole. Everyone in his small town knew it. It wasn't that he tried particularly hard to be unpleasant. It just seemed to come naturally to him. Coleman felt like the whole world owed him something, which caused him to regularly ignore the rules of a decent, acceptable society. And he hated anything that got in his way.
So you got it? You got it, go! Go, go, you can do it!
And small animals. Even to children, he was an asshole. He was, as they say, born to it. But then, the strangest thing happened.
$3.
Something entirely unexpected. Coleman Sweeney died. A brain aneurysm. Well, subarachnoid hemorrhage to be more specific. And it came as he argued over whether extra fries should be included in a $1.99 early bird breakfast, which was a typical Coleman Sweeney play. It was then that Sarah found something completely unexpected. Coleman Sweeney had registered to be an organ donor. Nobody knew what caused Coleman to do it, but there it was, generous and majestic. And that was the day that Coleman went from asshole to hero. You see, his liver went to Stan, a father of two. His heart went to Miranda Morgan,
Here has been to this.
who went on to teach for 25 more years. And his tendons went to Staff Sergeant Donahue, who was able to walk again and would never need to be pushed across the street by his physical therapist. And in a moment of small world irony, his corneas went to his 82-year-old next-door neighbor so that she could finally see the crap that her dog made in the side yard and pick it up. Yes, in life, Coleman was a bona fide asshole. 365 days a year, 24/7.
Hey, baby!
But in death, well, let's just raise our middle fingers and shout, "Up yours, Coleman Sweeney. You're not an asshole anymore."
Yes, this video always gets me. Yeah, it's so brilliant. And the organ donation counts in the US just multiplied amazingly after this advertisement went viral. It's a very old film, but it's one of the best fundraising films I've seen till date. So, yes, inclusion. So what if that person is not our thought, doesn't fit into our idea of a good human being, what we consider good, right? Because in communications, we say that when we start writing, we have no idea, but our biases start coming in. As nonprofits, we have to be very, very, careful about what biases we are letting creep into our work. So there's a lot I do on case study writing. I do work with HCLFoundation, and I do work with another number of NGOs. So I one day got a case study which came to me, which said, and they wanted me to rewrite it, and it said, there's this girl, here, very poor, blah, blah, blah. Father is a prisoner, mother is a housekeeper. And I'm just staring at that line, and I'm saying, why do I need to know? Why does the external world need to know that a father is a prisoner? And what right do we have of putting that down on paper? So if we as NGOs say that our values are respect and dignity, then where is respect and dignity in our case studies? And I'm going to go out on a limb and say here that every time we write a case study, we always end, she was or he was very thankful to this founder, this foundation, and to this and to my NGO. Why? That's the bias that we are carrying within us. And we need to question this again and again. What are the biases that we are carrying when we are writing case studies? What are the biases we are carrying when we are clicking a picture? Yeah, I'm not going to go into that because there's a whole different, area of work which is called, and you may want to look it up, it's called DEI communications. So it's diversity, equity, and inclusion communications. So there's a huge area of work that is coming up in non-profits right now. And it's going to take us, sooner or later, big founders, the foundations are going to ask us whether we follow DEI communication. So that's going to come into play very quickly. So I'm going to move ahead. We saw the art, now we are going to move to the science. Okay, it's refusing to move. Next slide, please. अगली slide पे जाएंगे, please. यहाँ से नहीं हो रहा है. I think you're standing. अगली slide. Yeah. इससे पहले एक और slide है. Yes. So this is the science of storytelling. Act 1, so just see when you're writing a case study or anything next time that you follow these 3 steps. Act 1, beginning, likable but flawed hero, challenging situation. No toilets in the village and is going outdoors and now refuses to change behavior. We've come into the village telling them that please, we are going to construct toilets for you. Please start using them. So we are telling them, but this hero is going around telling the entire village, why are you listening to them? They are not going to do anything for us. They are just going to put up walls and then disappear, right? So it's a flawed hero. Secondly, they encounter roadblocks and setbacks that challenge them physically and emotionally. So one day, someone from his household goes to the field and is bitten by a snake. I know I'm making up a story, but these are based on real events. I've heard a lot of these from the villages, right? So gets bitten by the snake. And then it hits him that toilets are really necessary and they're going to do good for the village. And the entire story starts changing. Yeah? So what we generally write in our case studies, we don't find that moment when the person changes from not using to using. What made that person shift? That shift is very important for us as storytellers. So can we get that shift? So there are 3 acts to any storytelling that we need to just keep in mind. This is the story arc, exactly what I just said. So there has to be a hook. There has to be some, the hero is not very popular or hero has to fight a lot of challenges. And then when the film ends, there is a clear call to action. When the story ends, there's a clear call to action. After I read the story, what do I want people to do? That's really very important. Do we have that? Okay, not moving. Aage kar dijiye. All right. So this is a framework. Again, this is the science. This is the framework. If you want to follow a story arc, this is the framework. On top, it gives you what is the purpose. Why am I saying what I'm saying? So what is the purpose? And then it says information, influence, inspire, and include. Are we following all that? First, we identify who are the people we are talking to. So this is the science of it all. And that will really, if you use this, it will really help you create a very good story. No need to take notes. I think Robin will circulate the PPT. Yeah. So quick tips. I'm just reaching the end of my presentation. Quick tips. So I'll bring all of them and then just very quickly. Okay, so it's not about jargon. Remember we saw all the jargonish words on one slide? It's not about jargon, it's about the story. Storytelling is always about the story. Story comes first. It's not about facts. It happened in 1961, 62, whatever. No, none of us remember when Akbar was born. Honestly, I can say, or is there someone who remembers when Akbar was born? Okay, no hands going up, I'm safe, right? Yeah, don't Google, please. Yeah. So it's not about facts, it's about feelings. Yeah, what happened that night? Everybody remembers when Krishan was born, bahut tufan aaya tha. Is that right? Yeah, we remember that, but I don't remember the date on which he was born, right? So it's not about activity. We are very quick to write about how many activities, how many trainings we did, etc., but un training se hua kya? That's important. It's about the outcome. It's not about information. Information is important. Let me not just say it's not about information, but it's a lot about inspiration. So when I read your report and I'm a funder, your intention should be when my funder reads the report, they should be ready to give me the next round of funding. That's what's the purpose, right? It's just not activity. And it's not about you. It's about him, her, them, they. What have they done, right? It's about them. So that's what are some of the quick tips I want to share with you. And at the last, I'm going to show you one more film.
Welcome back to my channel. I'm Sagan. This is my channel where I write some of my original films, which are sometimes based on intriguing requests. So my friend Eddie, who's a medical practitioner in the US, requested Bengali auntie to create a song from the US government's CDC hand washing guidelines, being circulated in the wake of the dreaded COVID-19 making its presence felt around the world. I'd like to report that our resident hypochondriac has risen to the occasion and accepted the challenge. Every time you blow your nose, cough or even sneeze, or if you touch the garbage, wash your hands please. Wash your hands, danger is in store. The deadly coronavirus is knocking at the door. Wash your hands, clean out every pore. The deadly coronavirus is knocking at your door. Before, during, and after cooking all the food, after visiting toilet, you definitely should. Before eating, after touching anyone, or just trimming, nappy, cleaning, potty, washing is a must. Before and after treating cut or wound or someone sick, with hygiene and use wash on, you need to be quick. To wash your hands, danger is in store. Deadly coronavirus is knocking at the door. Wash your hands, clean out every door. The deadly coronavirus is knocking at the door. Put your hands with the soap back of hand between finger and the nose. For at least 20 seconds, scrub and scrub. Rinse in running water with the towel rub. Wash your hands, danger and storm. The baby coronavirus and that includes almost all the points in the CDC guidelines except a few. So I'm going to post a link to the complete set of instructions in the description section below. Do take whatever Bengali auntie is saying very seriously, folks. It could save your lives. And welcome back to my channel.
Stop it. Thank you. And this was made at the time when we were, obsessing the first wave of the virus. So that's why all the information. But the point of showing this is that everything doesn't need to be scary. Everything doesn't need to be sad. Everything doesn't need to be sorrowful. But we can have fun also when putting across our messages. And these are not NGO people. She's just a music composer and an advertising person. So so those are many ways that we have of communicating. As long as, if you saw in here, she followed all the 4 eyes. Do you agree? She followed all the 4 eyes, and as long as you do that, your communication is going to be very, very successful, and you're going to be great influencers. So thank you. That's a great audience. Thank you. So nobody pushed me off, so that's fine.
Thank you so much, Payal. This was indeed very interesting. and I'm sure everybody here agrees. Um, so, moving on to a brief session. Before that, Payal, may I request you to stay on stage for a little bit longer? I would like to call upon Mr. Parveen Juneja to felicitate Payal with a memento from our end. Thanks so much again, Payal, for doing this for us.
Okay, that's a really sad round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Moving on to one of another interesting sessions that we have. Given the importance of theory of change in our sector and how it can be viewed as a North Star to understanding progress, achievement, failure, and also determining efficacy, we have with us Mr. Chauhan Balaji joining us for a very special session on applying theory of change in program design. Please join me in welcoming him. Chauhan Balaji Singh is a DRN specialist. Since 1998, Balaji has worked for several international social development entities such as ActionAid, Charities Aid Foundation, CARE, and USAID, to name a few. As a disaster management specialist at USAID, he was involved in designing and implementing a bilateral initiative between governments of India and USA for strengthening disaster management systems in India. His current part-time engagements are with US Forest Service international programs, a US government agency in the role of South Asia Disaster Management Advisor, to name a few. I would like to welcome him on the stage with a huge round of applause.
Thanks. Good afternoon. I'm very conscious of the fact that I'm standing between you and lunch. And I'm also, following some of those excellent presentation on compliance and communication, which are very, very absorbing and very informative. And I'm also conscious of the fact that I'm probably moving into a domain in which you are more comfortable, because you are the people who know theory of change, who practice theory of change when you sort of develop programs, projects, and who live by it every day, practicing it. So I'm probably talking about the area in which you're more comfortable than probably I am. So at any point of time, if you think that there are any, gross errors or additionalities, please feel free to, ask, tell, yeah? So, theory of change. So, we will just not talk about theory of change. What I have tried my best is to see how we can actually apply it in the context of program development, program design. So, that has been my effort, instead of just merely talking about it in the current context. So, when we talk of theory of change, what is theory of change? If you want to really put it in a very, very simple words, I hope, I know that I'm not in a lot of time to be audible. I'm a disaster management person. I'm a disaster management person, so I'm used to going to all those kinds of areas where we don't have technologies, facilities, and so yeah, I do shout a little bit louder. So simply speaking, we are talking of change, what we want to see. A lot of times we heard this phrase, be the change you want to make. A lot of us, when we were youngsters, we wrote, what do you want to be in your life? I want to be a good human being. So, yeah, theory of change is all about the change, what you want to see, whether you're in your work, in your life, day-to-day activities, whatever. But if you go little deeper into details, in terms of digging into the details, especially if you're talking in terms of, program design connotation, Then we are talking of theory of change is a rigorous but yet participatory process where groups, it could be the group with which you are working at the community level, it could be the group in the sense of the donors, it could be the group in terms of the local influencers, administration. There could be a chain of, the groups, the stakeholders of the project. Again, I think in the session which led by, managed by Nikhil and Hoving, they're talking in terms of how administration is also nowadays becoming a more and more active stakeholder. So all those stakeholders identify the conditions they believe have to unfold for their long-term goals. So theory of change is one, you are looking at the change you want to bring about, and then you are also looking at the necessary conditions which are required. For example, if we need to plant 1 million trees in, say, in a month's time or a year's time, we are talking about having nurseries, having volunteers, having people who are actually will take the trees and plant. So we are talking of the necessary conditions to make that change. And a lot of times, this is a word which we are aware about. We are all aware about the word outcomes when we are talking in terms of the program designs. So these conditions like having nurseries, having volunteers, all are modeled as outcomes. And I think in theory of change, what is striking is, and these outcomes are, I'm going to show an example a little later, are arranged as a graphic and with a causation in terms of how each one of them, in terms of having the relationship with each other. So that's what is, theory of change. And all of us, like history. And if we want to know a little in terms of how did this whole aspect of the theory of change came about, it has come from a person, a group of people who are evaluators of the program, not exactly from the designers or the donors. So when these people went to evaluate some complex programs, they thought that evaluation has become a little challenging because those proposals have not sort of maintained the complex programs have not hypothesized or put together the required necessary conditions or their assumptions in a very clear manner. So in such situation, they thought that it becomes very difficult to evaluate a complex program. So the whole theory of change has come from the evaluator's perspective, and they said that, if you have your assumptions or the necessary conditions well documented, it becomes very easy to evaluate complex programs. So that is how it has come about, and these are some of the dates and people who have played a significant role. And then this whole idea of getting the change and the necessary conditions before that has all come as a concept what we are now calling it as a theory of change. Now, if you look at theory of change, are we talking it? A lot of times we again talk in terms of the product and processes. Is it a product? Is it something which I see, tangible as a map or as a graphic or as a picture? Or is the process? To simplify, theory of change is both a product, we will see how it looks, and it's also a process. It is also a process in the sense that if we go back to that first slide, we said it is a rigorous but participatory process. So this is the place where the communities for whom we work for, the stakeholders at the various levels, everybody direct and indirect stakeholders, all of them are supposed to come together and speak about the change which we want to make and the necessary conditions required and the timelines and the resources and and then come to an agreement that this is what needs to be done. So it is a product and it's also a sort of process. So it's both product and process. And also, there is something which I want to probably, these are the steps in building the theory of change. You have to first define the desired change you want to make. I mean, as I said, we want to increase the total number of trees in Delhi by another million. You know, there's a change you want to see. Then you have to determine your outcomes, identify your pathways. See, a lot of times what happens is to reach a particular outcome, there might be more than one alternative. So all of us do. For example, you know, to plant 1 million trees, you know, you might do it by creating nurseries, you might do it by, you know, generating awareness, you might do it by, you know, having volunteers, you can do it more than one way. And a lot of times you do use more than one way to arrive at your particular desired change. So you have to look at the pathways and then, you know, determine your strategy and connect your pathways to the change. So these are the steps involved in doing the theory of change. But what is little, you know, we all in terms of business strategies, marketing strategies, when you're working, we also do something similar, starting with a situation analysis, opportunities, threats, and all that, what we call as a SWOT analysis. So it sort of moves linearly from where we are to where we want to go. But if you're talking in terms of theory of change, the difference is that it starts with where you want to go, and it's a sort of reverse engineering. Then it comes back into where you are, and then what you need to do. So it starts with where you want to be, and come back where you are in the theory of change. Whereas in the other stuff, probably in the linear planning, you start with where you are, then you want to where you want to go. So, you know, the normal planning process and the theory of change, the difference is this is a kind of, you know, re-engineering aspect of it. So when we are looking at, like any other management, I think they are guided by the principles. Even the theory of change is guided by the principle. And these are some of the principles it follows. You know, your theory of change should be based on credible experience, credible research, or credible observations, credible participatory processes. You know, it cannot be something which is based on your biases, as somebody was pointing out, the previous speaker, in terms of the communication. It should not be based on your biases, or it should not be based on voices of a few people. So it, you know, the credibility in terms of the change which you want to achieve has to be very clearly, the basis has to be very clearly established. And the second, we all know, we talk in terms of achievable results. You know, the change which you want to bring in needs to be achievable. And it needs to be supported by all the relevant direct, indirect stakeholders, and that is where the process comes in, how meticulously you go and talk to them. And then it needs to be testable, in the sense, if somebody else probably goes through your own process in some other area, the result should not be completely dissimilar. So the process which you adopt, the change which you want to bring in, should be testable in other places also. And in the process, you should be able to bring in those indicators. So how does it benefit you, a theory of change as a concept? When I'm talking about benefits, I'm talking about to the program designing process. So it provides us an opportunity to articulate a clear and testable hypothesis. And it also explains how a change can take place. You know, all of us know, I mean, change can take place in more than one way. Communication, you know, constant communication is one way of changing behavior, as told by the previous speaker. Your own experiences can also change behavior. So the change comes in more than one way. And the theory of change sort of documents all those multiple pathways or the ways in which you can bring about that change. And here you also need to remember the entire change which you want to see, which can come, itself can undergo a radical shift. For example, you know, when we started talking about education projects, I'm not an education person, I'm sure there are a lot of you here. You know, we started with literacy, we started with, you know, some kind of literacy as the initial step for the education. Then we also said that, you know, you need to have certain qualifications and all that. And then one started establishing alternate schools or, various aspects in the education. But what COVID sort of made us realize is that a child's ability to, use technology, a child's access to a laptop or a, whatever, the iPads, if you don't have, this child is excluded, because the traditional way of looking at imparting education through the schools to teachers and all that was suddenly there is a barrier, there's a gap in that. So the change, as you have seen when you have started, and its pathways might actually undergo a change, and the theory of change needs to be constantly revisited at a periodical time to see if there is any additionalities, positive or negative, which have crept into your pathways, your outcomes, or your whatever your strategy, and then you have to keep on modifying that theory of change so that ultimately the theory of the change which you want to bring in could actually happen. And theory of change will also helps you in, and theory of change as a concept helps you capture the dynamic situation. Theory of help also, helps you in explaining the result of your work in a better and a credible way, apart from communicating through feelings. And it presents a visual representation of change you want to see. Again, I'm coming back to, I love communications. When I was doing my management, that's one area where I really indulged a lot, and I was a marketing person before. So instead of talking, instead of putting a lot of jargon, you should be able to communicate what you want to do in a small picture, and theory of change actually helps you do it. And it also provides a basis for identifying measurable indicators. A lot of times, again, when we are looking at the program design, when we are putting in a proposal, there are a lot of indicators are asked, verifiable indicators, how do you measure? And theory of change actually helps you build that. And it also establishes an agreement. This is very, very important, because if you don't have an agreement among various stakeholders, when you actually hit the ground, then you will see some resistance from somebody, and there's a lot of energy which is wasted. So if you actually invest energy in, hypothesizing your theory of change, the implementation of the program will be very easy. And as I've just mentioned, it's a powerful communication tool. So we had been talking that as a product, process, picture, and a powerful communication tool. How does it look? So this is how probably a simple theory of change looks like this. And we don't start here, we start here. This is one of the examples. Long-term employment at livable wage for domestic violence survivors. If this is the change, if this is what I want to achieve, then what are those three necessary conditions, as per the theory of change? So first could be the survivor attain coping skills, because we are talking of a person with who's a survivor of domestic violence. They should have the coping skills, and the survivor have marketable skills in non-traditional jobs, and also survivor know and have appropriate workplace behavior. So the idea is this, there might be more, I'm not saying. So if you have these three necessary conditions met, then probably we are talking in terms of achieving that change which we want to see. Then what happens is, if these are the necessary conditions, there could be different ways of reaching that. It could be, for example, the way of this is what we call as the pathways. The survivors know how to get help and deal with their issues. Unless they know this, they will not attain to this stage. And to get to this point, I can have two strategies. That is, survivors attend peer-to-peer counseling, or counseling and practical support for crisis. So if I can do this by these two strategies, I can decide to do this as well as this. Similarly, we can have different strategies to go through this particular pathway. we might decide to do this bit of it, we might decide to do this bit of it along with someone else, or we might decide to do all this together. So essentially, when we articulate our theory of change, a lot of times it tends to become very complex, not this simple. You will have your change which we want to see, you will have your necessary conditions or the outcomes which we call, and then you will have a lot of, outputs, activities and all that stuff. And this whole image can also be twisted 90 degrees to the right so that you have your necessary condition onto this extreme, then start building it leftwards and coming up the activities. So when you have this picture, instead of a 20 pages proposal, and it becomes very easy to communicate and tell the person what is it that you want to do, why is it that you want to do, and then start deriving at indicators for each of these steps. What are your outcomes and outputs? So it becomes very easy to communicate to a group of audience in terms of what is your project and how do you want to see change happening and what change you want to see happening. Then, so all this is good. How are we going to apply it in the program development? As I said, we use it to articulate the impact which we want to create, and we can also apply it to sort of give us an understanding about different outcomes. See, the difference between the current point and the change is different outcomes which we are coming. So we need to document those outcomes, and that is what we can do by having a theory of change. And also it becomes convenient to identify group activities needed to achieve these outcomes. As I said, we can look at various groups of activities, what is required to do it. Make it easy to articulate assumptions as different stakeholders participate in the process. Because different stakeholders are participating in the process, we can articulate assumptions. So we'll say so-and-so stakeholder is going to behave like this, so-and-so stakeholder is going to help us more as driver of this, so-and-so stakeholder might be coming as a challenge and we are going to overcome the challenge in such a way. So it sort of helps us articulate our assumptions. So normally any project proposal, at least I have seen in my life, if there is one thing which is weak in proposal, it is the assumptions which you make for yourself and the risks which you identify for yourself and the mitigation measures or the responses to the assumptions or the risks which you articulate so that you are more prepared to respond when you actually identify them on the while implementing the project. And also this helps us to put together a realistic timeline from this point to this point, whether it is 1 year, 2 years or 3 years. Some useful ways of doing a theory of change. I mean, you could have much more participatory tools are there, PRA processes are there. I mean, this is what I found was useful for me. Root cause analyses, which is asking, so what, or, keep on asking why, what, so what, this kind of question, which helps us build the theory of change. And in the recent past, we are all talking in terms of the systems thinking, especially with the environment analyses. So you have, today's world is a little more complex probably in the past. So you have to understand the social dynamics, you have to understand the economic dynamics, you have to understand the environmental dynamics, and there is this pressure of what we call as the nature-based solutions. So you need to, things are not staying in silos. They are being influenced by multiple factors, whether it is social, economic, international, natural, environmental, disaster-related. Disasters are happening a little more frequent than what we have seen. We used to talk in terms of big cyclone once in 3 years, but we almost sometimes tend to see 3 big in 1 year. This kind of so systems thinking is very, very important in terms of what is influencing this particular change process. And also in the process, identify drivers, influencers who could help in solution and involve them in theory of change so that later in the program, they actually become little useful. These are some of the references I used and they're there. And if you want to know more on this, you could talk about it. Thank you very much for your patience. If you have any questions, otherwise we can go for lunch. Yes, ma'am. That's all right, sir. I'm able. I'll do that. You want to?
So, I mean, what would you advise for that? No. The narrative that
I would, if there is a donor I have lived a lot of times by the rule. Lot of times the exception that the boss is correct, okay, and rule B is the boss is correct. So if they have asked, do explain to the extent possible. Then probably under that you can say that a very clear theory of change is articulated as a picture form in the annexure, so and so, so and so, so and so. So you do the way it is required to be done, which is writing a small narration, and also you do the way you feel comfortable to be done by adding an annexure. And a lot of proposals I have seen, they only talk in terms of the word counts and the pages and all that. When it comes to the main body of the proposals, they don't count the annexures. So you should always be creative and make use of the annexure. And I'm very sure, the person who looks at the narration and says that, a demonstrative picture of the theory of changes that has the annexure A, they are definite. If I were the evaluator, which I have done very lot of times, those are the things exactly what we look for. So just have an annexure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
I think that would be my advice. Maybe may not be right, but yeah.
Very useful.
Thank you. Robin, I think lunch menu. Thank you.
Something that he wanted. Thank you so much, Balaji sir. I would like to call upon Bhaumik to felicitate Balaji sir with a small token of appreciation that we had for him.
Thank you. Thank you, HCL.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. As Balaji sir very rightly said, now we are going to be moving to the lunch segment. The lunch is arranged in the Jacaranda Hall right opposite, which is on the first floor. We've got volunteers who will be very happy to help you. So please proceed. Let's regroup by 3 o'clock here for a very critical session on 2:45. Sure. So if we could regroup by 2:45 over here for one of our very critical sessions on experience sharing with the HCL partners, it will be great. and works with the grassroots NGOs working on rural transformation to strengthen their governance processes and structures, and specializes in donor relation management. Over to you, Robin. Let's have a huge round of applause for him.
Thank you so much, Lakshana, for this wonderful introduction. This was not at all in the script, but yeah. So I think, I hope everyone had a good lunch. Yes or no? Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, so this session, which I'm going to take along with my team, we have an experience sharing panel discussion also. So in this session, I'll be talking about the HCL grant, the HCL grant selection process, the journey of HCL grant for the past 7 years. We are in the 8th edition now. Our portal is live. We're inviting applications from NGOs from all over India, and NGOs have been applying. And so this session is specifically for all the NGOs, and also this entire HCL grant symposiums, which has happened across all locations, all the 10 locations, which is happening right now in Delhi. At present, it is live streamed. You can also view all our symposiums through our Facebook channel, HCL Grant. You can go to our page, and there you will find all the recordings of all our symposiums, because everywhere, wherever we have done our symposiums, our topics were different, our discussion points were different, the problems where we had the panel discussions, the regional challenges were all different. The NGOs who came in from those locations, so you can hear them out. You know, we also had a lot of interactions with the NGOs wherever we visited. So everyone is requested to visit our HCL Grant Facebook page, and you can view all our HCL Grant symposiums recordings there. So without wasting much time, I'll straight away jump onto the history of HCL Grant. How many of you have heard about HCL Grant? Please raise your hand. Okay. How many of you have applied for HCL Grant in the past? Great. How many of the NGOs have crossed stage 1 or stage 2 or stage 3 selection process? Very few. Okay. Now we will actually tell you how we select, what we see, and how the winners are selected. So this is one session I think all our NGOs will able to understand, because it's a very transparent process. From edition 1 onwards, we have kept it very transparent. Now, and this we have been telling from 2017 when we started our symposiums, how NGOs for HCL Grant and how they are selected as the winner of HCL Grant. And every symposium, we try to explain it to all the NGOs who attend these symposiums. So, HCL Grant was started in 2015 with 2 clear-cut objectives. So first is to award financial grant to NGOs who are doing path-breaking work in 3 thematic categories: education, health, and environment. So it is an award-winning grant. I'll repeat it once again. It's an award-winning grant. It's not a grant which is made against a project which you just submitted through an RFP. It is an online application process where you go to our HCL Grant website, you submit a formal application in the form of a concept note, where we get your organization profile, your concept note, your documents. Basis that, we have 7 stages of selections, which I'll explain you in my upcoming slides. And basis that, we select the winner of HCL Grant. It's a 250 days of selection process. So with that process and with that motive in mind, the HCL Grant was started in 2015. And HCL Grant is one of the flagship program of HCL Foundation, which is the CSR arm of HCL Technologies. So first, as I said, to award financial grant to NGOs who are doing good work for the rural development in these 3 categories. And the second objective is to publish these NGOs who are doing good work and who get selected till the sub-jury round. We publish top 30 NGOs in these compendiums. You can see these compendiums lying. We have come out with a 6th edition of Coffee Table book, where around 180 NGOs, some of the amazing and great models which crossed all these stages, and they actually went through all our due diligence process. And these models have been featured in this book. So with this second objective, as I mentioned, to publish these NGOs in this compendium, and this compendium then is disseminated to all the stakeholders, to all the government, to all the philanthropists, to all the funders who are interested to fund some good models which are today in India, some good models, good NGOs who are working for the rural development. And when these funders, when these interested stakeholders, when these see this book, they don't have to invest much for the due diligence of these NGOs, because all these NGOs have already gone through a detailed due diligence, and with that, they get a benefit of getting that introduction to those funders. So, as I said, so these were the 2 objectives. So, HCL grant is a 16.5 crore grant, where 15 crore is the award money grant, where 5 crore each we award to one recipient in each category. Environment 5 crore, education 5 crore, and health 5 crore, making it a total of 15 crore grant, and a 25 lakhs for a 1-year project to each finalist who reaches till the jury round. So we have 3 finalists in each category who reaches till jury round. One is announced as the winner. The other 2 receives a grant of 25 lakhs each, which makes it a total grant of 1.5 crore in all 3 categories, where we have 6 finalists who receive this 25 lakhs each, making it a total of 1.5 crore. And that's what it makes a total commitment of 16.5 crore annually, where 15 crore is the award money for 3 winners in the HCL grant: environment, health, and education. So I'm not going into the definitions. If you visit our website, it is clearly mentioned that some of the sub-themes where you can apply in HCL grant. So these sub-themes are just an indicative list. It's not a comprehensive list, it's not the complete list. If you have a project which is over and above, which is not there in these definitions, you are always welcome to apply in HCL grant. It is just to give you an idea that we get proposals in this in these sub-themes categories. Yeah. So while many of you have registered for HCL grant, which we know that, and many of you are also in the process of submitting the application, we just would like to take you through the process of how to apply. The first process, as I said, it's a pure registration. I hope when you entered, you had 2 registrations happening. One was for the symposium, second was for the HCL grant registration. Please note, if anyone have registered for the HCL symposium, that is not the registration for HCL grant. And we have, I think most of you who are sitting here today have already registered for the HCL grant. We had a separate counter for that. So once you register, you will get a login ID password. All the NGOs who are interested to apply for HCL grant, once you register your NGO, you get a login ID password. With that login ID password, you go into the first page. The first page is the organization profile, which is a 2-page application form, which only takes information about your organization. We ask the information about your organization, your basic details about your organization, and then once you submit that, a project abstract page will open. You will then submit your project abstract, which we call it as a concept note. So that is also a 2-page. In every column, you will find a word limit, which we have kept. So when you will fill, please note that you are not crossing that word limit. Actually, system will not allow you to cross that word limit. So when you are submitting your concept note, make sure you are actually, first of all, writing it in a Word format, then copy pasting it in the application form. That is what we recommend. If you are writing it directly in the online form, please note there is a save button. Always save it before you submit it. So as you save it, then once you come back to that project abstract form, your information will already be saved. Then after you submit your project abstract, there will be documents page where there are some mandatory documents which we are asking NGOs to submit. That is 12A, ATG, your registration certificate, your PAN card. So all these, and CSR form registration 1. So all these forms, once you submit, then your application, the complete applications will reach to us. You will get a PDF form. The copy of the PDF form will come to your email ID, and you will get an acknowledgement that your application is submitted. So this is the entire process of HCL grant. I'm just repeating this for all the NGOs because I know I was just sitting outside and there are a lot of NGOs who came to us, to the HCL grant PMO team, asking how to apply, where to submit that. So all this, so that's the reason I just took it, took this slide in detail. We have a deadline, ma'am. Actually, today or tomorrow it's a final, so we might, it's not decided, so we might, if Nidhi decides, we might extend it, but tomorrow is the last date. So I think that's the call which...
There is a process, so you'll receive an email by tomorrow regarding the extension, because even I have to go to my chair, CSR. As you know, we had a governance session in the morning, right? There's a law, there's a CSR committee, and there's a chairperson for the CSR committee. So once I get that approval, I'll let you all know. But many people came to me during lunchtime and during the breaks about this confusion. One on the concept note. Concept note is a fundamental basic document. It should not take you, if your idea is clear, it should not take you more than 2 hours to write it up. बहुत अच्छे आइडियाज़ मैंने देखे, काफ़ी लोग काफ़ी अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, लिख दीजिए ना उसे. Concept note is what? It's a fundamental basic document. Only when your concept note is selected, then you will make that. Earlier, I know for 3-4 years we only used to ask you for a very long project proposal, and many of you are petrified with that document. But now we have changed that. We have brought it down to very simple concept note at the first stage, and therefore these 2 stages have been introduced in the methodology, basically to reduce your level of effort and our level of effort also, because we were reading too many and the number of applications is going up and chances of errors were high with that. तो आप एक simple concept note है, कितने पूरे total मिला के कितने words होंगे? Maximum 700 words is what you are sitting and writing. उसको लिख दीजिए. And we were also having an internal discussion. 12A ATG का बहुत हमें request आ रहा है कि अगर हम first stage पे उसको ये कर दें. Submit your concept note. However, if your concept note is selected before going for the proposal stage, these are mandatory documents, right? Extension of deadline, by tomorrow you should be receiving some information, but please write your note. Don't wait till the last date, because then the system crashes. फिर वो accept नहीं करता है उसको ना, तो लिख दीजिए, delay नहीं कीजिए बहुत ज़्यादा.
So as Nidhi was also was mentioning, the CSR registration is on the MCA portal, but along with the provisional 12A and ATG, we will make that exemption. So please go ahead and submit your concept note and your organization profile. Going forward, अगर आपका आगे जाके select होता है तो then those will become mandatory documents. So that change one is making so that to facilitate you know to be able to do it. क्योंकि ये CSR का ही पैसा है तो आपको मतलब वो मिल नहीं सकता because it's mandatory under the law. तो ये अभी 2000 and जो 21 में जो amendments आए थे CSR1 तभी इंट्रोड्यूस हुआ। उससे पहले HCL ग्रांट में वो भी मैंडेटरी डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं था, पर अभी सिंस इट इज़ अ CSR ग्रांट इवेंचुअली अगर आपको पैसा मिलना है इसके अंडर यू विल नीड दैट डॉक्यूमेंट। सो व्हाट आई वुड say is that I would presume that all NGOs, if they were receiving any kind of CSR money, would have got this form by now. But if you are an NGO which has not, this is the first CSR money that you are getting, we are giving you that leeway to do it, but immediately afterwards, please apply for it. So that if you get selected going forward, you already have all the information and you have at least submitted the form. From what I know, CSR1 form does not take too much time for the approval and acknowledgement. उसकी जो information है आप note करके, जैसे director के जो DIN numbers हैं, जो भी आपका अगर director यहाँ पे नहीं है, अगर कुछ issue है तो आप note कर लीजिए, उसका information आप मंगा लीजिए और concept note के साथ साथ CSR1 का भी application आप चालू कर दीजिए।
In HCL grant, HCRA, if you have HCRA, please submit your documents and you should comply with that. But if you don't have an HCRA, that is not mandatory. You just have to declare that you don't have HCRA. That's it.
But go ahead and put in
your experience. As on 31st March 2022, if you're applying in education, health, and environment, your experience, your minimum experience should be 5 years or above. Till last year, it was 10 years in the categories of education and health. Last year, we reduced it to 5 years and we are continuing that so that more and more NGOs get a chance to apply to this grant. If they have some good, innovative, impactful model which they would like to present in this and participate in this competitive process of HCL grant, that's the reason we reduced it for education and health category. Now the second is your average expenditure. Your average expenditure of last 3 years, 2018, 19, 19, 20, and 2021. The average expenditure, 1 plus 2 plus 3, 2018 plus 2019 plus 2020, वो वाला जो financial year है, that should be your average expenditure divided by, like, you know, the 1 plus 2 plus 3 divided by 3 should come as 1 crore. If you're applying in education and health category, it should be at least 1 crore or above. And if you're applying in the category of environment, it should be 50 lakhs. So these are the two major eligibility criteria. We have other eligibility criteria where ATG 12A is all mandatory. You can read it because it is clearly mentioned while you're applying in the application form. Also in the instructions page it is mentioned. We'll just move ahead now. So these are some of the prerequisites. This also is clearly put it in our website. वहाँ पे भी आप read कर सकते हैं. There are some prerequisites for all the NGOs who are applying for HCL grant to follow. And please read about this. I'm not going into these details. While applying, you'll clearly understand while reading these prerequisites. It's written in very simple language for all the NGOs to understand. And then they'll come back with the findings in the stage 4. And in the stage 5, they'll shortlist top 10 NGOs for the sub-jury round. And in stage 5, we have the sub-jury which happens in all 3 categories: education, health, and environment, where all the 10 cases in each categories are presented by the consultant. by the subject matter expert and the Grant Thornton team. So Grant Thornton is a governance partner for HCL Grant. So they present it to the sub-jury, and then sub-jury shortlist top 3 NGOs for the jury round. And all these 3 finalists will then again undergo for a detailed due diligence by the group of auditors from Grant Thornton, and basis their report, all these 9 NGOs who get shortlisted, 3 in each category, will be presented to the jury, and jury then decides the winner for HCL Grant in stage 7. They will decide the winner of HCL Grant in each category, who will receive the grant of 5 crore each, and the other 2 finalists receive a grant of 25 lakhs each for a 1-year project. So now I'd like to show you a video showing the HCL Grant journey and the HCL Grant process of edition 7.
It means that every child in every village spends time in the classroom learning about new things. It means that every woman is empowered to take her own decisions. It means having access to health facilities even in the remotest corner of the country. It means economic growth without the cost of environment. But what does it take to build a nation like India?
The Republic of India houses 1.4 billion people. The democracy of India rests on 3 constitutional estates: the judiciary, the legislative, and the bureaucracy. Free press has long been recognized as the 4th estate. HCL Grant is a step towards recognition of the 5th estate, the non-government organizations. NGOs have become a critical agent of change, playing a decisive role in building a stronger, future-ready India. Through HCL Grant, HCLFoundation aims to achieve sustainable rural development by supporting NGOs that are doing path-breaking work anywhere in India.
For a long time, NGOs have been playing a role of plugging the gaps for a large population of this country who are vulnerable in terms of education, health, environment, and sometimes even basic amenities. Today, there are around 3.3 million NGOs in India working towards making it an inclusive democracy. They reach where even the government agencies don't. This makes their role even more relevant and critical. However, the social development ecosystem in India is complex, where most of the NGOs are highly unstructured and do not have institutionalized processes and framework. This is where HCL Grant aims to play a role.
HCL Grant has 2 specific yet distinct objectives. The first and foremost is to award financial grant to innovative, replicable, scalable, sustainable, yet time-bound projects which are proposed by NGOs that are committed towards transformative rural development. The second is to publish the work of these NGOs through a compendium basis picture stories that are taken in the field during the process of selection, and publish this compendium each year such that these NGOs become globally visible for their path-breaking efforts.
In its 7 years journey till now, HCL Grant has impacted 840,000 human lives across 9,464 villages in 84 districts across 18 states and 2 union territories. The process. In 2021, HCL Grant called for applications in 3 categories: environment, health, and education. The online application portal opened for 90 days, during which the grant received 8,440 registrations and 1,587 completed applications. During this time period, 10 e-symposiums were organized with the participation of over 4,000 plus NGOs. In October, the first level screening began with the field visits across 15 states, 3 union territories, and 42 districts, covering a total distance
of 146,108 kilometers by a group of subject matter experts, and the HCL Foundation team clocking 3,008 hours. 30 NGOs were selected for the sub-jury round. The sub-jury includes esteemed personalities from the HCL Group and the Shivnadar Foundation. Sub-jury chose 9 finalists for the jury round. The jury comprises 6 eminent personalities. The jury has selected 3 NGOs who will receive rupees 5 crore in each category, and remaining 2 HCL grant finalist NGOs in each category will receive rupees 25 lakhs.
I hope that was insightful enough. To aid to that and to support the whole journey, we thought that it will be best if we have the previous grant winners and a couple of our representatives who play a very important role in the whole HCL grant awarding. To support that, we have an experience sharing panel. Before I call them upon the stage, I would like to introduce them. We have with us today Mr. Parveen Juneja, Executive Vice President, Human Resources, HCL Corporation and HCL Foundation. Parveen Juneja is a management graduate in HR Management and is the Executive Vice President at HCL Corporation. An HR professional with over 33 years in the industry, Parveen has been with HCL Foundation for about 27 years now and has taken up progressively responsible roles within the HR domain, both in line and corporate HR. Joining him today, we have Dr. Shafia Wani, who is our subject matter expert for the HCL grant. Dr. Shafia Wani is a faculty at Jammu and Kashmir Institute of Management, Public Administration and Rural Development, trainer and development professional with an experience of more than 18 years with an international NGO and state agencies in social work and rural development, right-based and emergency programs in Kashmir specifically. Joining Dr. Shafia Wani, we've also got Sami Wani, who is the Executive Director of She Hope Society. And She Hope Society is basically an undertaking for women entrepreneurs ventured into social work in the year of 2001, when very few facilities for physical rehabilitation for persons with disability existed in the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir. Armed with a bachelor's degree in physiotherapy and a cause to serve this marginalized lot of the society, Mr. Wani quit his government job and totally dedicated himself to the service of rehabilitation of differently abled people. We are also very honored to have Mr. R.N. Mohanty, who is the CEO of Sight Savers India. He brings on board over 23 years of experience in international development and has a master's degree in economics and has also done his postgrad in HR management. RN over the years has had the experience of working on diverse issues like environment, health, nutrition, HIV/AIDS, livelihood, education, to name a few. So our very own Robin Thomas would be moderating this session, and I would request all the panelists to join us on stage.
Thank you so much. So now,
but इसे करते करते हमने भी कभी होप, आपने भी कभी उम्मीद नहीं हारी है कि नहीं हम इस साल अभी हम गए नहीं है कि अब हम दूसरे साल भी फॉर्म नहीं भरेंगे. So we did, हमने बहुत ही ट्राई किया कि नहीं हम करेंगे, बट जो हम एप्लीकेशन फॉर्म करके फेल हो गए, so it was a learning for my, ये मेरे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा लर्निंग था. So अभी मैं काम कर रहा हूँ, so we are working in Jammu and Kashmir, and we did a lot of advocacy, we did lot of rehabilitation part पे हमने काम किया है. So even आज अभी present situation में कि if Jammu Kashmir के government, especially the government department, if they need any suggestions, if they need any data, if they need any information for person with disability, they approach it to us because they know our organization has the capacity. Now our organization has these all infrastructures or all these informations available. So उससे भी हमने एक बहुत बड़ा learning किया. And the main learnings what we did in this HCL also, external audit evaluations. So it is a basically quite बहुत ही अच्छा एक ये है कि जो हमारे external evaluation की तरफ से audit होता है. So it is definitely कि पहले बार जब हमारे audit हो गया था, that I'm sure कि lot of people have know T.R. Chanda, so it's a quite famous auditors. तो जब उन्होंने पहले बार हमें audit किया, so there was around 60 queries, and we make a list about that how many queries we have, and next year we improve that. Again जब next year हमारे पास आ गया था same auditor आ गया, so we did, so there was 5 queries, and the last year अभी हमारे में there was 1 or 2 query only. So it is a basically the learning things. So जब तक आपके organizations में कोई नहीं बोलेगा नहीं you are doing this thing right और यहाँ पे आपको improvement की ज़रूरत है. Basically we are in this sector where we need to improvement. और improvement हम कैसे identify करेंगे? So when we have an external evaluation, when we have an external person कि जो आपको बताएगा कि नहीं आपको कहाँ का improvement करने हैं. Right now जो अभी सुबह से हम बात कर रहे थे CSR, FCRA, 12A, ATG, 10D. So this is the thing अभी जो मेरे ऑफिस में जहाँ पे भी अभी even गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर में, प्राइवेट सेक्टर में, especially आपको पता होगा फाइनेंस में वो PFMS स्टार्ट हुआ है. यहाँ अभी वहाँ पे अगर किसी को भी जरूरत पड़ रहा है कि वो वहाँ पे कर रहा है कि आप होप पे जाओ, वहाँ पे आपको पता वो आपको गाइड करेंगे. We used to get the reference from the bank. बैंक से हमें आती है रेफरेंस के इनको FCRA अकाउंट चलाना है, आप इनको दे दो गाइडलाइंस, इनको कैसे करना है, इनको फॉर्म कैसे फिल करना है, इनको PFMS कैसे करना है. So these things we had to learn. ये हमने learn किया कि when we got it in the HCL family, when we have that grant partner, तो उसमें फिर ये learning हमें हो गई है कि 10B कैसे हम कर सकते हैं, CSR ऐसे हम कैसे कर सकते हैं, या policies हम कैसे कर सकते हैं. तो उसी की वजह से कि and even we did a lot of work with the government के साथ हम बहुत ज़्यादा अभी हमारे टाइप है जिसमें हमने government. So अभी हमारे रूरल एरियाज में आप देखो कि लास्ट टाइम जब अभी हम we will talk about that the पोलियोज, तो में हमारे कश्मीर जम्मू कश्मीर में ऐसे केसेस बहुत होते रहते थे बिकॉज देयर वाज पीपल वाज नॉट नोइंग अबाउट दैट कि ऐसा क्या है, क्योंकि वो रिमोट लोग जो रहते थे उनको उसके बारे में भी उतना ज़्यादा अवेयर नहीं था. तो अभी रिसेंटली जो लास्ट ईयर के एनालिसिस हो गया इन जम्मू कश्मीर देयर वाज अ 0 केस आइडेंटिफाइड फॉर द पोलियो केसेस. न्यू बॉर्न 0 केस वाज आइडेंटिफाइड. तो उसमें क्या है कि वी लर्न, इसमें हमने प्रोजेक्ट्स में भी काम किया एंड वी गॉट द फीडबैक. जो भी हम रिपोर्ट्स कर रहे थे फॉरवर्ड, वहाँ से फिर हमें वापस फीडबैक्स आ रहे हैं. सो वी डिड अ लॉट ऑफ वर्क विद द हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट इन आशियाज, आंगनवाड़ी, उनको हमने ट्रेन किया. इफ़ वी डू द अर्ली आइडेंटिफिकेशन, हम उनको कैसे आइडेंटिफाई कर रहे हैं. इफ़ वी गेट द चाइल्ड अर्ली, हमें चाइल्ड अगर आइडेंटिफाई हो गया तो उसको हम रिहेबिलिटेट कैसे कर सकते हैं. तो दीज ऑल थिंग्स वी हैव टू लर्न, ये हमने लर्न किया कैसे. So we work with the international organization, we work Handicap International, we work European Commission, and we work Australian High Commission के साथ भी हमने काम किया था. So but the thing is कि उनके साथ हम क्या कर रहे थे, काम we do emails things, internet पे हम कर रहे थे, we send our reports, क्योंकि वो as a practicals, as a evaluations, as a field visit, they used बहुत कम वो आते रहते थे. But in these things, in इस projects में हमने बहुत कुछ सीखा है. Because they used to come in our place, they used to go with our field, they talk to the beneficiaries, every day they talk to our head of programs, finance manager के साथ कहाँ पे हमें कर. तो अभी मेरे ऑफिस में अभी आपको मैं बताता हूँ आपको कि मेरे ऑफिस में अभी we do have a that much strong HR policies, finance policy, legislation policies, in every child policies. तो बाकी लोगों को अभी हम हेल्प कर रहे हैं कि आपको पॉलिसीज कैसे कर रहे हैं. So that all we had to learn with this HCL. So it was very impossible for me. अगर मेरे पास अभी HCL का ये सपोर्ट नहीं था पिछले 3 साल से अभी जब हम अभी काम कर रहे थे, if it was not me, so then it was very difficult for me to have that strong organizations what we have this time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sami, for sharing that, experience. कुछ चीज़ें जो मैं आप लोगों को बताना चाहूँगा, about She Hope Society. When they applied in HCL grant, they were just a borderline. They just crossed, it was just a, that borderline बोलते 0.5 से वो लोग eligible हो गए थे. So they were eligible with that borderline, and today they are sitting as the winner of HCL grant, campaigning with some of the big names in the NGO fraternity. And and why they were selected is purely based on their model, the project, the innovative model which they have presented to HCL grant with that, in that conflict area. And one thing which I remember, which Dr. Sami shared, when we do these field visits, and it was the conflict time at that time. It was some strikes were going on where it was advised not to go there, and but we had to complete the field visit. And that time we had around 12 consultants, subject matter experts. We had our HCL Foundation team members, but since it was a conflict time and it was not safe to go there, one thing which I should compliment here, our director, Ms. Nidhi Pundhir, she took that, she said, no, I will not, put my team in that, go to that danger zone. I will go myself. And along with her, our Dr. Dhruv, he is 60 plus old. He is our very senior most consultant in HCL grant. He and Nidhi went there. There was only one flight on that day. They took that only one flight. They reached there, and Dr. Sami came in an ambulance. There was no vehicle running. So because ambulance was ambulance was the army officers' vehicles were only allowed. So he took them in ambulance, and the next day they went into the field in that ambulance only. So a big round of applause for that kind of, the risk which they took and how then they were selected as the winner of HCL grant. And the impact evaluation which Dr. Sami just mentioned, the TRC chart does. So that is actually post they have won the HCL grant. There is a pre-HCL grant due diligence which is done by our governance partner Grant Thornton. So this is the kind of due diligence and the monitoring which happens in of all these selected winners of HCL grant. So thank you, Dr. Sami, for sharing that experience. Now I'll move on to Dr. Shafia. So Dr. Shafi, you have visited the length and breadth of this entire country, seeing some of the amazing models, of these NGOs through a concept note, through detailed proposals. You have been part of this entire process from stage one, where you have been shortlisting and, disqualifying some of the NGOs, in all these stages. So how has been your experience? What is that you see in these proposals where you qualify some proposals, and how you qualify these proposals, and what is those parameters which you use in evaluating these proposals?
Thank you, Robin. Before I go ahead with the what kind of things we look for projects, to continue with what Dr. Sami said, that the important parameter which I would like to acknowledge and I really appreciate is the time when our own director HCL took a lot of I would say pains to see that proposals across country are coming, and every NGO gets chance to apply. That is how She Hope came into the picture, and it was in 2016 that when there was this huge unrest, and Nidhi was trying to rope in every organization, trying to get the best of the proposal across country, irrespective of the place. So this happened in 2006 and 16, and because of the concept and project proposal idea which the She Hope Society had delivered on, that is why they are selected. It is not just because of the tough length and breadth of the valley they selected the project because it's the most difficult part of the country, but The important point is the project proposal which they put forward and the processes which they followed and the processes which were we, kind of checked. I would like that you all give a big round of applause to the team, because no such type of intervention happens since you are in this hall, because they, give us so much of time and space and the initiatives. Like we saw that Nikhil gave us detailed input on CSR. So we were able to know that nobody knows about the clauses. So from that we get the point that how important it is for us to know the clauses and everything about the process, and detail other things like symposiums. In the COVID times also, the full HCL team, took a lot of efforts and connected everybody through these online portals. So it was a wonderful initiative. And I would like to all of you to give a big round of applause before we go ahead with the main thing. So like we were mentioning before this session that we should extend our dates for the concept note. So I request if we, go for the first and important thing about concept note, we need to have very clear idea about the concept note first, because that is how we are going to set our project right. So the most important part is that we need to have diverse, innovative, inclusive idea what we are going to go ahead with that project, and the impact we are going to have, and the difference we are going to make in the lives of people. That is very much important. So with this concept note, you have to take a lot of things into consideration. And what we see in this whole process is how it is sustainable, scalable, inclusive, very important, how innovative is the project, and definitely the impact it is going into the lives of people, and the processes. Like in the first session we were thinking how important it is to have impact, and on that note the different parameters which we should consider while framing the proposal and while considering the clientele whom we are targeting, how we are going to help them, and the impact of it. So the all processes we see how the human right factor also goes into it, how organizations treat their people, how they connect with people. So every process is checked into, we go into different levels, we visit the organization, we check their office credentials, which is important for the project format. But the important part is when we go out there in the field and see and we try to connect the proposal ideas with the real field experiences. That is how we try to calculate that what can be the impact and what is the geographical location and how it is going to have a real impact in the society.
Thank you, Dr. Shafia. As Dr. Shafia mentioned, one disclaimer which I want to put is like, when Nidhi went there, it was in 2016. They were not shortlisted. And it was in 2019 when they reapplied with all the suggestions which they received from that visit which was made, and after which, when they did all the improvements in their proposal, that's when they were announced as a winner. And it has happened with a lot of other NGOs, which I can name also. One is WTI. So WTI is also one such NGO who were applying for the last 3 to 4 years. Then they gave it a break. They actually thought about it. What is that we need to improve in this entire application process? How to make it a different proposal this year to apply for HCL grant. They came with a very strong proposal, and then they were again awarded the winner of HCL grant in the environment category. We have many such examples. So now I'd like to move on to Mr. Mohanty. So Mr. Mohanty has been the flag bearer of Site Savers India and Site Savers International. And when actually, I'm so thankful to him, because when I called him for this panel discussion, it was just 2 days before I called you, sir. I'm so sorry that 2 days before I called you, and he had a UK, his Site Savers UK budget meeting, which he actually postponed for this to attend this panel discussion. Well, first of all, sir, a big thanks to you for attending for coming here from your busy schedule. My question to you is, since you have been, you have been awarded the HCL grant for 5 districts, 3 states, 5 districts, to implement this project which you have won. If you can just throw some light about the kind of project, which you have been awarded first. Second, how it has evolved from the time you have won the grant, and if you see today Site Savers as an organization.
Hello, yeah. Thank you, Robin, for having me. Thank you, Nidhi. Yes, I mean, I quickly focus a little bit on the process that we went through. We also, like Mr. Wani, got it at the second, not in the first one. So it looks like the first one is a big learning for everyone, and winning it probably is the second. So yes, I mean, we went through the process, proposal writing. Probably when I was listening to you, Robin, today, I thought from 2018 and 2020 have changed in terms of process. But we went through the normal proposal writing process. Then there was a visit to Jharkhand. It was primarily, I thought, focused on linking, like Dr. Marg said, linking what you have written in the proposal to what is there on the ground. And then we went to the next round. There was another visit by Grant Thornton and consultants, where I think my sense is they linked more about the strategic impact, whether it's scalable, like Dr. Wani said, and figure out what happened. And then we moved to the next round. Next round was probably the toughest. Grant Thornton did the due diligence process for a long time. Every question was tough, and Rohit then asked you the toughest question with so much of humility that you don't know what to do. And but what I wanted to tell you is that while you may not appreciate it during the process, but you know that these are all valid questions, and every organization actually should answer those questions regardless of the outcome. So I think in that sense it was a great learning for us. And as you know, we had this first time that we were not selected, we applied for help. And the second time we said we thought over it, and we thought health is our biggest portfolio. But education, which is education for disabled children, is something that we are doing well. It's a niche area. It's small, but it is impactful. So we applied for education, and then we went through the process that I described. And we figured out the strategy that we had on education, the on-ground work, which is actually the product of the strategy, and then winning it in 2018. And in 5 years' time, I mean, as HCL would know, we have evolved a lot in these 5 districts, 3 states. And the project is now scalable. The government in these 3 states actually have owned it. There are education models. I can't go into details here, but these are all technology for education for blind children and disabled children. 2 state governments have adopted this as a model, and we are kind of doing well thanks to HCL. This is something that I'm very proud of having owned this, and I personally think there's a lot of learning for site savers during the process. This is, as I said, you may not appreciate it during the process, but this is one of the most comprehensive processes that I have gone through to get something. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. It was always an enriching experience, but I just want to continue with this again, because when we go out in the field, like in morning also, there was one presentation which said that in the coming few years, focus is going to be on environment. So I would request that, sometimes we tend to see that, more funding is going to happen in this area, so we should stick to our, the main, the thematic which we work on. Because going and shifting to other areas, I have seen, because we keep on visiting, that people shift from education to environment, maybe sometimes until and unless you don't have expertise and experience and the concept, maybe we can shift. We have people around who work for these ideas, but then we should be very clear about the project and how we are going to impact with this project. So just because only that the funding is going to happen in this area, we shift our area is not a good idea, and it definitely shows up in the processes that how it is going to get into the main course of action. So I would request to think on it actually starts with the concept note. So a good homework is required for the concept note with the expertise of the organization, with the people around. So, and considering the area, not expanding too much, not, it depends on the note, but it was a kind of, thing which came into my mind when sir was mentioning that we shifted because they had their experiences, they had their projects which they have worked already on those areas. So it is a kind of request that we don't need to shift unnecessarily, because it ultimately ends up in, getting no projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shafia. When our subject matter experts come to visit the NGOs and see their project, they're not just coming there to evaluate your project. They are also coming there to understand about your project, which I have been telling from on all these symposiums that all these subject matters who come, they are coming to not only to evaluate your project, but also to defend your case to our sub-jury members and jury members. So with that, now I'll go to us, eminent, our respected sub-jury member, Mr. Praveen Juneja sir, who has been, involved as a sub-jury member, as I said, for the past 3 to 4 years. And all these top 10 cases who are selected in the sub-jury round, they are presented and defended by our subject matter experts in front of the sub-jury members. So we would like to now hear from you, Praveen sir, when you are presented these top 10 models, how you decide the top 3 for the jury round first, second, what all are those, little things which you see in these proposals when they are presented to you. So your thoughts on that.
Thank you, Robin. I'm sure you've been here in this particular session since the morning, have heard a lot many speakers and have gained from their experiences. While the entire process is no doubt very difficult, right? But I must say that it gets increasingly difficult and complex as it progresses through the life cycle of the entire HCL grant process. From the 7-step process that Robin talked about earlier, I sit at the 5th stage. So the process has become that much more complex by then already, right? There are some factual facts, there is some basic demographic details which start, of course, from the organization and then the project and things like that. By the time it reaches to a sub-jury member, all those things are not really a point of consideration for the sub-jury member. Since all that part has already been validated by various partners who are there, either the consultants, the initial subject matter experts have gone through those concept notes, or have gone through the due diligence process, the grant thought team, who has helped us validate all those initial proposals and have brought them to a certain level of, sanctity and validation. So that, of course, is no longer the consideration point really for the sub-jury member, in the sense that all that has been already validated, approved, and only after crossing that hurdle, there are 10 cases which have been put in front of you. And therefore, the focus at the sub-jury level is purely and purely the project which the organization intends to do using the HCL grant fund, and what kind of impact that project is likely to create. Now, so the 5 basic fundamental criteria, which at different stages you would have heard us talking about time and again, in terms of the innovation, the replicability, the sustainability, scalability, time boundness, those of course are the basic parameters that you anyway are going to evaluate at. But I wish the life was that simple, First time when I went for the sub-jury process, my understanding, although definitely nobody talked about it or said it in so many words, my understanding was that I'm going to meet here the 10 different, contenders for the grant, and they are going to come and present their case. And I somewhere thought that their presentation capability would also be one of the deciding factor in terms of how well are they able to articulate the project that they wish to be doing using the HCL grant fund over there. And therefore, somebody who's a great presenter against somebody who's not that great a presenter is also going to be a factor which is going to add or help us in the process. How mistaken I was, Here we were in the room, 4 sub-jury members, and there are about 15 other people sitting on the other side of the table, including the HCL grant PMO team, the subject matter experts, grant authority team members, and everyone is picking up every single case and presenting that case to us as if it was the most eligible case in the room that day. All the 10 cases in every single 4 sessions that I have been a part of sub-jury, in all those 4 sub-jury sessions, each one of those 10 cases have been presented to us with the equal amount of fervor and equal amount of conviction about this being the last project and the best project that could be done using the grant which is going to be available. And therefore, you can very well understand the difficulty that the sub-jury is going to have, and not only my sub-jury, I'm sure every other sub-jury has this similar amount of difficulty to then really assess and pick one over the others, right? Now, in any case, these 10 cases which have been presented to you have already crossed so many hurdles before them, so many cases were presented, they were looked at, due diligences have happened, and out of all that complex set, there are 10 equally eligible cases that have been brought onto the table for you to look into, and then you need to pick it up, right? So the first assurance that I wish to give you, that while your case, assuming it does progress to the stage of the sub-jury, while you may not be there in the room, I can assure you that each member of the HCL grant PMO, the subject matter experts, the grant authority team, they are going to present the case as if they were a part of your team and nobody else. So that is first thing that you should be very, very sure of. Nowhere your case is going to get lost because you did not present it. So they are, and that is the reason why they go and spend that much time learning about your project, understanding about your project, being convinced about your project, asking those questions time and again, which Mr. Mohanty also talked about earlier, in terms of the amount of invasive due diligence that they do at your end is only to be able to make sure that they're able to present your case with that kind of a passion to the sub-jury and then to the jury as well. So you got to be very, very assured of that particular front. Now, having these 10 cases in front of you, each one of them meeting almost the same criteria, the 5 base criteria that we talked about, right? So what is it that you really decide on, or what are some of the important factors that go in the mind of the sub-jury members? And let me also tell you, over the last 4 years experiences I have seen, there have been times when all 4 jury members have been easily and probably in a discussion of 5 to 10 minutes have been able to pick up a particular case saying that this case does need to go to the jury level, right? And as against that, there have been cases where we may have spent an hour, more than an hour, where jury members have had different opinion, whereas one jury member felt that some case outweighed the other cases over there and must be taken to the next level, and other member of the sub-jury felt that no, as against that particular case, there are other equally convincing cases or equally important cases that must be taken. Also, as a sub-jury member, while the 10 cases have been presented to us by this entire group of 10-15 people, at the end of it, all those people go out of the room, and the only people who are left in the room are the 4 sub-jury members. And they now have to decide that which out of 10, which 3 cases are going to go to the jury. There's absolutely nobody else in the room, and it's purely left to the discretion of those 4 jury members who have the most difficult task of picking the best 3 out of equally good other 7 cases that are there, So some of the factors that I would think, and I would go back to Payal's earlier session in terms of fact against the feelings. So somewhere I would think the feeling do play an important role in helping you decide what should you take forward, right? So when we are evaluating those cases, one, you try looking at what area is this project trying to address, how big is the need for further work in that particular area. There have been times when out of the 10 cases, there may be 3 projects which are addressing the same basic problem. Then it becomes all the more difficult that all 3 are trying to address the same problem, but which of the 3 is hoping to address that situation in the most convincing manner and with a larger, impact and probably a higher scalability within the given budget as well. So there may be times when the projects are addressing different areas, and there may be times when multiple projects are there in the same area, making the job that much more difficult as well. So you try looking at what are the problem areas that these projects are trying to address, how severe is the need of that particular area in terms of new projects to be brought into that area. How many organizations are already working that area, and those are the additional I would say inputs which are provided by the team to us. It may not be specifically to your particular organization, but a particular area, problem area, and facts and figures about that problem area are also brought onto the table, so that a sub-jury member can view as to how severe and how spread the problem is, how many organizations are working in that area. Very few or very high number of solutions are already available, or the organization is already working, so that you could then take a more informed decision in terms of whether you should be picking up that project, since there's hardly anybody working in that area and it is a burning need for you to address that situation, or is this an area where there are already many other organizations working, but this particular project is talking about a very innovative, very different way of addressing that situation, which hopefully should reach out to a much larger population and hopefully should give us a better return on the investment being made as well. So you do look into the problem area, you do look into the number of organizations which are working in that particular area, the likely impact of that problem, and also you try see how differently are the organizations thinking. So the innovative method, maybe the technology as an enabler, particularly with the experience of the last 2 years during the COVID years, we have seen how technology have suddenly taken a center stage and has tried addressing many problems possible, or were not really convinced about it being so amazingly result oriented. So how innovatively you are trying to address that situation, how well are you trying to use the technology or any other contributing factors that could be there in terms of addressing that situation, and assessing of those points is then that you need to take a difficult call. Yes, I would tend to agree that somewhere at the end of the day, it's not necessarily a 100% scientific process. While a lot of data has been made available to you, a lot of data is available on the table for you to consider. You do have, every single case which has been put forward to you in a very, very convincing and very passionate manner. At the end of the day, somewhere, I would think the joint consent of the 4 jury member does help us finally pick up 3 cases that we need to put forward. At times it has come, to the kind of discussion where you say, okay, you talk about your first 3 cases, each of the jury members is asked to talk about the first 3 cases that they would like to put forward. Then you try bringing out the commonality out of that, and you try to reason it out why those are the preferred cases by the jury members and why should we take it forward. While it's easy to filter out the commonalities and you can take them forward, and one odd case where there are different opinions are the ones which become the discussion points, and then you end up spending a lot of time looking at the merit of that particular case as against the merit of the other case. Like I said earlier, at this stage, almost every single case is so very convincing and looks so very, hopeful to take forward. And then you need to discuss and debate it out and finally agree on. And I can only, think of the difficulty that the jury would have beyond us, the complexity that we go through. I can very well imagine the amount of difficulty that the jury members would have in terms of picking the one out of those further qualified 3 cases and then really picking up one, solid case out of that. All I can assure you is that each one of your cases is being put in the best possible manner forward to the sub-jury and then to the jury members over there. And it is with all the best of the intent and the intention, and given the framework under which the jury and the sub-jury is expected to operate, we try doing the best of the job. And I would only be, I'm only happy to note that from the past experiences that we see of the winners out here, that we hopefully have been doing the right job, right? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an elaborate explanation of the entire process. We'll come back to the question. We'll open the floor for the questions. So one thing we would like to assure you that since we are part of this sub-jury, proceedings for the past 7 years, including Nidhi, only one thing which we have in our power is, जब ये sub-jury खत्म हो जाता है, when the sub-jury meeting ends, we are all out. We can only do bets. हम लोग सिर्फ बेट्स कर सकते हैं कि हाँ ये टॉप 10 में शायद ये जीत सकता है, ये जा सकता है, वो जा सकता है. The final decision is only with our 4 sub-jury members who are sitting inside. So yeah, and also you know, when Praveen Juneja sir mentioned that the top 3, when they, you know, when they give it to the jury, there is a video documentary also which we make of all the 3 finalists, which is also a part of presentation. If you go to our HCL Grant website, there is a results section where you will find all the winners of HCL Grant, also the finalist videos, the documentaries of all the finalists and the winner NGOs, which will give you an idea that what kind of project you know, they have proposed and how they have won this HCL Grant, the nature of the project, the kind of project, and which is also presented to the jury, which makes their life also very difficult to select, because it's a standard video documentary. If you can see, the format of this video is all standard. There is no such element where one NGO is shown like this in the upper side or you know, lower side. It's a standard format. So that's one. And okay, Mr. Praveen Juneja also mentioned about the evaluation matrix. Let me also tell you the evaluation matrix which we follow, which Praveen sir has already covered. We give 40% weightage to the organization profile, the organization you know, application which you put, and 60% weightage to the project proposal. That's how the marking system goes. Apart from the qualitative comments which we get from all the sub-jury members and the subject matter experts on all the cases. In organization part, we see organization strength and the capacity to deliver. And in the project proposal side, we see the relevance, the replicability and scalability model, whether that project has an impact, whether there is any impact in that project, what is the innovation in that impact, in that particular project, how is the financial modeling of the entire project, how sustainable is that model, how inclusive is that model. So all these parameters, so these are the 6 parameters. If you see in that HCL Grant Vision video also, we have mentioned the 6 parameters in the project proposal, which we use as an evaluation matrix. So we request all the NGOs who are putting up their concept note, please keep in mind these evaluation matrices while devising your proposal. Now my final question to all our panelists, then I'll open the floor for the questions. So what are those 2 to 3 key message for all the NGOs today who are here and who are also seeing us through live stream? What are, from your side, what is that, those 2 to 3 message to them for, you know, who, you know, these NGOs are planning to apply for HCL Grant? What are your thoughts, you know, 2-3 points which will help these NGOs to devise their proposal?
Yes, I will just give just 2 points. That's, I think, very important. The first thing is you have to keep trying. That is one. And second, you don't need to consult a consultant to develop the proposals. So that is very important. So these 2 points I have to share with you guys. If you have to write your proposal, you need to involve your team, your beneficiaries, your community, so then you can develop a very good proposal. If you just spend some money to consultant, and this is a waste of money.
I guess from the NGO side.
Sure.
No, I think he has said this, but I would kind of say 2-3 things. One is the clarity in your concept note is, I think this is very important. As Robin said, this is 60% on your proposal and what you want to do. I said the first point I want to say is the clarity in your concept note. As Robin said, the 60% of weightage is there in the proposal and all. How does that link to your organization's program strategy? Is it impacting at scale, or does it have a scope to impact at scale at some point with HCL support? I think systems and processes, again, I'll come back to Grant Thornton, the way they reviewed and all. This is something that's very, probably same for all, so I can actually recommend that, have a thorough look at your systems and processes. see they are robust. It's not a question of what is the size of your organization, I would think. It is about how you manage all your internal processes, how effective are you in delivering donor commitments and things like that. And the third one that I would say also focus on the governance side of your organization. How your governance is linked to your strategies, your policies, what role they play, what is the difference between governance and management, how these two have distinct roles. We were asked all those questions. They also will speak to some of your board members. So, some of these generic, I know the strengths and weaknesses of NGOs are unique to them, but these are some of the generic ones that actually applies to all, and we have gone through this process. As Mr. Juneja said, it is a difficult one. You may not like it at that point, but at every point you'll know that, okay, I have to improve here, I have to improve. So that's why I have been saying that regardless of the results, it makes your organization stronger. Thank you.
I would only like to add 2 points here. First point, which Dr. Shafia also said earlier in some way, is that play on your strengths, right? While there may be, you might feel that the area that you largely work in is somewhat crowded area, a lot many organizations are there. But what is finally going to get attract the the subject matter experts or the jury is the capability of your project, or what is it that the project is trying to address. So be novel in your thought, play onto your strength, and try putting a proposal together where you really feel that you are trying to solve a problem in a different way, something which is going to be for the larger good over there, and what's your approach about it. So be sincere in doing what you're doing. The second word of my advice to you would be to make sure that every single member of your team is aligned to that particular thought. Since at the end of the day, however beautiful the project may look like on the papers, on the ground, it is a team which has to deliver the project. So unless every member of your team is aligned to the same common objective and they all sing the same song, it's not really going to work. So make sure that you're taking your team along, make sure they all understand where you're coming from, they're convinced about it, and once they are with you, it's automatically going to show to every single stakeholder who's going to go and meet them, be it the subject matter experts, be it the Grant Thornton, be it any other member who's going to interact with them. As long as they see the synergy in the team and they see them all aligned to the same very purpose, your job in any case is halfway done over there. So make sure that you, the project that is getting conceptualized and created, right, having gone up to a certain level, then it does get percolated down right to the last member in the team. And unless all of you are aligned to the same purpose, it's not going to solve the problem that the way you're trying to solve it. That's what I would think.
I guess everything has been said, but to continue with what Praveen sir said, that it is important how the team is in line with the project and how they are going to deliver at the field level is very much important. And one very important thing is that we have to be very clear with concept, and that then with concept comes every another next thing. Like the diversity is important, the governance part is important, and the end, if we see the impact, is very much important. So we have to consider it as a whole, whole exercise, and see the, how this whole project is going to help our communities, help our people, and it is going to have a very good impact. And the processes, as we all know, that there are very good proposals, but because of small margins, they are not able to get selected. But it's not that you stop and not apply next time. You have to keep on applying, because this is such a process that we cannot give projects to everybody, but then the processes are very important, and it's a learning for all of us. We as subject matter experts get to know about new things, and the whole team, the whole exercise is important. The people we meet in the field, in the offices, in the different states is very much important, and it's all learning gets drilled down, and the next time we come up with all the new, kind of setup. So it is very important, and for the organization level, the most important part is that you have to be very clear on your things. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to all our eminent panelists today who have shared their thoughts. It's really encouraging. I hope this is really encouraging for all the NGOs today who actually wanted to hear from all the winners, for all the evaluators who have been evaluating these proposals and their involvement in all these stages. I hope this will help, somewhere, all the NGOs to actually write their proposal basis the inputs what has been shared today by all our eminent panelists. So thank you so much. So now I open the floor for the questions. Yeah, we'll start with, yeah, sir. Yeah, start.
Sir, I am Ashok Kumar from Jan Manas Vikas Sansthan. Sir, actually, just I am discussing very good panelists are very experienced in the field line also. Just I am telling you first thing that health project you are initiated in this HCL grant. Here is the innovative type of health project. Just I am telling you, there is a district Hardoi, and near to Hardoi there is a Unnao. Just I am working in Hardoi district few villages because there is a number of skin diseases in the people. Fluoride is there, contamination is there. So first of all, we are asking to the panelists whether it is under your parameter of the health project. One. Just I called to this problem to the government of Japan. The delegation came with us in Hardoi district and they have appreciated this project. And we have done this project in this area, and 140 hand pumps means not small hand pumps. This is India Mark II special hand pumps. So just I tell you, the problem of fluoride, the problem of contamination in this area is due to the fluoride and other contamination. In that thing, I tell you that India Mark II is getting the water from third table of water. Means there is less fluoride, there is less contamination. The government of Japan 3 times extended this project. But now, after 3 times, their parameters of the government of Japan is there that after 3 times, they are not to be extended. Few villages of Unnao district near to this link to the Hardoi district, same problem in these villages. Same problem, lot of skin diseases are there.
Yeah, we have got your question, sir.
So just I wanted, just only few minutes. So just I wanted to submit a concept note for that purpose. Just I wanted to say you that this is under the health project and great need for that. So just I wanted to ask that whether it is in your parameter or not. First question.
Yes, it is there in our parameter, it is there in our sub-theme. So we encourage, so we will ask you to please submit your proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam B. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you can give it to Valerie. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Valerie with the Center for Social Research. I would also like to share that your stories are true. We are one of those organizations that has applied several times, made some adjustments and sort of detailed tweaking on our budget and our proposal, and we were invited for a full application last year, which was exciting. So my question is kind of about those key characteristics, the key areas that you're assessing the project. First of all, leverage in terms of partnerships with the government and sustainability. Like, what are the key factors that really make a program stand out in that area? And secondly, this word innovation, I think sometimes makes people think they should throw in something very new. But my understanding of the HCL process is that you are looking to scale models that have been tested and established, and you're really looking for a track record. So that whatever innovation you're talking about is something that should really have some history and evidence behind it. I just wanted to confirm that. Okay?
So actually, HCL grant encourages both type of models, right? So it could be an absolute fresh model. However, within the fresh model, we have a different parameter to decide on whether you still have that capacity to deliver that fresh model. The model which you are talking about is more a scale up, right? So, at an evaluation at any stage, there's no differentiation between a fresh or a scale up. They are given equal weightages. And of course, there is also a lot of debate on innovation. So while innovation is one of the parameters, I think the sub-jury members, jury members, and all the consultants, all of us are very aware that, you know, there would be some projects which are more higher on the innovative quotient and others not. But you could very well make the grade even with a lower innovative quotient. And a project which has, you know, the strength on scalability, inclusion, etc. So it's not necessarily to put in that twist or throw in something just to make it look exciting. We are very, I mean, we've gone through so many proposals, we can make out whether that's a gimmick or whether it's really a part of the proposal. So the fairness of evaluation, as you know, Praveen very rightly mentioned, is equally across all parameters. And so we really don't differentiate between a fresh project or a scalable project. That's not the way we do the evaluation.
Yeah.
So just go ahead and be honest to what you know, what you're kind of putting in.
Just to add to you know, Rohit, you know, the evaluation which we use ultimately evaluates the impact, whether it's an innovative, it's a replicable or a scalable model. All three, what is the impact you are creating from that project is what is evaluated. So, yeah.
I was basically trying to add on the same lines that while we may have different parameters given to us to evaluate on, these are not kind of hard bounded in the sense that unless you score minimum into this particular parameter, you'll not be able to go further. While you're trying to look at different aspects in a particular project, but like Robin rightly said, at the end of the day, are you able to achieve what you are aiming for? What kind of impact is it likely to create? Definitely some projects would be high on, let's say, the replicability or the cost, you know, per beneficiary would be so very low that you expect that in the same budget you'll be able to reach out to far larger number of people over there. In the other area, you maybe through the innovation, you have the capacity to probably take it much farther and much wider over there. So it would not really be, you know, each parameter separately being looked into, but what is the cumulative effect of that the project is likely to create is what you're trying to gauge and are trying to, I mean, of course, all these projects are future bind, but your past, you know, exhibit of any such project handling or any such innovative technology and building up on that does help in terms of putting your credentials to be more convincing to the jurors or sub-jurors over there to see how far you'll be able to take as against somebody who's proposing such a thing for the first time. So it will make a difference. But if you have shown capacity through your past projects in terms of executing a project well, and the innovative component of that project is also so very strong, it is not going to put you at disadvantage, is all I would like to say.
Hi. Good evening, everyone. I'm Aanchal Sharma from Meals of Happiness. I just have a very simple question that can we also apply for this grant, because we tried in last 5 years in so many companies. Some have said that you are not eligible because our root cause is hunger and cancer awareness. Being a cancer survivor, that is very close to me, and hunger also I have seen very closely in my childhood. So like ma'am said, don't change your cause. But I don't know if we don't, you know, if we are keep proposing the same proposal, do we ever get help? Because it's been 5 years, we are trying very hard.
Have you ever applied for HCL grant, ma'am?
Not HCL, that's why I'm trying, like, you know, are we eligible to apply for it?
Yes.
Because during the COVID, we served more than 25 lakh meals.
other grants, yeah.
No, no, sir. Openly, many people openly in the convention like this said on my face that we don't admit that this is a cause even.
Falls under. So if you go to a definition of health, and this is for everyone, communicable and non-communicable, both are covered, and we are talking about universal health here. So our definition of health is very broad, including well-being. Including well-being. I don't know if somebody has a conservative approach towards health. I don't know. But as far as health is concerned, health is not merely absence of disease for us. So we follow the WHO definition. Apply. Surely apply. Yeah.
Yeah, hi, I'm Navtha from Can Support. We work for palliative care, and we applied multiple times, got no response, and I wonder, is palliative care comes?
Yes.
One proposal on palliative care, I don't remember the name of the organization. Pallium India went to the sub-jury, went till the sub-jury stage. And so, the whole therapy on pain and the approach that Pallium had, I mean, it was discussed length and breadth. Of course, in terms of impact and numbers and fact sheets, there are other criteria. But as far as definition of health is concerned, it's very much part of it. So are you from Pallium also?
No,
I am Can Support. Yeah.
It was a similar project, like the nature, the geography were different, but they scored little high on some of the matrices which we use, as we mentioned. So that's the reason they went to the next stage. And we can give you those feedback, like where you scored little less. We can get in touch with us, we'll give you that feedback.
Sure.
The scoring where you scored less.
Yeah, please, thank you.
It's very important that you keep reapplying as well, and you don't lose hope, because the kind of evaluation process that is there, it's actually a funnel. So it's like a percentile, right? So in a particular year, you might be having several other organizations which have similar projects, and maybe that could be one of the reasons why you did not move up. But right, so I'm sure it does.
So the response goes to the 45 organizations which are chosen for fieldwork. You must be getting an automated response for sure when your application is filed, along with the serial number, and my PMO is more qualified to correct me if I go wrong. There is a serial number. You are please requested to constantly visit HCL Grant website. The 45 organizations which will be selected for field visits, the PMO will communicate with them directly. And that's where I urge everyone to please understand our limitations also, because over a period of time, HCL Grant has also become, quite a process. So beyond that, one-on-one communication does not happen, but our symposiums are open for everyone to come and interact. You can always drop an email to us. I mean, our emails are also up in public domain. We will come back to you with an individualized feedback, for sure. But that's where we request you to please reach out if you're not in that top 45, which is published, on the website. It's up till 45 is one-on-one, and by the time they reach 30, they're out in public domain. Then the case studies are made. What Rohit said, what the entire panelist, eminent panel here, which is experienced all this, they said that the relativity changes each year. So there's no harm in reapplying, and you need not even overchange your fundamental, because if that's what you are convinced that you want to work upon, do that. However, reflect upon what better can be done in terms of sharpening the indicators. That's important. But please reach out to us if you have an individual query over email.
Good evening to all of you. Good evening to all of you. I'm from Public Health Technologies Trust. We are doing diagnostics on a technology basis. I just wanted to know the grant is applicable for the PPP model with the government also? Yes. So like India don't have any health parameter which is available on health parameter basis. It's available only on the prescription based parameter basis. So this kind of a large scale health parameter diagnostics pan India, is HCL interested for PPP model?
So, very much. PPP model, public-private partnership models, for those of you, we actually look for such models, I must tell you. We look for such models deliberately from system strengthening point of view. And if your PPP is a proven model, even if it's an idea, but your organization has a capacity of delivering PPP models with impact in past, it will get a weightage. So be it telemedicine, be it your other innovative ideas, an innovation with technology will have a higher weightage. So put your concept note in.
Thank you. Green greetings to everyone. My name is Shrey Saxena from Grow Diesel Climate Care Council. Two quick questions. If someone is submitting an environment project, does it really matter if it's in an urban area or a rural area?
Matters. Rural development. HCL grant is about, this award-winning grant, the fifth estate is about rural development. However, if you have an urban specific thing, you still put in your registration and concept note. We have another program called HCL Harit. We will divert your application there. They're both rural-urban work. Okay. But this, for this particular grant, it has to be Panchayat Raj area.
Rural area, okay.
Rural area.
My second quick question, if the project is eligible for carbon credits, who gets to avail those credits? Is it the NGO or is it HCL?
I take that because we just have had an MOU with the government. 50% credits, so there'll be an MOU. If your project gets selected, there'll be an MOU with the district administration or the block administration. And we ourselves under Harit, we were struggling with this. So we have put in our legal clause with government that 50% goes to the CSR funding organization and 50% goes to the government. Now the catch here is, how do we as funding partners and implementation partners divide those credits? Now that is a subject of legal discussion which is yet pending. But essentially if we are greening on government land, government will take 50% credit.
We have to close this panel discussion. Yeah. So over to you, Lakshana.
Thank you so much, everyone. I know that there are many questions. Please feel free to reach out to us over the emails as well as the toll-free number. Just to conclude this session, I would like to call upon Nidhi. Nidhi, if you could please come up on the stage to felicitate.
No, but I really want to also thank all the audience, not only for this symposium, but also 10 symposiums. I just can maybe share an observation with the permissions of the panel, that the response we have received, the sincerity and the welcome, I mean, there has been pin drop silence through the 10 symposiums across sessions. And we've seen this whole craving for knowledge, craving for facts. And of course, we can all give a huge round of applause to this amazing PMO team. Both the teams should come up if they're around HCLFoundation and NGO Box and show themselves that you've pulled this up. Come up. I know Nikhil has left, but then all the traveling teams just show up. But even, the community of practice that all of us have become, this is the 35th in the row across the years. This is 43rd symposium in a row across 6 years. But in each symposium, the kind of warmth that we get and eventually the network that builds, I think that's what our takeaway from all of this is. And we'll continue to make this space better and more, I would say, exciting. So thank you to all the audience, and with that, we'll felicitate our amazing panelists.
Thank you so much, everyone. Just to conclude, taking 2 more of your minutes, we thank you for giving us your time today. With that, we culminate this last of the series of the HCL Symposiums. We've made some arrangements for tea, where you had your breakfast in the morning. Please proceed there. And thank you again for your time today. Thanks.